Section 20 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Jack Ball. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 20. Book 34, Chapters 39 to 46. Chapter 39. Iron Ores. Next to copper, we must give an account of the metal known as iron, at the same time the most useful and the most fatal instrument in the hand of mankind. For by the aid of iron we lay open the ground, we plant trees, we prepare our vineyard trees, and we force our vines each year to resume their youthful state by cutting away their decayed branches. It is by the aid of iron that we construct houses, cleave rocks, and perform so many other useful offices of life. But it is with iron also that wars, murders, and robberies are effected, and this not only hand to hand, but from a distance even, by the aid of missiles and winged weapons, now launched from engines, now hurled by the human arm, and now furnished with feathery wings. This last I regard as the most criminal artifice that has been devised by the human mind, for, as if to bring death upon man with still greater rapidity, we have given wings to iron and taught it to fly. Let us therefore acquit nature of a charge that here belongs to man himself. Indeed, there have been some instances in which it has been proved that iron might be solely used for innocent purposes. In the treaty which Porsena granted to the Roman people after the expulsion of the kings, we find it expressly stipulated that iron shall only be employed for the cultivation of the fields, and our oldest authors inform us that in those days it was considered unsafe to write with an iron pen. There is an edict extant, published in the third consulship of Pompeius Magnus, during the tumults that ensued upon the death of Claudius, prohibiting any weapon from being retained in the city. Chapter 40. Statues of Iron, Chased Works in Iron. Still, however, human industry has not failed to employ iron for perpetuating the honours of more civilized life. The artist Aristonides wished to express the fury of Athamas subsiding into repentance after he had thrown his son Learchus from the rock, blending copper and iron, in order that the blush of shame might be more exactly expressed, by the rust of the iron making its appearance through the shining substance of the copper, a statue which still exists at Rhodes. There is also in the same city a Hercules of iron, executed by Aelion, the endurance displayed in his labours by the god having suggested the idea. We see too, at Rome, cups of iron consecrated in the temple of Mars the Avenger. Nature, in conformity with her usual benevolence, has limited the power of iron by inflicting upon it the punishment of rust, and has thus displayed her usual foresight in rendering nothing in existence more perishable than the substance which brings the greatest dangers upon perishable mortality. Chapter 41. The different kinds of iron and the mode of tempering it. Iron ores are to be found almost everywhere, for they exist even in the Italian island of Ilva, being easily distinguished by the ferruginous colour of the earth. The method of working the ore is the same as that employed in the case of copper. In Cappadocia, however, it is peculiarly questionable whether this metal is a present due to the water or to the earth, because when the latter has been saturated with the water of a certain river, it yields, and then only, an iron that may be obtained by smelting. There are numerous varieties of iron ore, the chief causes of which arise from differences in the soil and in the climate. Some earths produce a metal that is soft and nearly akin to lead, others an iron that is brittle and coppery, the use of which must be particularly avoided in making wheels or nails, the former kind being better for these purposes. There is another kind, again, which is only esteemed when cut into short lengths and is used for making hobnails, and another which is more particularly liable to rust. All these varieties are known by the name of strictura, an appellation which is not used with reference to the other metals, and is derived from the steel that is used for giving an edge. There is a great difference too in the smelting. Some kinds producing nurs of metal, which are especially adapted for hardening into steel, or else prepared in another manner, for making thick anvils or heads of hammers. But the main difference results from the quality of the water in which the red-hot metal is plunged from time to time. The water, which is in some places better for this purpose than in others, has quite ennobled some localities for the excellence of their iron. Bilbilis, for example, and Chiriaso in Spain, and Comum in Italy, and this although there are no mines in these spots. But of all the different kinds of iron, palm of excellence is awarded to that which is made by the Ceres, who send it to us with their tissues and skins, next to which in quality is the Parthian iron. Indeed, none of the other kinds of iron are made of the pure hard metal, a softer alloy being welded with them all. In our part of the world, a vein of ore is occasionally found to yield a metal of this high quality, as in Noricum, for instance, but in other cases it derives its value from the mode of working it, as at Sulmo, for example, a result owing to the nature of its water, as already stated. It is to be observed also that in giving an edge to the iron, there is a great difference between oil whetstones and water whetstones, the use of oil producing a much finer edge. It is a remarkable fact that when the ore is fused, the metal becomes liquefied, like water, and afterwards acquires a spongy, brittle texture. It is the practice to quench smaller articles of iron with oil, lest by being hardened in water they should be rendered brittle. Human blood revenges itself upon iron, for if the metal has been once touched by this blood, it is more apt to become rusty. Chapter 42. The metal called live iron. We shall speak of the lodestone in its proper place, and of the sympathy which it has with iron. This is the only metal that acquires the properties of that stone, retaining them for a length of time, and attracting other iron, so that we may see sometimes a whole chain formed of these rings. The lower classes, in their ignorance, call this live iron, and the wounds that are made by it are much more severe. This mineral is also found in Cantabria, not in continuous strata, like the genuine lodestone, but in scattered fragments, which they call ablationes. I do not know whether this species of ore is proper also for the fusion of glass, as no one has hitherto tried it, but it certainly imparts the same property as the magnet iron. The architect Timocharis began to erect a vaulted roof of lodestone in the temple of Arsenoi at Alexandria, in order that the iron statue of that princess might have the appearance of hanging suspended in the air. His death, however, and that of King Ptolemaeus, who had ordered this monument to be erected in honour of his sister, prevented the completion of the project. Chapter 43. Methods of preventing rust. Of all metals, the ores of iron are found in the greatest abundance. In the maritime parts of Cantabria, which are washed by the ocean, there is a steep and lofty mountain, which, however incredible it may appear, is entirely composed of this metal, as already stated in our description of the parts bordering upon the ocean. Iron which has been acted upon by fire is spoiled, unless it is forged with the hammer. It is not in a fit state for being hammered when it is red hot, nor indeed until it has begun to assume a white heat. By sprinkling vinegar or alum upon it, it acquires the appearance of copper. It is protected from rust by an application of ceruse, gypsum, and tar, a property of iron known by the Greeks as antipathia. Some pretend too that this may be ensured by the performance of certain religious ceremonies, and that there is in existence at the city of Zeugma, upon the Euphrates, an iron chain by means of which Alexander the Great constructed a bridge across the river, the links of which that have been replaced are attacked with rust, while the original links are totally exempt from it. Chapter 44. 7 remedies derived from iron. Iron is employed in medicine for other purposes besides that of making incisions, for if a circle is traced with iron, or a pointed weapon is carried 3 times round them, it will preserve both infant and adult from all noxious influences. If nails too that have been extracted from a tomb are driven into the threshold of a door, they will prevent nightmare. A slight puncture with the point of a weapon with which a man has been wounded will relieve sudden pains, attended with stitches in the sides or chest. Some affections are cured by cauterization with red-hot iron, the bite of the mad dog more particularly, for even if the malady has been fully developed and hydrophobia has made its appearance, the patient is instantly relieved on the wound being cauterized. Water in which iron has been plunged at a white heat is useful as a potion in many diseases, dysentery more particularly. Chapter 45. 14 Remedies derived from rust. Rust itself, too, is classed among the remedial substances, for it was by means of that Achilles cured Telephus. It is said, whether it was an iron weapon or a brazen one that he used for the purpose. So it is, however, that he represented in paintings detaching the rust with his sword. The rust of iron is usually obtained for these purposes by scraping old nails with a piece of moistened iron. It has the effect of uniting wounds, and is possessed of a certain desiccative and astringent properties. Applied in the form of a liniment, it is curative of alopecia. Mixed with wax and myrtle oil, it is applied to granulations of the eyelids, and pustules in all parts of the body. With vinegar, it is used for the cure of chrysipellas, and applied with lint, it is curative of itch, which slows on the fingers, and hangnails. Used as a pessary with wool, it arrests female discharges. Diluted in wine and kneaded with myrrh, it is applied to recent wounds and, with vinegar, to condylomatous swellings. Employed in the form of a liniment, it alleviates gout. Chapter 46. 17 Remedies derived from the scales of iron. Hygram plastrum. The scales of iron, which are procured from a fine point or a sharp edge, are also made use of, being very similar in effect to rust but more active, for which reason they are employed for defluxions of the eyes. They arrest bleeding also, more particularly from wounds inflicted with iron, and they act as a check upon female discharges. They are applied too for diseases of the spleen, and they arrest hemorrhoidal swellings and serpiginous ulcers. They are also useful for affections of the eyelids, gradually applied in the form of a white powder. But their chief recommendation is their great utility in the form of a hygram plastrum, or wet plaster, for cleansing wounds and fistulous sores, consuming all kinds of calicites, and making new flesh on bones that are denuded. The following are the ingredients: of pitch, 6 oboli, of Similonian chalk, 6 drachmae, 2 drachmae of pounded copper, the same quantity of scales of iron, 6 drachmae of wax, and 1 sextarius of oil. To these is added some cerate, when it is wanted to cleanse or fill up wounds. End of section 20. Recording by Jack Ball. Section 21 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Jack Ball. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 21, Book 34, Chapters 47 to 56. Chapter 47. The Ores of Lead. The nature of lead next comes to be considered. There are 2 kinds of it, the black and the white. The white is the most valuable. It was called by the Greeks cassiteros, and there is a fabulous story told of their going in quest of it to the islands of the Atlantic, and of it being brought in barks made of osiers covered with hides. It is now known that it is a production of Lusitania and Galicia. It is a sand found on the surface of the earth and of a black colour, and is only to be detected by its weight. It is mingled with small pebbles, particularly in the dried beds of rivers. The miners wash this sand and calcine the deposit in the furnace. It is also found in the gold mines that are known as alutiae, the stream of water which is passed through them, detaching certain black pebbles, mottled with small white spots, and of the same weight as gold. Hence it is that they remain with the gold in the baskets in which it is collected, and being separated in the furnace, are then melted and become converted into white lead. Black lead is not procured in Galicia, although it is so greatly abundant in the neighbouring province of Cantabria, nor is silver procured from white lead, although it is from black. Pieces of black lead cannot be soldered without the intervention of white lead, nor can this be done without employing oil. Nor can white lead, on the other hand, be united without the aid of black lead. White lead was held in estimation in the days even of the Trojan War, a fact that is attested by Homer, who calls it cassiteros. There are two different sources of black lead, it being procured either from its own native ore, where it is produced without the intermixture of any other substance, or else from an ore which contains it in common with silver, the two metals being fused together. The metal which first becomes liquid in the furnace is called stannum, the next that melts is silver, and the metal that remains behind is galena, the third constituent part of the metal. On this last being again submitted to fusion, black lead is produced, with a deduction of 2/9. Chapter 48. Stannum, Argentarium. When copper vessels are coated with stannum, they produce a less disagreeable flavour, and the formation of verdigris is prevented. It is also remarkable that the weight of the vessel is not increased. As already mentioned, the finest mirrors were formerly prepared from it at Brundisium, until everybody, our maidservants even, began to use silver ones. At the present day, a counterfeit stannum is made by adding 1/3 of white copper to 2/3 of white lead. It is also counterfeited in another way, by mixing together equal parts of white lead and black lead, this last being what is called argentarium. There is also a composition called tertiarium, a mixture of 2 parts of black lead and 1 of white. Its price being 20 denarii per pound, and it is used for soldering pipes. Persons still more dishonest mix together equal parts of tertiarium and white lead, and calling the composition argentarium, coat articles with it melted. This last sells at 60 denarii per 10 pounds, and the price of the pure unmixed white lead being 80 denarii, and of the black 7. White lead is naturally more dry, while the black, on the contrary, is always moist. Consequently, the white, without being mixed together with another metal, is of no use for anything. Silver too cannot be soldered with it, because the silver becomes fused before the white lead. It is confidently stated also that if too small a proportion of black lead is mixed with the white, this last will corrode the silver. It was in the Gallic provinces that the method was discovered of coating articles of copper with white lead, so as to be scarcely distinguishable from silver. Articles thus plated are known as incoetilia. At a later period, the people of the town of Alesia began to use a similar process for plating articles with silver, more particularly ornaments for horses, beasts of burden, and yokes of oxen. The merit, however, of this invention belongs to the Bituriges. After this, they began to ornament their Eseda, Colisata, and Petorita in a similar manner. And luxury has at last arrived at such a pitch that not only are their decorations made of silver, but of gold even, and what was formerly a marvel to behold on a cup is now subjected to the wear and tear of a carriage, and this in obedience to what they call fashion. White lead is tested by pouring it, melted, upon paper, which ought to have the appearance of being torn, rather by the weight than by the heat of the metal. India has neither copper nor lead, but she procures them in exchange for her precious stones and pearls. Chapter 49. Black lead. Black lead is used in the form of pipes and sheets. It is extracted with great labour in Spain, and throughout all the Gallic provinces. But in Britannia it is found in the upper stratum of the earth in such an abundance that a law has been simultaneously made, prohibiting anyone from working more than a certain quantity of it. The various kinds of black lead are known by the following names: the Overtanian, the Caprariengian, and the Oleastrensian. There is no difference whatever in them when the scoria has been carefully removed by calcination. It is a marvellous fact that these mines, and these only, when they have been abandoned for some time, become replenished, and are far more prolific than before. This would appear to be affected by the air, infusing itself at liberty through the open orifices, just as some women become more prolific after abortion. This was lately found to be the case with the Santarisian mine in Baetica, which, after being farmed at an annual rental of 200,000 denarii and then abandoned, is now rented at 250,000 per annum. In the same manner, the Antonian mine in the same province has had the rent raised to 400,000 sesterces per annum. It is a remarkable fact that if we pour water into a vessel of lead, it will not melt, but that if we throw into the water a pebble or a copper quadrans, the vessel will be penetrated by the fire. Chapter 50. 15 remedies derived from lead. Lead is used in medicine, without any addition, for the removal of scars, if it is applied to, in plates, to the region of the limes and kidney. In consequence of its cold nature, it will restrain the venereal passions, and put an end to libidinous dreams at night, attended with spontaneous emissions, and assuming all the form of a disease. The orator Calvus, it is said, effected a cure for himself by means of these plates, and so preserved his bodily energies for labour and study. The Emperor Nero, for so the gods willed it, could never sing to the full pitch of his voice unless he had a plate of lead upon his chest, thus showing us one method of preserving the voice. For medicinal purposes, the lead is melted in earthen vessels. A layer of finely powdered sulphur being placed beneath, very thin plates of lead are laid upon it, and are then covered with a mixture of sulphur and iron. While it is being melted, all the apertures in the vessel should be closed. Otherwise, a noxious vapour is discharged from the furnace, of a deadly nature, to dogs in particular. Indeed, the vapours from all metals destroy flies and gnats, and hence it is that in mines there are none of these annoyances. Some persons, during the process, mix lead filings with the sulphur, while others substitute ceruse for sulphur. By washing, a preparation is made from lead, that is much employed in medicine. For this purpose, a leaden mortar, containing rainwater, is beaten with a pestle of lead, until the water has assumed a thick consistency, which done, the water that floats on the surface is removed with a sponge, and the thicker part of the sediment is left to dry, and is then divided into tablets. Some persons triturate lead filings in this way, and some mix it with lead ore, or else vinegar, wine, grease, or rose leaves. Others, again, prefer triturating the lead in a stone mortar, one of Thebaic stone more particularly, with a pestle of lead, by which process a whiter preparation is obtained. As to calcined lead, it is washed, like stibie and cadmia. Its action is astringent and repressive, and it is promotive of cicatrization. The same substance is also employed in preparations for the eyes, cases of procedence, of those organs more particularly, also for filling up the cavities left by ulcers, and for removing the excrescences and fissures of the anus, as well as hemorrhoidal and condylomatous tumours. For all these purposes, the lotion of lead is particularly useful, but for serpiginous or sordid ulcers, it is the ashes of calcined lead that are used, these producing the same advantageous effects as ashes of burnt papyrus. The lead is calcined in thin plates, laid with sulphur in shallow vessels, the mixture being stirred with iron rods or stalks of fennel giant, until the melted metal becomes calcined. When cold, it is pulverized. Some persons calcine lead filings in a vessel of raw earth, which they leave in the furnace until the earthenware is completely baked. Others again mix it with an equal quantity of ceruse or of barley, and triturate it in the way mentioned for raw lead. Indeed, the lead which has been prepared this way is preferred to the spodum of Cyprus. Chapter 51. 15 remedies derived from the scoria of lead. The scoria of lead is also made use of, the best kind being that which approaches nearest to a yellow colour, without any vestiges of lead, or which has the appearance of sulphur without any terrous particles. It is broken into small pieces and washed in a mortar until the mortar assumes a yellow colour, after which it is poured off into a clean vessel, the process being repeated until it deposits a sediment, which is a substance of the greatest utility. It possesses the same properties as lead, but of a more active nature. How truly wonderful is the knowledge when we gain by experiment, when even the very dregs and foul residues of substances have in so many ways been tested by mankind. Chapter 52. Spodum of lead. A spodum of lead is also prepared in the same manner as that extracted from Cyprian copper. It is washed with rainwater in linen of a loose texture, and the earthy parts are separated by pouring it off, after which it is sifted and then pounded. Some prefer removing the fine powder with a feather and then triturating it with aromatic wine. Chapter 53. Molybdaena, 15 remedies. Molybdaena, which in another place I have called galena, is a mineral compounded of silver and lead. It is considered better in quality the nearer it approaches to a golden colour, and the less lead it contains. It is also friable and of moderate weight. When it is melted with oil, it acquires the colour of liver. It is found adhering also to the furnaces in which gold and silver have been smelted, and in this case it is called metallic. The most esteemed kind is that prepared at Zephyrium. Those kinds too are considered the best that are the least earthy and the least stony. It is used in preparing liparai, as also for soothing or cooling ulcers, and as an ingredient in plasters, which are applied without ligatures but are used only as a liniment for producing cicatrization on the bodies of delicate persons and the more tender parts. The composition is made of 3 pounds of molybdaena, 1 pound of wax, and 3 heminai of oil, to which are added leaves of olives in the case of aged persons. Combined with the scum of silver and the scoria of lead, it is employed warm in fermentations for dysentery and tenesmus. Chapter 54. Psimithium, or ceruse, 6 remedies. Psimithium, which is also known as ceruse, is another production of the lead works. The most esteemed comes from Rhodes. It is made from very fine shavings of lead, placed over a vessel filled with the strongest vinegar, by which means the shavings become dissolved. That which falls into the vinegar is first dried, and then pounded and sifted, after which it is again mixed with vinegar, and is then divided into tablets and dried in the sun during summer. It is also made in another way. The lead is thrown into jars filled with vinegar, which are kept closed for 10 days. The sort of mould that forms upon the surface is then scraped off, and the lead is again put into the vinegar until the whole of the metal is consumed. The part that has been scraped off is triturated and sifted, and then melted in shallow vessels, being stirred with ladles until the substance becomes red, and assumes the appearance of Sandarach. It is then washed with fresh water until all the cloudy impurities have disappeared, after which it is dried as before and divided into tablets. Its properties are the same as those of the substances above mentioned. It is, however, the mildest of all the preparations of lead, in addition to which it is also used by females to whiten the complexion. It is, however, like scum of silver, a deadly poison. Melted a second time, ceruse becomes red. Chapter 55. Sandarach, 11 remedies. We have already mentioned nearly all the properties of Sandarach. It is found both in gold mines and in silver mines. The redder it is, the more pure and friable, and the more powerful its odour, the better it is in quality. It is detergent, astringent, heating and corrosive, but is most remarkable for its septic properties. Applied topically with vinegar, it is curative of alopecia. It is also employed as an ingredient in ophthalmic preparations. Used with honey, it cleanses the fauces and makes the voice more clear and harmonious. Taken with the food, in combination with turpentine, it is a pleasant cure for cough and asthma. In the form of fumigation also with cedar, it has a remedial effect upon those complaints. Chapter 56. Arrhenicum. Arrhenicum too is procured from the same sources. The best in quality is of the colour of the finest gold, that which is of a paler hue, or resembling Sandarach, being less esteemed. There is a third kind also, the colour of which is a mixture of that of gold and of Sandarach. The last 2 kinds are both of them scaly, but the other is dry and pure, and divides into delicate long veins. This substance has the same virtues as the one last mentioned, but it is more active in its effects. Hence it is that it enters into the composition of cauteries and depilatory preparations. It is also used for the removal of hangnails, polypi of the nostrils, condylomatous tumours, and other kinds of excrescences. For the purpose of increasing its energies, it is heated in a new earthen vessel until it changes its colour. Summary. Remedies 158. Facts, narratives, and observations 915. Roman authors quoted: El Piso, Antaius, Varius, Varro, Cornelius Nepos, Messala, Rufus, the poet Marsus, Bocchus, Julius Bassus, who wrote in Greek on medicine, Sextus Niger, who did the same, Fabius Vestalis. Foreign authors quoted: Democritus, Metrodorus of Sepsis, Menaichmus, who wrote on the Tereutic art, Xenocrates, who did the same, Antigonus, who did the same, Juris, who did the same, Heliodorus, who wrote on the votive offerings of the Athenians, Pasiteles, who wrote on the wonderful works, Timaeus, who wrote on the medicines derived from metals, Nymphodorus, Aeolus, Apollodorus, Andreas, Heraclides, Diagoras, Botres, Archidemus, Dionysus, Aristogenes, Democles, Menesides, Xenocrates, the son of Zeno, Theomenestus. End of section 21. Recording by Jack Ball.
Section 22 of the Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Book 35. An Account of Paintings and Colours. Chapter 1. The Honour Attached to Painters. I have now given at considerable length an account of the nature of metals which constitute our wealth, and of the substances that are derived from them, so connecting my various subjects as at the same time to describe an immense number of medicinal compositions which they furnish, the mysteries thrown upon them by the druggists, and the tedious minutiae of the arts of chasing and statuary, and of dyeing. It remains for me to describe the various kinds of earths and stones, a still more extensive series of subjects, each of which has been treated of by the Greeks more particularly in a great number of volumes. For my own part, I propose to employ a due degree of brevity, at the same time omitting nothing that is necessary or that is a product of nature. I shall begin then with what still remains to be said with reference to painting, an art which was formerly illustrious when it was held in esteem both by kings and peoples, and ennobling those whom it deigned to transmit to posterity. But at the present day it is completely banished in favour of marble and even gold. For not only are whole walls now covered with marble, but the marble itself is carved out, or else marquetted, so as to represent objects and animals of various kinds. No longer now are we satisfied with formal comparatitions of marble, or with slabs extended like so many mountains in our chambers, but we must begin to paint the very stone itself. This art was invented in the reign of Claudius, but it was in the time of Nero that we discovered the method of inserting in marble spots that do not belong to it, and so varying its uniformity, and this for the purpose of representing the marble of Numidia, variegated with ovals, and that of Cineda, veined with purple, just in fact as luxury might have willed that nature should produce them. Such are our resources when the quarries fail us, and luxury ceases not to busy itself in order that as much as possible may be lost whenever a conflagration happens. Chapter 2. The Honour Attached to Portraits. Correct portraits of individuals were formerly transmitted to future ages by painting, but this has now completely fallen into desuetude. Brazen shields are now set up, and silver faces with only some obscure traces of countenance. The very heads, too, of statues are changed, a thing that has given rise before now to many a current sarcastic line. so true it is that people prefer showing off the valuable material to having a faithful likeness. And yet, at the same time, we tapestry the walls of our galleries with old pictures, and we prize the portraits of strangers, whilst to those made in honour of ourselves, we esteem them only for the value of the material, or some air to break up and melt, and so forestall the noose and slip knot of the thief. Thus it is that we possess the portraits of no living individuals, and leave behind us the pictures of our wealth, not of our persons. And yet the very same persons adorn the palæstra and the anointing room with portraits of athletes, and both hang up in their chamber and carry about them a likeness of Epicurus. On the 20th day of each moon they celebrate his birthday by a sacrifice, and keep his festival, known as the Ligus, every month, and these too people who wish to live without being known. So it is, most assuredly, our indolence has lost sight of the arts, and since our minds are destitute of any characteristic features, those of our bodies are neglected also. But on the contrary, in the days of our ancestors, it was these that were to be seen in their halls, and not statues made by foreign artists, or work in bronze or marble. Portraits modelled in wax were arranged, each in its separate niche, to be always in readiness to accompany the funeral processions of the family, occasions on which every member of the family that had ever existed was always present. The pedigree, too, of the individual was traced in lines upon each of these coloured portraits. Their monument rooms, too, were filled with archives and memoirs, stating what each had done when holding the magistracy. On the outside, again, of their houses, and around the threshold of their doors, were placed other statues of those mighty spirits. In the spoils of the enemy there are fixed memorials which a purchaser even was not allowed to displace, so that the very house continued to triumph even after it had changed its master. A powerful stimulus to emulation this, when the walls each day reproached an unwarlike owner for having thus intruded upon the triumphs of another. There is still extant an address by the orator Messala, full of indignation, in which he forbids that there should be inserted among the images of his family any of those of the stranger race of the Lavini. It was the same feeling, too, that extorted from old Messala these compilations of his on the families of Rome, when upon passing through the hall of Scipio Pomponianus, he observed that in consequence of a testamentary adoption, the Salvidos, for that had been their surname, to the disgrace of the Africani, had surreptitiously contrived to assume the name of the Scipios. But the Messallas must pardon me if I remark that to lay a claim, though an untruthful one, to the statues of illustrious men shows some love for their virtues, and is much more honourable than to have such a character as to merit that no one should wish to claim them. There is a new invention, too, which we must not omit to notice. Not only do we consecrate in our libraries, in gold or silver, or at all events, in bronze, those whom immortal spirits hold converse with us in those places, but we even go so far as to reproduce the ideal of features, or remembrance of which had ceased to exist, and our regrets give existence to likenesses that have not been transmitted to us, as in the case of Homer, for example. And indeed, it is my opinion that nothing can be a greater proof of having achieved success in life than a lasting desire on the part of one's fellow men to know what one's features were. This practice of grouping portraits was first introduced at Rome by Asinius Pollio, who was also the first to establish a public library, and so made the works of genius the property of the public. With the kings of Alexandria and of Pergamus, who had so energetically rivaled each other in forming libraries, had previously introduced this practice, I cannot so easily say. That a strong passion for portraits formerly existed is attested both by Atticus, the friend of Cicero, who wrote a work on this subject, and by M. Varro, who conceived the very liberal idea of inserting, by some means or other, in his numerous volumes, the portraits of 700 individuals, as he could not bear the idea that all traces of their features should be lost, or that the lapse of centuries should get the better of mankind. Thus was he the inventor of a benefit to his fellow men that might have been envied by the gods themselves, for not only did he confer upon them immortality, but he transmitted them, too, to all parts of the earth, so that everywhere it might be possible for them to be present, and for each to occupy his niche. This service, too, Pharaoh conferred upon persons who were no members of his own family. Chapter 3. 3. When shields were first invested with portraits upon them, and when they were first erected in public. So far as I can learn, Appius Claudius, who was consul with P. Servilius in the year of the city 259, was the first to dedicate shields in the honour of his own family in a sacred or public place. For he placed representations of his ancestors in the temple of Bellona, and desired that they might be erected in an elevated spot, so as to be seen, and the inscriptions reciting their honours read. A truly graceful device, more particularly when a multitude of children, represented by so many tiny figures, displays those germs, as it were, which are destined to continue the line. Shields such as these, no one can look at without feeling a pleasure and lively interest. Chapter 4. When these shields were first placed in private houses. More recently, M. Aemilius, who was consul with Quintus Lutatius, not only erected these shields in the Aemilian Basilica, but in his own house as well, in doing which he followed a truly warlike example, for in fact these portraits were represented on bucklers similar to those used in the Trojan War, and hence it is that these shields received their present name of clapae, and not, as the perverse subtleties of the grammarians will have it, from the word cluo. It was an abundant motive of valour when upon each shield was represented the features of him who had borne it. The Carthaginians used to make both their bucklers and their portraits of gold, and to carry them with them in the camp. At all events, Marcius, the avenger of the Scipios in Spain, found one of these kind on capturing the camp of Hasdrubal, and it was on this same buckler that remained suspended over the gate of the Capitoline temple until the time when it was first burnt. Indeed, in the days of our ancestors, so assured was the safety of these shields that it has been a subject of remark that in the consulship of M. Manlius and Q. Fulvius, in the year of the city 575, M. Alfudius, who had given security for the safety of the capital, informed the Senate that the bucklers there, which for some lustra had been assessed as copper, were in reality made of silver. Chapter 5. The commencement of the art of painting. Monochrome paintings, the earliest painters. We have no certain knowledge as to the commencement of the art of painting, nor does this inquiry fall under our consideration. The Egyptians assert that it was invented among themselves 6,000 years before it passed into Greece, a vain boast, it is very evident. As to the Greeks, some say that it was invented in Sicyon, others at Corinth, but they all agree that it originated in tracing lines around the human shadow. The first stage of the art, they say, was this, the second stage being the employment of single colours, a process known as monochromaton, after it had become more complicated, and which is still in use at the present day. The invention of line drawing has been assigned to Philocles, the Egyptian, or to Clinthus of Corinth. The first who practised this line drawing were Aridaces, the Corinthian, and Telephanes, the Sicyonian, artists who, without making use of any colours, shaded the interior of the outline by drawing lines. Hence, it was a custom with them to add to the picture the name of the person represented. Euphantus, the Corinthian, was the first to employ colours upon these pictures, made, it is said, of broken earthenware, reduced to powder. We shall show on a future occasion that it was a different artist of the same name who, according to Cornelius Nepos, came to Italy with Demaratus, the father of the Roman king Tarquinius Paesis, on his flight from Corinth to escape the violence of the tyrant Cypselus. Chapter 6. The Antiquity of Painting in Italy. But already, in fact, had the art of painting been perfectly developed in Italy. At all events, there are extant in the temples of Ardea, at this day, paintings of greater antiquity than Rome itself, in which, in my opinion, nothing is more marvellous than that they should have remained so long unprotected by a roof, and yet preserving their freshness. At Lanuvium, too, it is the same, where we see an Atalanta and a Helena, without drapery, close together, and painted by the same artist. They are both of the greatest beauty, the former being evidently the figure of a virgin, and they still remain uninjured, though the temple is in ruins. The Emperor Caius, inflamed with lustfulness, attempted to have them removed, but the nature of the plaster would not admit of it, There are in existence at Care some paintings of a still higher integrity. Whoever carefully examines them will be forced to admit that no art has arrived more speedily at perfection, seeing that it evidently was not in existence at the time of the Trojan War. Chapter 7. 4. Roman Painters. Among the Romans, too, this art very soon rose into esteem, for it was from it that the Fabii, a most illustrious family, derived their surname of Pictor. Indeed, the first of the family who bore it, himself, painted the Temple of Sallust in the year of the city 450, a work which lasted to our own times, but was destroyed when the temple was burnt in the reign of Claudius. Next in celebrity were the paintings of the poet Pacuvius in the Temple of Hercules, situated in the cattle market. He was a son of the sister of Ennius, and the fame of the art was enhanced at Rome by the success of the artists on the stage. After this period, the art was no longer practiced by men of rank, unless indeed we would make reference to Turpilius, in our own times, a native of Venetia, and of equestrian rank, several whose beautiful works are still in existence at Verona. He painted too with his left hand, a thing never known to have been done by anyone before. Titadius Labeo, a person of praetorian rank who had been formerly proconsul of the province of Gallia Narbonensis, and who lately died at a very advanced age, used to pride himself upon the little pictures which he executed, but it only caused him to be ridiculed and sneered at. I must not omit, too, to mention a celebrated consultation upon the subject of painting which was held by the same persons of the highest rank. Cupidius, who had been honoured with a consulship and a triumph, and who had been named by the dictator Caesar as co-heir with Augustus, had a grandson, who, being dumb from his birth, the orator Messala, to whose family his grandmother belonged, recommended that he should be brought up as a painter, a proposal which was also approved of by the late Emperor Augustus. He died, however, in his youth, after having made great progress in the art, but the high estimation in which painting came to be held at Rome was principally due, in my opinion, to M. Valerius Maximus Messala, who in the year of the city 490 was the first to exhibit a painting to the public, a picture, namely, of the battle in which he had defeated the Carthaginians and Hero in Sicily, upon one side of the Curia Hostilia. The same thing was done too by El Scipio, who placed in the capital a painting of the victory which he had gained in Asia, but his brother Africanus, it is said, was offended at it, and not without reason, for his son had been taken prisoner in the battle. Lucius Hostilius Mancinus, too, who had been the first to enter Carthage at the final attack, gave a very similar offence to Aemilianus, by exposing in the form a painting of that city and the attack upon it, he himself standing near the picture and ascribing to the spectators the various details of the siege, a piece of complaisance which secured him the consulship at the ensuing comitia. The stage, too, which was erected for the games, celebrated by Claudius Pulcher, brought the art of painting into great admiration. It being observed that the ravens were so deceived by the resemblance as to light upon the decorations which were painted in imitation of tiles. Chapter 8. At what period foreign paintings were first introduced at Rome? The highest estimation in which the paintings of foreigners were held at Rome commenced with Lucius Mummius, who from his victories acquired the surname of Archiacus, for upon the sale of the spoil on that occasion, King Attalus, having purchased at the price of 6,000 denarii a painting of Father Liber by Aristides, Mummius, feeling surprised at the price and suspecting that there might be some merit in it of which he himself was unaware, in spite of the complaints of Attalus, broke off the bargain and had the picture placed in the Temple of Ceres, the first instance I conceive of a foreign painting being publicly exhibited at Rome. After this, I find, it became a common practice to exhibit foreign pictures in the Forum, for it was to this circumstance that we are indebted for a joke of the orator Crassus. While pleading below the old shops, he was interrupted by a witness who had been summoned with the question, "Tell me then, Crassus, what do you take me to be?" "Very much like him," answered he, pointing to the figure of a Gaul in a picture, thrusting out his tongue in a very unbecoming manner. It was in the forum, too, that was placed the picture of the old shepherd leaning on his staff, respecting which, when the envoy of the Teutons was asked what he thought was the value of it, he made answer that he would rather not have the original, even at a gift. Chapter 9. At what period paintings were first held in high esteem in Rome, and from what causes. But it was the dictator Caesar that first brought the public exhibition of pictures into such high estimation, by consecrating an Ajax and a Medina before the temple of Venus Genetrix. After him there was M. Agrippa, a man who was naturally more attached to rustic simplicity than to refinement. Still, however, we have a magnificent oration of his, and one well worthy of the greatest of our citizens, on the advantage of exhibiting in public all pictures and statues, a practice which we would have been far preferable to sending them into banishment at our country homes. Severe as he was in his tastes, he paid the people of Cyzius 1,200,000 sesterces for 2 paintings, an Ajax and a Venus. He also ordered small paintings to be set in marble in the very hottest part of his warm baths, where they remained until they were removed a short time since, when the building was repaired. Chapter 10. What pictures the emperors have exhibited in public. The late Emperor Augustus did more than all the others, for he placed in the most conspicuous part of his forum 2 pictures representing war and triumph. He also placed in the temple of his father Caesar a picture of the Castors and one of victory, in addition to those which we shall mention in our account of the works of the different artists. He also inserted 2 pictures in the wall of the Curia, which he consecrated in the Comitium, one of which was a Nemea seated upon a lion and bearing a palm in her hand. Close to her is an old man standing with a staff, and above his head hangs a picture of a chariot with 2 horses. Nicaeus has written upon this picture that he inboned it, such being the word he has employed. The second picture, the thing to be chiefly admired, is a resemblance that the youth bears to the old man, his father, allowing, of course, for the difference in age. Above them soars an eagle, which grasps a dragon in its talons. Philocares attests that he is the author of this work, an instance, if we only consider it, of the mighty power wielded by the pictorial art. For here, thanks to Philocares, the senate of the Roman people, age after age, has before its eyes Glaucian and his son Aristobus, persons who otherwise have been altogether unknown. The Emperor Tiberius, too, a prince who was by no means very gracious, has exhibited in the temple dedicated by him in his turn to Augustus several pictures which we shall describe hereafter. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Book 35, Chapters 11 to 35. Chapter 11. The Art of Painting. This much then with reference to the dignity of this now expiring art. We have already stated with what single colours the earlier artists painted, when speaking of these pigments under the head of metals. The new modes of painting which were afterwards discovered, and are known as neogrammatia. The names of the artists, their different inventions, and the periods at which these inventions were adopted, will all be described when we come to enumerate the painters. For the present, however, the proposed plan of this work requires that I should enlarge upon the nature of the several colours that are employed. The art of painting at last became developed in the invention of light and shade, the alternating contrast of the colours serving to heighten the effect of each. At a later period, again, lustre was added, a thing altogether different from light. The gradation between lustre and light on the one hand and the shade on the other was called tonos, while the blending of the various tints and their passing into one another was known as harmouge. Chapter 12. Pigments other than those of a metallic origin, artificial colors. Colors are either somber or florid, these qualities arising either from the nature of the substances or their mode of combination. The florid colors are those which the employer supplies, to the painter at his own expense, minimum, namely, Arrhenicum, Cinnabaris, Chrysocolla, Indicium, and Purpurissum. The others are the somber colors. Taking both kinds together, some are native colors and others are artificial. Sinopus, Rubrica, Peritonium, Millennium, Eretria, and Orpiment are native colors. The others are artificial, more particularly those described by us when speaking of metals, in addition to which there are, among the more common colors, ochre, astra, or burnt ceruse, Sandarach, Sandix, Syricum, and Atramentum. Chapter 13. Sinopus, 11 Remedies. Sinopus was discovered in Pontus, and is its name, from the city of Sinop. It is produced also in Egypt, the Balearic Islands, and Africa, but the best is found in Lemnos and Cappadocia, being extracted from quarries there. That part is considered the best which has been found adhering to the rock. In the native mass, it has its own proper colour within, but is spotted on the exterior. The ancients made use of it for tone. There are 3 kinds of synopsis: the red, the pale red, and the intermediate. The price of the best is 12 denarii per pound. It is used both for painting with the brush and for colouring wood. The kind which comes from Africa sells at 8 asses per pound. The name given to it is Psychorestilum. That, which is of the deepest red, is the most in use for colouring compartitions. The Sinopus, known as the dull kind, being of a very tawny complexion, sells also at the price of 8 asses per pound. It is used principally for the lower parts of compartitions. Used medicinally, Sinopsis is of a soothing nature, as employed as an ingredient in plasters and emollient poultices. It admits of being easily used, whether in the form of a dry or of a liquid composition, for the cure of ulcers situate in the humid parts of the body, the mouth and the rectum, for instance. Used as an injection, it arrests looseness of the bowels, and taken in doses of 1 denarius, it acts as a check upon female discharges. Applied in a burnt state, with wine in particular, it has a desiccative effect upon granulations of the eyelids. Chapter 14. Rubrica. Linear Earth, 4 Remedies. Some persons have wished to make out that synopsis is nothing else but a kind of rubrica of second-rate quality, looking upon earth of Lemnos as a rubrica of the highest quality. This last approaches very nearly to minimum, and was as highly esteemed among the ancients as among the island that produces it. It was never sold except in sealed packages, a circumstance to which it was indebted for its additional name of suffragus. It is with this material that they give the undercoating to minimum, in the adulteration of which it is also extensively employed. In medicine, it is very highly esteemed, applied to the eyes in the form of a liniment. It allays deflections and pains in those organs, and arrests the discharge and lacrimal fistulas. To persons vomiting blood, it is administered with vinegar to drink. It is taken also internally for affections of the spleen and kidneys, and by females for the purpose of arresting flooding. It is employed, too, to counteract the effects of poisons, and of stings inflicted by sea or land serpents. Hence it is that it is so commonly used as an ingredient in antidotes. Chapter 15. Egyptian Earth. Of the other kinds of rubrica, those of Egypt and Africa are of the greatest utility to workers in wood, from the fact of their being absorbed with the greatest rapidity. They are used also for painting, and are found in a native state in iron mines. Chapter 16. Ochre, remedies derived from rubrica. It is from rubrica also that ochre is prepared, the rubrica being burnt in new earthen pots when luted with clay. The more highly it is calcined in the furnace, the better the colour is. all kinds of rubrica are of a disassociative nature, and hence it is that they are so useful for plasterers and as application for the erysipelas. Chapter 17. Lucifloron. Half a pound of Pontic synopsis, 10 pounds of bright sil, and 2 pounds of Greek millennium were mixed and titrated together for 12 successive days, produced Lucifloron, a cement used for applying gold leaf to wood. Chapter 18. Paratonium. Paratonium is so called from the place of that name in Egypt. It is sea foam, they say, solidified with slime, and it is that minute shells are often found in it. It is prepared also in the Isle of Crete and at Cyrene. At Rome it is adulterated with Simulian, earth boiled and thickened. The price of that of the highest quality is 50 denarii per 6 pounds. This is the most unctuous of all the white colours, and the most tenacious of a coating for plaster, the result of its smoothness. Chapter 19. Melinum. 6 remedies. Ceruse. Melinum, too, is a white colour, the best being to produce of the Isle of Melos. It is found also in Samos, but this last kind is never used by painters in consequence of its being too unctuous. The persons employed in extracting it lie at full length upon the ground and search for the veins among the rocks. In medicine it is employed for much the same purposes as erythria, in addition to which it dries the tongue, acts as a depilatory, and has a soothing effect. The price of it is 1 sestertius per pound. The third of the white pigments is ceruse, the nature of which we have already explained when speaking of the ores of lead. There was also a native ceruse formerly found on the lands of Theodotus at Smyrna, which the ancients made use of for painting ships. At the present day, all ceruse is prepared artificially from lead and vinegar, as already stated. Chapter 20. Usta. Usta was accidentally discovered at a fire in the Pyrenees, some ceruse having been burnt in the jars there. Nicaeus, the artist above mentioned, was the first to use it. At the present day, that of Asia, known also as purpurea, is considered the best. The price of it is 6 denarii per pound. It is prepared also at Rome by calcining marble sil and quenching it with vinegar. Without the use of Usta, shadows cannot be made. Chapter 21. Erythria. Erythria takes its name from the territory which produces it. Nicomachus and Paracelsus made use of it. In a medical point of view, it is cooling and emollient. In a calcined state, it promotes the cicatrization of wounds. It is very useful as a desiccative and is particularly good for pains in the head and for the detection of internal suppurations. If the earth, when applied with water, does not dry with rapidity, the presence of purulent matter is apprehended. Chapter 22. Sandarach. According to Juba, Sandarach and ochre are both of them productions on the island of Topazis in the Red Sea, but neither of them are imported to us from that place. The mode of preparing Sandarach we have described already. There is a spurious kind also, prepared by calcining ceruse in the furnace. This substance to be good ought to be of a flame colour. The price of it is 5 asses per pound. Chapter 23. Sandix. Calcined with an equal proportion of rubrica, Sandarach forms sandix. Although I perceive that Virgil, in the following line, has taken sandix to be a plant. Sandix itself shall clothe the feeding lambs. The price of sandix is 1/2 that of Sandarach, these two colours being the heaviest of all in weight. Chapter 24. Syricum. Among the artificial colours, too, is syricum, which is used as an undercoating for minium, as already stated. It is prepared from a combination of sinopis with sandix. Chapter 25. Artementum. Artementum, too, must be reckoned among the artificial colours, although it is also derived in 2 ways from the earth. For sometimes it is found exuding from the earth like the brine of salt pits, while at other times an earth itself of a sulphurous colour is sought for the purpose. Painters too have been known to go so far as to dig up half-charred bones from the sepulchres for this purpose. All these plans, however, are newfangled and troublesome, for this substance may be prepared in numerous ways from the soot that is yielded by the combustion of resin or pitch, so much so indeed that many factories have been built on the principle of not allowing escape for the smoke evolved by the process. The most esteemed black, however, that is made in this way is prepared from the wood of the torch pine. It is alterated by mixing it with the ordinary soot from furnaces and baths, a substance which is also employed for the purpose of writing. Others again calcine dried wine leaves, and assure us that if the wine was originally of good quality from which the colour is made, it will bear comparison with that of indicum. Polygnotus and Mycon, the most celebrated painters of Athens, made their black from grape husks and called it triginon. Apelles invented a method of preparing it from burnt ivory, the name given to it being elephantion. We have indicum also, a substance imported from India, the composition of which is at present unknown to me. Dyers too prepare an atramentum from the black inflorescence which adheres to the brazen dye pans. It is made also from logs of torch pine, burnt to charcoal and powdered in a mortar. The sepia, too, has a wonderful property of secreting a black liquid, but from the liquid no colour is prepared. The preparation of every kind of atramentum is completed by exposure to the sun. The black, for writing, having an admixture of gum, and that for coating walls an admixture of glue. Black pigment that has been dissolved in vinegar is not easily affected by washing. Chapter 26. Purpurissum. Among the remaining colours which, as already stated, owing to their dearness, are furnished by the employer, purpurissum holds the highest rank. For the purpose of repairing it, argentaria, or silver chalk, is dyed along with purple cloth, it imbibing the colour more speedily than the wool. The best of all is that which, being thrown the very first into the boiling cauldron, becomes saturated with the dye in its primitive state. The next best in quality is that which has been put into the same liquor, after the first has been removed. Each time that this is done, the quality becomes proportionally deteriorated, owing of course to the comparative thinness of the liquid. The reason that the purpurissum of Puteoli is more highly esteemed than that of Tyre, Gortulia, or Laconia, places which produce the most precious kinds of purple, is the fact that it combines more readily with hiscinum, and that it is made to absorb the colouring liquid of madder. The word purpurissum is that of Lanuvium. The price of purpurissum is from 1 to 30 denarii per pound. Persons who use it in painting place a coat of sandix beneath, a layer on which of purpurissum with glare of egg produces all the brilliant tints of minium. If, on the other hand, it is their object to make a purple, they lay a coat of ceruleum beneath, and purpurissum with egg upon it. Chapter 27. Indicum. Next in esteem to this is indicum, a production of India, being a slime, which adheres to the scum upon the reeds there. When powdered, it is black in appearance. When diluted in water, it yields a marvellous combination of purple and ceruleum. There is another kind also, which floats upon the surface of the pans in the purple dye houses, being the scum which rises upon the purple dye. Persons who adulterate it, stain pigeons done with genuine indicum, or else colour Selenusian earth, or Anularian chalk with woad. The proper way of testing indicum is by laying it on hot coals, that which is genuine producing a fine purple flame, and emitting a smell like that of sea water while it smokes. Hence it is that some are of the opinion that it is gathered from the rocks on the seashore. The price of indicum is 20 denarii per pound. Used medicinally, it alleviates cold shiverings and defluxions, and acts as a desiccative upon sores. Chapter 28. Arrhenicum, one remedy. Armenia sends us the colouring substance which is known to us by its name. This also is a mineral which admits of being dyed, like chrysocolla, and is best when it most closely resembles that substance, the colour being pretty much that of ceruleum. In former times it was sold at 30 sesterces per pound, but there has been found of late in the Spanish provinces a sand which admits of a similar preparation, and consequently Armenian has come to be sold so low as at 6 denarii per pound. It differs from ceruleum in a certain degree of whiteness, which causes the colour it yields to be thinner in comparison. The only use made of it in medicine is for the purpose of giving nourishment to the hair, that of the eyelids in particular. Chapter 29. Apianum. There are also 2 colours of very inferior quality which have been recently discovered. One of them is the green known as Apianum, a fair imitation of chrysocolla, just as though we had not had to mention sufficient of these counterfeits already. This colour, too, is prepared from a green chalk, the usual price of it being 1 sesterce per pound. Chapter 30. Anularian white. The other colour that is known as anularian white, being used for giving a brilliant whiteness to the figures of females. This too is prepared from a kind of chalk, combined with the glassy paste which the lower classes wear in their rings. Hence it is that it has the name annulaire. Chapter 31. Which colours do not admit of being laid on a wet coating. Those among the colours which require dry Cretaceous coating and refuse to adhere to a wet service are purpurissum, indicum, ceruleum, melinum, orpiment, apianum, and ceruleus. Wax too is stained with all these colouring substances for encaustic painting, a process which does not admit of being applied to walls, but is in common use by way of ornament for ships of war, and indeed merchant ships at the present day. As we go so far as to paint these vehicles of danger, no one can be surprised if we paint our funeral piles as well, or if we have our gladiators conveyed in handsome carriages to the scene of death, or at all events of carnage. When we only contemplate this extensive variety of colours, we cannot but admit the ingenuity displayed by the men of former days. Chapter 32. What colours were used by the ancients in painting? It was with 4 colours only that Apelles, Echion, Melanthius, and Nicomachus, those most illustrious painters, executed their immortal works. Melinum for a white, Atixil for the yellow, Pontic Sinopus for the red, and Atrametum for the black. And yet a single picture of theirs has sold before now for the treasures of whole cities. But at the present day, when purple is employed for colouring walls even, and when India sends us the slime of her rivers, and the corrupt blood of her dragons, and her elephants, there is no such thing as a picture of high quality produced. Everything, in fact, was superior at a time when the resources of art were so much fewer than they are now. Yes, so it is, and the reason is, as we have already stated, that it is material and not the efforts of genius that is now the object of research. Chapter 33. At what time combats of gladiators were first painted and publicly exhibited? One folly too of this age of ours in reference to painting I must not omit. The Emperor Nero ordered a painting of himself to be executed upon a canvas of colossal proportions, 120 feet in height, a thing till then unknown. This picture was just completed when it was burnt by lightning with the greater part of the gardens of Maius, in which it was exhibited. A freedman of the same price, on the occasion of his exhibiting a show of gladiators at Antium, had the public porticos hung, as everybody knows, with paintings which were represented genuine portraits of the gladiators and all the other assistants. Indeed, at this place there has been a very prevailing taste for painting for many ages past. C. Terentius Lucanus was the first who had combats of gladiators painted for public exhibition in honor of his grandfather, who had adopted him. He provided 30 pairs of gladiators in the Forum for 3 consecutive days and exhibited a painting of their combats in the Grove of Diana. Chapter 34. The age of painting with the names of the more celebrated works of artists, 405 in number. I shall now proceed to enumerate, as briefly as possible, the more eminent among the painters. It not being consistent with the plan of this work to go into any great lengths of detail, it must suffice, therefore, in some cases, to name the artist in a cursory manner only, and with reference to the account given of others, with the exception, of course, of the more famous production of the pictorial art, whether still in existence or now lost, all of which it will be only right to take some notice of. In this department, the ordinary exactness of the Greeks has been somewhat inconsistent, in placing the painters so many Olympiads after the statuaries and tuotic artists, and the very first of them so late as the 90th Olympiad. Seeing that Phidias himself is said to have been originally a painter, and that there was a shield at Athens which had been painted by him, in addition to which it is universally agreed that in the 83rd Olympiad his brother Paneas painted at Elis the interior of the shield of Minerva, which had been executed by Colotes, a disciple of Phidias and an assistant in the statue of the Olympian Jupiter. And then besides, is it not equally admitted that Candules, the last Lydian king of the race of the Heraclidae, very generally known also by the name of Mercillus, paid his weight in gold for a picture by the painter Bularchus, which represented the battle fought by him with the Magnates. So great was the estimation in which the art was already held. This circumstance must of necessity have happened about the period of our Romulus, for it was in the 18th Olympiad that Candules perished, or as some writers say, in the same year as the death of Romulus, a thing which clearly demonstrates that even at that early period of the art had already become famous and arrived at a state of great perfection. If then we are bound to admit this conclusion, it must be equally evident that the commencement of the art is of much earlier date, and that those artists who painted in monochrome, and whose dates have not been handed down to us, must have flourished at even an anterior period. Hygiaenon, namely Danaeus, Charmatus, Eumarus of Athens, the first who distinguished the sexes in painting and attempted to imitate every kind of figure, and Simon of Cleonae, who improved upon the inventions of Eumarus. It was this Simon, too, who first invented foreshortenings, or in other words, oblique views of the figure, and who first learned the very features by representing them in the various attitudes of looking backwards, upwards, or downwards. It was he, too, who first marked the articulations of the limbs, indicated the veins, and gave the natural folds and sinuosities to drapery. Panenus, too, the brother of Phidias, even executed a painting of the battle fought by the Athenians with the Persians at Marathon. So common indeed had the employment of colours become, and of such a state of perfection had the art arrived, that he was able to represent, it is said, the portraits of the various generals who commanded at the battle, Miltiades, Silimachus, and Cynaegeirus, on the side of the Athenians, and on that of the barbarians, Datis and Artaphernes. Chapter 35. The first contest for excellence in the pictorial art. And not only this, but during the time that Panenus flourished, there were contests in the pictorial art instituted at Corinth and Delphi. On the first occasion, Panenus himself entered the lists at the Pythian Games with Timagoras of Chalcis, by whom he was defeated, a circumstance which is recorded in some ancient lines by Timagoras himself, and an undoubted proof that the chroniclers are in error as to the date of the origin of painting. After these, and yet before the 19th Olympiad, there were other celebrated painters, Polygnotus of Thassos, for instance, who was the first to paint females in transparent drapery, and to represent the head covered with a party-coloured headdress. He too was the first to contribute many other improvements to the art of painting, opening the mouth, for example, showing the teeth, and throwing expression into the countenance in place of the ancient rigidity of the features. There is a picture by this artist in the portico of Pompeius, before the Curia that was built by him, with reference to which there is some doubt whether the man represented with a shield is in the act of ascending or descending. He also embellished the temple at Delphi, at Athens the portico known as the Poecile, at which last he worked gratuitously, in conjunction with Mycon, who received pay for his labours. Indeed, Polygnotus was held in the highest esteem of the two, for the Amphictyons, who formed the General Council of Greece, decreed that he should have his lodging furnished him at the public expense. There was also another Mycon, distinguished from the first Mycon by the surname of the Younger, and whose daughter, Timarete, also practised the art of painting. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 24, Book 35, Chapter 36. Artists who painted with the pencil. In the 19th Olympiad lived Aglaophon, Cephisodorus, Erillus, and Avenor, the father of Parrhasius, one of the greatest of painters, and of whom we shall have to speak when we come to the period at which he flourished. All these were artists of note, but not sufficiently so to detain us by any further detail in our haste to arrive at the luminaries of the art. First among whom shone Apollodorus of Athens in the 93rd Olympiad. He was the first to paint objects as they really appeared, the first, too, we may justly say, to confer glory by the aid of the pencil. Of this artist there is a pristine adoration and an Ajax struck by lightning, a work to be seen at Pergamus at the present day. Before him there is no painting of any artist now to be seen which has the power of riveting the eye. The gates of art being now thrown open by Apollodorus, Zeuxis of Heraclea entered upon the scene. In the 4th year of the 95th Olympiad, destined to lead the pencil, for it is of the pencil that we are still speaking, a pencil for which there was nothing to argue us to a very high pitch of glory. By some writers he is erroneously placed in the 99th Olympiad, a date that must of necessity be reserved for Demophilus of Himera and Nessus of Thasus, of one of whom, it is uncertain which, Zeuxis was the pupil. It was in reference to him that Apollodorus, above mentioned, wrote a verse to the effect that Zeuxis had stolen the art from others and had taken it all to himself. Zeuxis also acquired such a vast amount of wealth that, in a spirit of ostentation, he went so far as to parade himself at Olympia with his name embroidered on the checked pattern of his garments in letters of gold. At a later period, he came to the determination to give away his works, there being no price high enough to pay for them, he said. Thus, for instance, he gave an Alcmena to the people of Agrigentum and a Pan to Archelaus. He also painted a Penelope, in which the peculiar character of that matron appears to be delineated to the very life, and a figure of an athlete, with which he was so highly pleased that he wrote beneath it the line which has since become so famous, to the effect that it would be easier to find fault with him than to imitate him. His Jupiter seated on the throne, with the other deities standing around him, is a magnificent production. The same, too, with his infant Hercules strangling the dragons, in presence of Amphitryon and his mother Alcmena, who is struck with horror. Still, however, Zeuxis is generally censured for making the heads and articulations of his figures out of proportion. And yet, so scrupulously careful was he, that on one occasion, when he was about to execute a painting for the people of Agrigentum, to be consecrated in the temple of the Lasinian Juno there, he had the young maidens of the place stripped for examination, and selected 5 of them, in order to adopt in his picture the most commendable points in the form of each. He also painted some monochromes in white. The contemporaries and rivals of Zeuxis were Timanthes, Androcides, Eupompus and Parrhasius. This last, it is said, entered into a pictorial contest with Zeuxis, who represented some grapes, painted so naturally that the birds flew towards the spot where the picture was exhibited. Parrhasius, on the other hand, exhibited a curtain drawn with such singular truthfulness that Zeuxis, elated with the judgment which had been passed upon his work by the birds, haughtily demanded that the curtain should be drawn aside to let the picture be seen. Upon finding his mistake, with a great degree of ingenious candour, he admitted that he had been surpassed, for that whereas he himself had only deceived the birds, Parrhasius had deceived him, an artist. There is a story, too, that at a later period, Zeuxis having painted a child carrying grapes, the birds came to peck at them, upon which, with a similar degree of candour, he expressed himself vexed with his work, and exclaimed, "I have surely painted the grapes better than the child, for if I had fully succeeded in the last, the birds would have been in fear of it." Zeuxis executed some figures also in clay, the only works of art that were left behind at Ambracia, when Fulvius Nobilior transported the Muses from that city to Rome. There is at Rome a Helena by Zeuxis in the porticos of Philippus, and a Marsyas bound in the Temple of Concord there. Parrhasius of Ephesus also contributed greatly to the progress of painting, being the first to give symmetry to his figures, the first to give play and expression to the features, elegance to the hair, and gracefulness to the mouth. Indeed, for contour, it is universally admitted by artists that he bore away the palm. This, in painting, is the very highest point of skill. To paint substantial bodies and the interior of objects is a great thing, no doubt, but at the same time it is a point in which many have excelled. But to make the extreme outline of the figure, to give the finishing touches to the painting in rounding off the contour, this is a point of success in the art which is but rarely attained. For the extreme outline to be properly executed requires to be nicely rounded, and so to terminate as to prove the existence of something more behind it, and thereby disclose that which it also serves to hide. Such is the merit conceded to Parrhasius by Antigonus and Xenocrates, who have written on the art of painting, and in this as well as in other points, not only do they admit his excellence, but enlarge upon it in terms of the highest commendation. There are many pen sketches by him still in existence, both upon panel and on parchment, from the study of which even artists, it is said, may greatly profit. Notwithstanding these points of excellence, however, Parrhasius seems comparatively inferior to himself in giving the proper expression to the middle of the body. In his allegorical picture of the people of Athens, he has displayed singular ingenuity to the treatment of his subject, for in representing it he had to depict it as at once fickle, choleric, unjust, and versatile, while again he had equally to show its attributes of implacability and clemency, compassionateness and pride, loftiness and humility, fierceness and timidity, and all these at once. He painted a Theseus also, which was formerly in the Capitol at Rome, a naval commander wearing a cuirass, and in one picture, now at Rhodes, figures of Meleager, Hercules, and Perseus. This last painting, though it has been thrice struck by lightning, has escaped being effaced, a circumstance which tends to augment the admiration which it naturally excites. He painted an Archigolus also, a picture which the Emperor Tiberius greatly admired. According to Deculo, that prince had it shut up in his chamber, the price at which it was valued being 600,000 sesterces. Parrhasius also painted a Thracian nurse, with an infant in her arms, a Philiscus, a Father Liber, attended by Virtue, two children in which we see portrayed the careless simplicity of childhood, and a priest attended by a boy, with a censer and chaplet. There are also two most noble pictures by him, one of which represents a runner contending for the prize, completely armed, so naturally depicted that he has all the appearance of sweating. In the other we see the runner taking off his armour, and can fancy that we hear him panting aloud for breath. His Aeneas, Castor, and Pollux, all represented in the same picture, are highly praised, his Telephus also, and his Achilles, Agamemnon, and Ulysses. Parasis was a most prolific artist, but at the same time there was no one who enjoyed the glory conferred upon him by his talent with greater insolence and arrogance. It was in this spirit that he went so far as to assume certain surnames and to call himself Hybridietes, while in some other verses he declared himself to be the prince of painters and asserted that in him the art had arrived at perfection. But above all things it was a boast with him that he had sprung upon the lineage of Apollo, and that he had painted his Hercules, a picture now at Lindos, just as he had often seen him in his sleep. It was in this spirit, too, that upon being defeated by Timanthes at Samos, by a great majority of votes, the subject of the picture being Ajax and the award of the arms, he declared, in the name of his hero, that he felt himself quite disgraced on thus seeing himself a second time defeated by an unworthy opponent. He painted also some smaller pictures of an immodest nature, indulging his leisure in such prurient fancies as these. As to Timanthes, he was an artist highly gifted with genius, and loud have some of the orators been in their commendations of his Iphigenia, represented as she stands at the altar waiting her doom. Upon the countenance of all present, that of her uncle in particular, grief was depicted, but having already exhausted all the characteristic features of sorrow, the artist adopted the device of veiling the features of the victim's father, finding himself unable adequately to give expression to his feelings. There are also some other proofs of his genius, a sleeping Cyclops, for instance, which he has painted upon a small panel, but, being desirous to convey an idea of his gigantic stature, he has painted some satyrs near him, measuring his thumb with a thyrsus. Indeed, Timanthes is the only one among the artists in whose works there is always something more implied by the pencil than is expressed, and whose execution, though of the very highest quality, is always surpassed by the inventiveness of his genius. He has also painted the figure of a hero, a masterpiece of skill, in which he has carried the art to the very highest pitch of perfection in the delineation of the warrior. This last-mentioned work is now at Rome, in the Temple of Peace. It was at this period, too, that Euxenides had for his pupil Aristides, who became a most illustrious artist, and that Eupompus instructed Pamphilus, who afterwards became the instructor of Apelles. There is by Eupompus a victor in a gymnastic contest, holding a palm. So high was the reputation of this artist that he established a school of painting, and so divided the art into 3 styles, whereas till then there had been but 2, known respectively as the Helladic and the Asiatic. In honor of him, a native of Sicyon by birth, the Helladic school was divided into 2, and from this period there were 3 distinct styles recognized, the Ionic, the Sicyonian, and the Attic. We have by Pamphilus a picture representing the alliance and the battle that was fought at Phlius, the victory also that was gained by the Athenians, and a representation of Ulysses in his ship. He was a Macedonian by birth, but was the first painter who was also skilled in all the other sciences, arithmetic and geometry more particularly, without the aid of which he maintained that the pictorial art could not attain perfection. He gave instruction to no one for a smaller sum than 1 talent, at the rate of 500 denarii per annum, and this fee both Apelles and Melanthius paid. It was through his influence that, first at Sicyon and there throughout the whole of Greece, all children of free birth were taught the graphic art, or, in other words, the art of depicting upon boxwood before all others, in consequence of which this came to be looked upon as the first step in the liberal arts. It is a fact, however, that this art has always been held in high estimation and cultivated by persons of free birth, and that at a more recent period men of rank even began to pursue it, it having always been forbidden that slaves should receive instruction in it. Hence it is that neither in painting nor in Tauriutic art has there been any celebrated work executed by a slave. In the 107th Olympiad flourished Aetion and Therymachus. By the former we have some fine pictures, a Father Liber, tragedy and comedy, Semiramis from the rank of a slave elevated to the throne, an old woman bearing torches, and a new-made bride, remarkable for the air of modesty with which she is portrayed. But it was Apelles of Kos, in the 112th Olympiad, who surpassed all the other painters who either preceded or succeeded him. Single-handed, he contributed more to painting than all the others together, and even went so far as to publish some treatises on the principles of the art. The great point of artistic merit with him was his singular charm of gracefulness, and this too, though the greatest of painters were his contemporaries. In admiring their work and bestowing high eulogiums upon them, he used to say that there was still wanting in them that ideal of beauty so peculiar to himself and known to the Greeks as charis. Others, he said, had acquired all the other requisites of perfection, but in this one point he himself had no equal. He also asserted his claim to another great point of merit. Admiring a picture of Protogenes, which bore evident marks of unbounded laboriousness and the most minute finish, he remarked that in every respect Protogenes was fully his equal, or perhaps his superior, except in this, that he himself knew when to take his hand off a picture, a memorable lesson which teaches us that over-carefulness may be productive of bad results. His candour, too, was equal to his talent. He acknowledged the superiority of Melanthius in his grouping, and of Asclepiaderus in the niceness of his measurements, or, in other words, the distances that ought to be left between the objects represented. A circumstance that happened to him in connection with Protogenes is worthy of notice. The latter was living at Rhodes when Apelles disembarked there, desirous of seeing the works of a man whom he had hitherto only known by reputation. Accordingly, he repaired at once to the studio. Protogenes was not at home, but there happened to be a large panel upon the easel, ready for painting, with an old woman who was left in charge. To his inquiries, she made answer that Protogenes was not at home, and then asked whom she should name as the visitor. "Here he is," was the reply of Apelles, and seizing a brush, he traced with colour upon the panel an outline of a singularly minute fineness. Upon his return, the old woman mentioned to Protogenes what had happened. The artist, it is said, upon remarking the delicacy of the touch, instantly exclaimed that Apelles must have been the visitor, for that no other person was capable of executing anything so exquisitely perfect. So saying, he traced within the same outline a still finer outline, but with another colour, and then took his departure, with instructions to the woman to show it to the stranger if he returned, and to let him know that this was the person whom he had come to see. It happened as he anticipated. Apelles returned, and vexed at finding himself thus surpassed, he took up another colour and split both of the outlines, leaving no possibility of anything finer being executed. Upon seeing this, Protogenes admitted that he was defeated, and at once flew to the harbour to look for his guest. He thought proper, too, to transmit the panel to posterity, just as it was, and it always continued to be held in the highest admiration by all, artists in particular. I am told that it was burnt in the first fire which took place at Caesar's palace on the Palatine Hill, but in former times I have often stopped to admire it. Upon its vast surface it contained nothing whatever except the three outlines, so remarkably fine as to escape the sight. Among the most elaborate works of numerous other artists it had all the appearance of a blank space, and yet by that very fact it attracted the notice of everyone, and was held in higher estimation than any other painting there. It was a custom with Apelles, to which he most tenaciously adhered, never to let any day pass, however busy he might be, without exercising himself by tracing some outline or other, a practice which is now passed into a proverb. It was also a practice with him, when he had completed a work, to exhibit it to the view of the passers-by in some exposed place, while he himself, concealed behind the picture, would listen to the criticisms that were passed upon it, it being his opinion that the judgment of the public was preferable to his own, as being the more discerning of the two. It was under these circumstances, they say, that he was censured by a shoemaker for having represented the shoes with one shoestring too little. The next day the shoemaker, quite proud at seeing the former error corrected, thanks to his advice, began to criticize the leg, upon which Apelles, full of indignation, popped his head out and reminded him that a shoemaker should give no opinion beyond the shoes, a piece of advice which has equally passed into a proverbial saying. In fact, Apelles was a person of great amenity of manners, a circumstance which rendered him particularly agreeable to Alexander the Great, who would often come to his studio. He had forbidden himself by public edict, as already stated, to be represented by any other artist. On one occasion, however, when the prince was in his studio, talking a great deal about painting without knowing anything about it, Apelles quietly begged that he would quit the subject, telling him that he would get laughed at by the boys who were there grinding the colours. So great was the influence which he rightfully possessed over a monarch who was otherwise of an irascible temperament. And yet, irascible as he was, Alexander conferred upon him a very signal mark of the high estimation in which he held him, for having, in his admiration of her extraordinary beauty, engaged Apelles to paint Pancaste undraped, the most beloved of all his concubines, the artist, while so engaged, fell in love with her, upon which Alexander, perceiving this to be the case, made him a present of her, thus showing himself, though a great king in courage, a still greater one in self-command, this action redounding no less to his honour than any of his victories. For in thus conquering himself, not only did he sacrifice his passions in favour of the artist, but even his affections as well, and influenced too by the feelings which must have possessed his favourite in thus passing at once from the arms of a monarch to those of a painter. Some persons are of opinion that Pancaste was the model of Apelles in his paintings of Venus and Anadyomene. It was Apelles, too, who, courteous even to his rivals, first established the reputation of Protogenes at Rhodes. Held as he was in little estimation by his own fellow countrymen, a thing that generally is the case, Apelles enquired of him what price he set upon certain finished works of his which he had on hand. Upon Protogenes mentioning some very trifling sum or other, Apelles made him an offer of 50 talents, and then circulated a report that he was buying these works in order to sell them as his own. By this contrivance he aroused their audience to a better appreciation of the merits of their artist, and only consented to leave the pictures with them upon their offering a still larger price. He painted portraits too, so exactly to the life, that a fact with which we are made acquainted by the writings of Appian the grammarian seems altogether incredible. One of those persons, he says, who divine events by the traits of the features and are known as metoposcopy, was enabled, by an examination of his portraits, to tell the year of their death, whether past or future, of each person represented. Apelles had been on bad terms with Ptolemaeus in former times, when they formed part of the suite of Alexander. After Ptolemaeus had become king of Egypt, it so happened that Apelles was driven by the violence of a tempest to Alexandria. Upon this, some of his rivals fraudulently suborned a jester who was attached to the court to carry him in invitation to dine with the king. Accordingly, Apelles attended, upon which Ptolemaeus was highly indignant, and summoning before him his stewards of the household, requested that the artist would point out the one that had given him the invitation. Thus challenged, Apelles seized a piece of quenched charcoal that lay in the fireplace, and traced a likeness upon the wall, with such exactness that the king, the moment he began it, recognized the features as those of the jester. He also painted a portrait of King Antigonus, and as that monarch was blind of one eye, he invented a method of concealing the defect. With this object he painted him in profile, in order that what in reality was wanting to the person might have the semblance of being wanting to the picture rather, he making it his care to show that side of the face only which he could show without any defect. Among his works, too, there are some figures representing persons at the point of death, but it is not easy to say which of his productions are of the highest order of excellence. His Venus rising from the sea, known as the Venus Anadyomene, was consecrated by the late Emperor Augustus in the temple of his father Caesar, a work which has been celebrated in certain Greek lines, which, though they have outlived it, have perpetuated its fame. The lower part of the picture having become damaged, no one could be found to repair it, and thus did the very injury which the picture had sustained redound to the glory of the artist. Time, however, and damp at last effaced the painting, and Nero, in his reign, had it replaced by a copy, painted by the hand of Dorotheus. Apelles also commenced another Venus for the people of Cos, which would have outshone even the former one, but death invidiously prevented its completion, nor could anyone be found to complete the work in conformity with the sketches of the outline. He painted also in the temple of Diana at Ephesus, Alexander the Great yielding the thunderbolts, a picture for which he received 20 talents of gold. The fingers have all the appearance of projecting upon the surface, and the lightning seems to be darting from the picture. And then, too, let the reader bear in mind that all these works were executed by the aid of 4 colours only. The price paid in golden coin for this picture was ascertained by weight, there being no specific sum agreed upon. He also painted a procession of the Megabyzus, the priest of Diana at Ephesus, and a Clytus on horseback, hastening to the combat, his armour-bearer handing him his helmet at his command. How many times he painted Alexander and Philip, it would be quite superfluous to attempt to enumerate. At Samos there is a Habru by him that is greatly admired. At Rhodes, a Menander, king of Caria, and an Aeneas. At Alexandria, a Gorgosthenes, the tragedian, and at Rome, a Castor and Pollux, with figures of victory and Alexander the Great, and an emblematical figure of war with her hands tied behind her, and Alexander seated in a triumphal car. Both of which pictures the late Emperor Augustus, with a great degree of moderation and good taste, consecrated in the most frequented parts of his forum. The Emperor Claudius, however, thought it advisable to efface the head of Alexander in both pictures and substitute likenesses of his predecessor Augustus. It is by his hand, too, it is generally supposed, that the Hercules, with the face averted, now in the temple of Anna, was painted. A picture in which one of the greatest difficulties in the art, the face, though hidden, may be said to be seen rather than left to the imagination. He also painted a figure of a naked hero, a picture in which he has challenged nature herself. There exists, too, or did exist, a horse that was painted by him for a pictorial contest, as to the merits of which Apelles appealed from the judgment of his fellow men to that of the dumb quadrupeds, for, finding that by their intrigues his rivals were likely to get the better of him, he had some horses brought, and the picture of each artist successively shown to them. Accordingly, it was only at the sight of the horse painted by Apelles that they began to neigh, a thing that has always been the case since, whenever this test of his artistic skill has been employed. He also painted an Neoptolemus on horseback fighting with the Persians, an Archelaus with his wife and daughter, and an Antigonus on foot, with a cuirass on and his horse led by his side. Connoisseurs in the art give the preference, before all other works of his, to his paintings of King Archelaus on horseback and of Diana in the midst of a throng of virgins performing a sacrifice, a work in which he would appear to have surpassed the lines of Homer descriptive of the same subject. He also portrayed some things which in reality do not admit of being portrayed, thunder, lightning, and thunderbolts, in pictures which are known by the respective names of Bronte, Astrapi, and Cheronobolia. His inventions, too, in the art of painting, have been highly serviceable to others, but one thing there was in which no one could imitate him. When his works were finished, he used to cover them with a black varnish of such remarkable thinness that while by the reflection it gave more vivacity to the colours and preserved them from the contact of dust and dirt, its existence could only be detected by a person when close enough to touch it. In addition to this, there was also this other great advantage attending it. The brightness of the colors was softened thereby and harmonized to the sight, looking as though they have been viewed from a distance and through a medium of specular stone. The contrivance, by some indescribable means, giving a soberness to colors which would otherwise have been too florid. One of the contemporaries of Apelles was Aristides of Thebes, the first of all the painters to give full expression to the mind and passions of man, known to the Greeks as ethi, as well as to the mental perturbations which we experience. He was somewhat harsh, however, in his colors. There is a picture by him of a captured city in which is represented an infant crawling towards the breast of its wounded mother, who, though at the point of death, has all the appearance of being aware of it, and of being in dread lest the child should suck blood in place of milk from her exhausted breast. This picture Alexander the Great ordered to be transferred to Pella, his native place. Aristides also painted a battle with the Persians, a picture which contained 100 figures, for each of which he was paid at the rate of 10 minae by Mnason, the tyrant of Elatia. He also painted chariots with 4 horses in full career, a suppliant which almost speaks, huntsmen with game, Leontion, the mistress of Epicurus, the Anapavomene, a damsel pining to death from love of her brother, a Father Liber also, and an Artemene. 2 fine pictures now to be seen in the temple of Ceres at Rome, a tragedian and a child in the temple of Apollo, a picture which has lost its beauty owing to the unskilfulness of the painter to whom Marcus Junius, the praetor, entrusted the cleaning of it about the period of the Apollinarian Games. There was also to be seen in the Temple of Faith in the Capitol a picture of his representing an aged man, giving instructions to a child on the lyre. He executed also a painting of an invalid, upon which endless encomiums have been lavished. Indeed, so great was the excellence of this artist that King Attalus, it is said, purchased one picture of his at the price of 100 talents. At the same period flourished Protogenes, as already stated. He was a native of Conus, a place held in subjection by the Rhodians. Great poverty in his early days and extreme application to his art were the causes of his comparative unproductiveness. It is not known with certainty from whom he received his instruction in the art. Indeed, some say that he was only a ship decorator down to his 50th year. A proof of which, it is asserted, is the fact that in decorating the propylaeum in the Temple of Minerva, situated in one of the most celebrated spots in Athens, where he has painted the fine picture of Paralus and Haemonius, known by some as the Nausicaa, he has added in the side pieces of the picture, by painters called parerga, several small ships of war, wishing thereby to show in what department that skill had first manifested itself, which had thus reached the citadel of Athens, the scene of his glory. Of all his compositions, however, the palm has been awarded to his Ialices, now at Rome, consecrated in the Temple of Peace there. So long as he was at work upon it, he lived, it is said, upon nothing but soaked lupins, by which means he at once appeased both hunger and thirst, and avoided all risk of blunting his perception by too delicate a diet. In order to protect this picture against the effects of ill usage and old age, he painted it over 4 times, so that when an upper coat might fail, there would be an under one to succeed it. There is in this picture the figure of a dog, which was completed in a very remarkable manner, inasmuch as accident had an equal share with design in the execution of it. The painter was of opinion that he had not given the proper expression to the foam at the mouth of the animal, panting for breath as it was represented, while, with all other parts of the picture, a thing extremely difficult with him, he was perfectly satisfied. The thing that displeased him was the evident traces of art in the execution of it, touches which did not admit of any diminution, and yet had all the appearance of being too laboured, the effect produced being far removed from his conception of the reality. The foam, in fact, bore the marks of being painted, and not of being natural secretion of the animal's mouth. Vexed and tormented by this dilemma, it being his wish to depict truth itself, and not something that only bore a semblance of truth, He effaced it again and again, changed his pencil for another, and yet by no possibility could satisfy himself. At last, quite out of temper with an art which in spite of him would still obtrude itself, he dashed his sponge against the vexatious spot, when, behold, the sponge replaced the colours that it had just removed, exactly in accordance with his utmost wishes, and thus did chance represent nature in a painting. Following his example, Nielses, it is said, succeeded in representing the foam at a horse's mouth, for on one occasion, when engaged in painting a man holding in a pair of horses and soothing them with his voice, he also dashed his sponge against the picture with a view of producing a like effect. It was on account of this ialysis, which he was apprehensive of destroying, that King Demetrius forbore to set fire to the only side of the city of Rhodes by which it was capable of being taken, and thus, in his anxiety to spare a picture, did he lose his only opportunity of gaining a victory. The dwelling of Protogenes at this period was situated in a little garden in the suburbs, or, in other words, in the midst of the camp of Demetrius. The combats that were taking place made no difference whatever to the artist, and in no way interrupted his proceeding with the works which he had commenced, until at last he was summoned before the king, who inquired how he could have the assurance thus to remain without the walls. "Because I know," was his answer, "that you are waging war with the Rhodians, and not with the arts." Upon this, the king, delighted at having the opportunity of protecting the hand which he had thus spared, ordered a guard to be placed at his disposal for the especial purpose of his protection, in order too that he might not distract the artist's attention by sending for him too often. He would often go, an enemy albeit, to pay him a visit, and, abandoning his aspirations for victory, in the midst of arms and the battering down of walls, would attentively examine the compositions of the painter. Even to this day, the story is still attached to the picture which he was then engaged upon, to the effect that Protogenes painted it beneath the sword. It is his satyr, known as the Anapavomenos, in whose hand, to mark the sense of security that he felt, the painter has placed a pair of pipes. Protogenes executed also a Cydippe, a Tlepolemus, a portrait of Philiscus, the tragic poet, in an attitude of meditation, an athlete, a portrait of King Antigonus, and one of the mother of Aristotle. It was this philosopher, too, who advised him to paint the exploits of Alexander the Great, as being certain to be held in everlasting remembrance. The impulse, however, of his natural disposition, combined with a certain artistic caprice, led him in preference to adopt the various subjects which had just been mentioned. His last works were representations of Alexander and the god Pan. He also executed some figures in bronze, as already stated. At the same period also lived Asclepiodorus, who was greatly admired by Apelles for his proportions. The tyrant Mnason paid him for his picture of the 12 gods at the rate of 30 minae for each divinity. This same Mnason also paid Theomnestus 20 minae for each of his heroes. In addition to these, it is only proper to mention Nicomachus, the son and disciple of Aristeas. He painted a rape of Proserpina, a picture that was formerly in the temple of Minerva in the Capitol, above the shrine of Juventas. Another picture of his was to be seen also in the Capitol, placed there by the Roman general Plancus, a Victory soaring aloft in a chariot. He was the first painter who represented Ulysses wearing the pillars. He painted also an Apollo and Diana, the mother of the gods, seated on a lion, the fine picture of the Bacchantes, with satyrs moving stealthily towards them, and a Scylla, now at Rome in the Temple of Peace. No painter ever worked with greater rapidity than Nicomachus. Indeed, it is said that on one occasion, having entered into an engagement with Aristrates, the tyrant of Sicyon, to paint within a given time the monument which he was raising to the memory of the poet Telestes, the artist only arrived a few days before the expiration of the term, upon which the tyrant was so angry that he threatened to punish him. However, in the few days that were left, Nicomachus, to the admiration of all, completed the work with equal promptitude and success. Among his pupils were his brother Ariston, his son Aristides, and Philoxenus of Eretria. who painted for King Cassander a picture representing one of the battles between Alexander and Darius, a work which may bear comparison with any. He also painted a picture in grotesque representing 3 Sileni at their revels. Imitating the celerity of execution displayed by his master, he introduced a more sketchy style of painting, executed in a comparatively offhand manner. To these artists, Nicophanes has also been added, an elegant and finished painter to whom, for gracefulness, few can be compared, but for a severe and tragic style far inferior to Zeuxis or Apelles. Perseus also belongs to this period, a pupil of Apelles, who dedicated to him his work on painting. Aristides of Thebes had for pupils his sons Niceros and Ariston. By the latter of these artists there is a satyr crowned with a chaplet and holding a goblet. 2 of his pupils were Antorides and Euphranor, of the latter of whom we shall have to make mention again. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Natural History, Volume 7 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 25, Book 35, Chapters 37 to 42. Chapter 37. Various other kinds of painting. We must now, however, make some mention of those artists who acquired fame by the pencil in an inferior style of painting. Among these was Paraicus, inferior to few of the painters in skill. I am not sure that he did injustice to himself by the choice of his subjects, seeing that, although he adopted in a humble walk, he still attained in that walk the highest reputation. His subjects were barbers' shops, cobblers' stalls, jackasses, eatables, and the like, and to these he was indebted for his epithet, Rhipotographos. His paintings, however, are exquisitely pleasing, and have sold at higher prices than the very largest works of many masters. On the other hand, again, as Varro tells us, a single picture by Serapio covered the whole space of the Boulostrides, beneath the old shops where it was exhibited. This artist was very successful in painting stage scenery, but was unable to depict the human form. Dionysius, on the contrary, painted nothing but men, and hence it was that he had the surname Anthropographos. Callicles also painted some small pictures, and Colotes executed some small works in the comic styles. Both of these styles were adopted by Antiphilus, who painted a very fine Hesione, and a Philip and Alexander with Minerva, now in the school of the porticos of Octavia. In the portico of Philippus also, there is a Father Liber by him, and Alexander when a child, and Hippolytus alarmed at the bull, which is rushing upon him, and in the portico of Pompeius we have his Cadmus and Europa. On the other hand again he painted figure in a ridiculous costume, known jocosely as Gryllus, and hence it is that pictures of this class are generally known as grilli. Antiphilus was a native of Egypt, and received instruction in the art from Sidemus. It would not be right to pass in silence the painter of the temple at Ardea, the more particularly as he was honored with the citizenship at that place, and with the following inscription in verse upon one of the paintings which he executed there. These paintings, worthy of this worthy place, temple of Juno, queen and wife of Jove, Plautius Marcus from Eulalia, made, may Ardea now and ever praise him for his skill. These lines are written in ancient Latin characters. Ludius, too, who lived in the time of the late Emperor Augustus, must not be allowed to pass without some notice, for he was the first to introduce the fashion of covering the walls of our houses with most pleasing landscapes, representing villas, porticos, ornamental gardening, woods, groves, hills, fish ponds, canals, rivers, seashores, and anything else one could desire, vary with figures of persons walking, sailing, or proceeding to their villas on asses or in carriages. Then, too, there are others to be seen fishing, fowling, or gathering in the vintage. In some of his decorations there are fine villas to be seen, and roads to them across the marshes, with women making bargains to be carried across on men's shoulders, who move along slipping at every step and tottering beneath their load, with numberless other objects of a similar nature, redolent of mirth and of the most amusing ingenuity. It was this artist, too, who first decorated our uncovered edifices with representations of maritime cities, a subject which produces a most pleasing effect and at a very trifling expense. But as for fame, that has been reserved solely for the artists who have painted pictures, a thing that gives us all the more reason to venerate the prudence displayed by the men of ancient times. For with them, it was not the practice to decorate the walls of houses for the gratification of the owners only, nor did they lavish all their resources upon a dwelling which must of necessity always remain a fixture in one spot, and admits of no removal in case of conflagration. Protogenes was content with the college in his little garden. Apelles had no paintings on the plaster of his walls, it not being the fashion in their day to color the party walls of houses from top to bottom. With all those artists, art was ever watchful for the benefit of whole cities only, and in those times a painter was regarded as a common property of all. Shortly before the time of the late Emperor Augustus, Aurelius was in high esteem at Rome, and with fair reason had he not profaned the art by a disgraceful piece of profanity, for, being always in love with some woman or other, it was his practice, in painting goddesses, to give them the features of his mistresses. Hence it was that there was always some figures of prostitutes to be seen in his pictures. More recently lived Amulius, a grave and serious personage, but a painter in the florid style. By this artist there was a Minerva, which had the appearance of always looking at the spectators from whatever point it was viewed. He only painted a few hours each day, and then with the greatest gravity, for he always kept the toga on, even in the midst of his implements. The Golden Palace of Nero was the prison house of this artist's productions, and hence it is that there are so few of them to be seen elsewhere. Next in repute to him were Cornelius Pinus and Odius Priscus, who painted the Temple of Honor and that of Virtue, on their restoration by the Emperor Vespasianus Augustus. Priscus approaches more closely to the ancient masters. Chapter 38. An effectual way of putting a stop to the singing of birds. I must not omit here, in reference to a painting, a celebrated story that is told by Lepidus. During the triumvirate, when he was entertained by the magistrates of a certain place, he had lodgings given to him in a house that was wholly surrounded by trees. The next day he complained to them in a threatening tone that he had been unable to sleep for the singing of birds there. Accordingly, they had a dragon painted on pieces of parchment of the greatest length that could possibly be obtained, and surrounded the grove with it, a thing that so terrified the birds, it is said, that they became silent at once. And hence it was that it first became known how this object could be attained. Chapter 39. Artists who have painted in encaustics or wax, with either the crestrum or the pencil. It is not agreed who was the inventor of the art of painting in wax and in encaustic. Some think it was the discovery of the painter Aristides, and some think it was afterwards brought to perfection by Praxiteles. But there are encaustic paintings in existence, of a somewhat prior date to them, those by Polygnotus, for example, and by Nicanor and Arcesiolus, natives of Pharos. Elasippus, too, had inscribed upon a picture of his Aegina the word, a thing that he certainly could not have done, if the art of encaustic painting had not been then invented. Chapter 40. The first inventors of various kinds of painting. The greatest difficulties in the art of painting. The several varieties of painting. The first artists that painted ceilings. When arched roofs were first painted, the marvelous price of some pictures. It is said, too, that Pamphilus, the instructor of Apelles, not only painted in encaustic, but also instructed Pausias of Sicyon in the art, the first who rendered himself distinguished in this branch. Pausias was the son of Bryaetes, by whom he was originally instructed in the art of painting. He retouched also with the pencil some walls at Thespiae, then undergoing repair, which had formerly been painted by Polygnotus. Upon instituting a comparison, however, it was considered that he was greatly inferior. this kind of painting not being in his line. It was he, too, who first thought of painting ceilings, nor had it been the practice before his day to use this kind of decoration for arched roofs. He painted many small pictures also, miniatures of children more particularly, a thing which, according to the interpretation put it upon by his rivals, was owing to the peculiarly slow process of encaustic painting. The consequence was that, being determined to give a memorable proof of his celerity of execution, he completed a picture in the space of a single day, which was thence called the Hemerisios, representing the portrait of a child. In his youth he was enamored by Glycera, his fellow townswoman, the first inventor of chaplets, and in his rivalry of the skill shown by her, he achieved so much success in the encaustic art as to reproduce the almost numberless tints displayed by flowers. At a later period he painted her, seated, with the chaplet on, and thus produced one of the very finest of his pictures, known as the Stephane Plokos by some, and as the Stephanopolis by others, from the circumstance that Glycera had supported herself in her poverty by selling these chaplets. A copy of this picture, usually known as an apographon, was purchased by L. Lucullus at Athens, during the festival of Dionysia, at the price of 2 talents. Pausias also painted some large pictures, the sacrifice of oxen, for instance, which used to be seen in the portico of Pompeius. In this painting he invented several improvements, which many artists have since imitated, but none with the same success. Although in the picture it was particularly his desire to give an impression of the length of the ox, he painted it with the front view and not sideways, and still has caused the large dimensions of the animal to be fully understood. And then too, whereas all other painters color in white such parts as they wish to have the appearance of being prominent, and in black such proportions are as intended to remain in the background, he has painted the whole of the ox a black color, and has shown the dimensions of the body which throws the shadow by the medium of the shadow itself, thus evincing a wonderful degree of skill in showing relief upon a coat painted with a single color, and conveying an impression of uniform solidity upon a broken ground. It was at Sicyon also that Pausias passed his life, a city which for a long time continued to be the native place of painting. Ultimately, all the paintings belonging to that place were sold by public auction for the discharge of the debts owing by the city, and were transferred to Rome in the aedileship of Scaurus. Next to him, in the 104th Olympiad, Euphranor, the Isthmian, distinguished himself far beyond all others, an artist who has already been mentioned in our account of the statuaries. He executed some colossal figures also, and some statues in marble, and he chased some drinking vessels, being studious and laborious in the highest degree, excellent in every branch, and at all times equal to himself. This artist seems to have been the first to represent heroes with becoming dignity, and to have paid particular attention to symmetry. Still, however, in the generality of instances, he has made the body slight in proportion to the head and limbs. He composed some treatises also upon symmetry and colors. His works are An Equestrian Combat, The 12 Gods, and a Theseus, with reference to which he remarked that the Theseus of Parrhasius had been fed upon roses, but his own upon beef. There are also at Ephesus some famous pictures by him, and Ulysses, in his feigned madness, yoking together an ox and a horse, men, in an attitude of meditation, wearing the pallium, and a warrior sheathing his sword. And at the same time also flourished Cydias, for whose pictures of the Argonauti the orator Hortensius paid 144,000 sesterces, and a shrine constructed expressly for its reception on the essay at Tusculum. There was also an Antidotus, a pupil of Euphranor, by whom there is, at Athens, a combatant armed with a shield, a wrestler also, and a trumpeter, a work which has been considered a most exquisite production. Antidotus, as a painter, was more careful in his works than prolific, and his coloring was of a severe style. His principal glory was his having been the instructor of Nicias of Athens, who was a most careful painter of female portraits, and a strict observer of light and shade, making it his especial care that the figures in his pictures should appear in the boldest relief. His works are Anemia, which was brought from Asia to Rome by Silanus and was placed in the Curia, as already stated, a Father Liber in the Temple of Concord, a Hyacinthus, which the Emperor Augustus was so delighted with that he took it away with him after the capture of Alexandria, for which reason also it was consecrated in the Temple of Augustus by the Emperor Tiberius in the Danai. At Ephesus, there is a tomb by him of a Megabyzus, or priest of the Ephesian Diana, and at Athens a representation of the Nicomantia of Homer, which last he declined to sell to King Attalus for 60 talents, and in preference, so rich was he, made a present of it to his own native place. He also executed some large pictures, among which there are a Calypso, an Io, an Andromeda, a very fine Alexander in the porticos of Pompeius, and a Calypso seated. To this painter also there are some pictures of cattle attributed, and in his dogs he has been remarkably successful. It was this Nicias, with reference to whom Praxiteles, when asked with which all of his works in marble he was the best pleased, made answer, those to which Nicias has set his hand. So highly did he esteem the coloring of that artist. It has not been satisfactorily ascertained whether it is this artist or another of the same name that some writers have placed in the 112th Olympiad. With Nicias has been compared, and indeed sometimes referred to him, Athenion of Maronia, a pupil of Glaucion of Corinth. In his coloring he is more somber than Nicias, and yet with all his somberness more pleasing, so much so indeed that in his paintings shines forth the extensive knowledge which he possessed of the art. He painted in the temple of Elysius, of Pylarchus, and at Athens, a family group, which has been known as the Syngenicon, and Achilles also, concealed in a female dress, and Ulysses detecting him, a group of 6 whole-length figures in one picture, and a work which has contributed to his fame more than any other, a groom leading a horse. Indeed, if he had not died young, there would have been no one comparable to Athenion in painting. Heraclides too of Macedon has some repute as an artist. At first he was a painter of ships, but afterwards, on the capture of King Perseus, he removed to Athens, where at the same period was also Metrodorus, who was both a painter and a philosopher, and of considerable celebrity in both branches. Hence it was that when L. Paulus Aemilius, after the conquest of Perseus, requested the Athenians to send him the most esteemed philosopher for the education of his children, and a painter to represent his triumph, they made choice of Metrodorus, declaring that he was eminently suited for either purpose, a thing which Paulus admitted to be the case. Timomachus of Byzantium, in the time of the dictator Caesar, painted in Ajax and Medea, which were placed by Caesar in the temple of Venus Genetrix, having been purchased at the price of 80 talents. The value of the Attic talent being, according to M. Varro, equivalent to 6,000 denarii. And Orestes, also by Timomachus, and Iphigenia in Taurus, and Lyctheon, a teacher of gymnastics, are equally praised. A noble family also, and 2 men clothed in the pallium, and about to enter into conversation, the one standing, the other in a sitting posture. It is in his picture, however, of the Gorgon that the art appears to have favored him most highly. Aristolos, the son and pupil of Pausias, was one of the painters in a more severe style. There are by him an Epaminondas, a Pericles, a Medea, a Theseus, and an emblematical picture of the Athenian people and a sacrifice of oxen. Some persons, too, are pleased with the careful style of Nicophanes, who is also a pupil of Pausias, a carefulness, however, which only artists can appreciate, as in other respects he was harsh in his colors and too lavish of skill, as in his picture, for example, of the Scopolis with the daughters Hygia, Igel, and Pannochia, his Jason and his sluggard, known as the Ocanes, a man twisting a rope at one end as an ass gnaws it at the other. As to Socrates, his pictures are, with good reason, universally esteemed. Having now mentioned the principal painters in either branch, I must not pass in silence those who occupy the next rank. Aristoclides decorated the temple of Apollo at Delphi. Antipholus is highly praised for his picture of a boy blowing a fire, which illumines an apartment handsomely furnished, and throws a light upon the features of the youth. A spinning room, with women plying their respective tasks, and a king Ptolemus hunting. but his most famous picture is the satyr, clad in a panther skin and known as the Paschapulon. Aristophanes has painted an Inachus wounded by the boar with a Stepale, the sharer of his grief, and a picture with numerous figures representing Priam, Helena, Credulity, Ulysses, Deiphobus, and Gule. Andropos has painted Aeschylus cutting away the anchors of the Persian fleet, and Artemon a Danae, with robbers and admiration, a Queen Stratonice, and a Hercules and Dianaria. But the finest of all this artist's work are now those in the buildings of Octavia, a Hercules ascending to heaven, with the sanction of the gods, from his funeral pile upon Mount Ida in Doris, and the story of Laomedon in his bargain with Hercules and Neptune. Alciamus has painted Dioxapes, who was victorious in the Pancratium at Olympia, without raising the dust, a victory known to the Greeks as being gained a conity. Conus painted pedigrees. Stesilaus, a pupil of Apelles, was famous for a burlesque picture of his representing Jupiter in labor with Bacchus, with a mitre on his head and crying like a woman in the midst of the goddesses, who are acting as midwives. Cleon distinguished himself by his Cadmus, and Sesidames by his capture of Icalia and his Laodomia. Cestocles became notorious for the insult which she offered to Queen Stratinoke, for upon failing to meet with an honorable reception for her, he painted her, romping with a fisherman, for whom, according to common report, she had conceived an ardent affection. After exhibiting this picture in the harbor of Ephesus, he at once set sail and escaped. The queen, however, would not allow of its removal, the likenesses of the two figures being so admirably respected. Cratinus, the comic writer, painted at Athens and the Pompeian there. Of Eutychides, there is a victory riding a chariot drawn by two horses. Eudorus is famous for his dramatic scenery. He executed some statues in bronze also. By Hippus there is a Neptune in victory. Hebron painted a picture of friendship and concord, and several figures of divinities. Leontiscus, an Aratus with the trophies of victory and a singing girl. Leon, a portrait of Sappho, and Nearchus, a Venus attended by Cupids and Graces, and Hercules, sorrowing and repentant at the sad results of his madness. Nealces, a remarkably ingenious and inventive artist, painted a Venus. On one occasion, when he had to represent a naval engagement between the Persians and Egyptians, wishing it to be understood that it took place on the river Nilus, the waters of which are similar in appearance to those of the sea, he employed an emblem to disclose that which would not admit of expression by art, for he painted an ass drinking on the shore, and a crocodile lying in wait for him. Aeneas has painted a family group, a Philiscus, a painter's studio with a boy blowing the fire, Philerion a Scylla, Simonides, and a Gartharchus and a Mnesime, Simus, a youth reposing, a fuller's shop, a person celebrating the Quinquatria, and a nemesis of great merit. By Pythagoras there is a man anointing himself, a picture of the murder of Aegisthus, and Clytemnestra by Orestes, and a representation of the Trojan War in a series of paintings now at Rome in the porticos of Philippus, a Cassandra also in the Temple of Concord, a Leontum, the mistress of Epicurus, in an attitude of meditation, and a King Demetrius. Theonas painted the frenzy of Orestes, and Thamarius placing on the lyre, Tariscus a Discobolus, a Clytemnestra, a Pan in miniature, Apollonius claiming the sovereignty, and a Capanes. In speaking of these artists, I must not omit to mention one memorable circumstance. Aragonus, who was color grinder to the painter Nealces, himself made such progress in the art as to leave a very celebrated pupil, Pausias, the brother of Aegineta, the modeler. It is also a very singular fact, and one well deserving of remark, that the last works of these artists, their unfinished paintings in fact, are held in greater admiration than their completed works. The Iris of Aristides, for example, the Tindinare of Nicomachus, the Medea of Timomachus, and the Venus of Apelles, already mentioned. For in such works as these, we not only see the outline depicted and the very thoughts of the artist expressed, but have the composition additionally commended to our notice by the regrets which we must necessarily feel on finding the hand that commenced it arrested by death. There are still some other artists who, by no means without reputation, can only be noticed here in a summary manner. Aristostides, Anaxander, Aristobulus of Syria, Erycithilus, son of Tisikratos, Charobus, a pupil of Nicomos, Carmentides, a pupil of Euphranor, Dionysodorus of Colophon, Dicigogenes, a contemporary of King Demetrius, Euthymides, Heraclides of Macedon, Milo of Soli, a pupil of the statuary Pyromachus, Nicethius of Sicython, Nasidamus, the son and pupil of Aristotides, Nessus, son of Habron, Ptolemy of Alexandria, Theodorus of Samos, and Stadius, pupils of Nikos Thisnes, and Zeno of Sicython, a pupil of Neocles. There have been some female painters also. Timarete, the daughter of Mycon, painted a Diana at Ephesus, one of the very oldest panel paintings known. Irene, daughter and pupil of the artist Cartoonus, painted a figure of a girl now at Elysius, a Calypso, an aged man, the juggler Theodorus, and Alcisthenes, the dancer. Aristarete, daughter and pupil of Nearchus, painted an Aesculapius. Aya of Cyzicus, who always remained single, painted at Rome in the youth of Amvaro, born with the brush and with greater graver upon ivory, her subjects being female portraits mostly. At Naples there is a large picture by her, the portrait of an old woman, as also a portrait of herself, taken by the aid of a mirror. There was no painter superior to her for expedition, while at the same time her artistic skill was such that her work sold at much higher prices than those of the most celebrated portrait painters of her day, Sopolis namely, and Dionysius, with whose pictures our galleries are filled. One Olympias painted also, but nothing is known relative to her, except that she had Audiobook for a pupil. Chapter 41. Encaustic Painting. In ancient times there were but two methods of encaustic painting, in wax and on ivory, with the cestrum or pointed graver. When, however, this art came to be applied to the painting of ships of war, a third method was adopted, that of melting the wax colors and laying them on with a brush while hot. Painting of this nature applied to vessels will never spoil from the action of the sun, winds, or salt water. Chapter 42. The Coloring of Tissues. In Egypt, too, they employ a very remarkable process for the coloring of tissues. After pressing the material, which is white at first, they saturate it, not with colors, but with mordants that are calculated to absorb color. This done, the tissues, still unchanged in appearance, are plunged into a cauldron of boiling dye, and are removed the next moment fully colored. It is a singular fact, too, that although the dye in the pan is of one uniform color, the material when taken out of it is of various colors, according to the nature of the mordants that have been respectively applied to it. These colors, too, will never wash out. Thus, the dye pan, which under ordinary circumstances, no doubt, would have been made but one color of several, if colored tissues had been put into it, is here made to yield several colors from a single dye. At the same moment that it dyes the tissues, it boils in the color, and it is in fact that material which has been thus submitted to the action of fire becomes stouter and more serviceable for wear than it would have been if not been subjected to the process. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 26, Book 35, Chapters 43 to 49. Chapter 43. The Inventors of the Art of Modeling. On painting we have now said enough, and more than enough, but it will be only proper to append some accounts of the plastic art. Butades, a potter of Sicyon, was the first invented, at Corinth, the art of modeling portraits in the earth which he used in his trade. It was through his daughter that he made the discovery, who, being deeply in love with a young man about to depart on a long journey, traced the profile of his face, as thrown upon the wall by the light of the lamp. Upon seeing this, her father filled in the outline by compressing clay upon the surface, and so made a face in relief, which he then hardened by fire along with other particles of pottery. This model, it is said, was preserved in the Nymphaeum at Corinth, until the destruction of that city by Mummius. Others again assert that the first inventors of the plastic art were Rhocus and Theodorus at Samos, a considerable period before the expulsion of the Bacchiadae from Corinth, and that Damaratus, on taking to flight from that place and settling in Etruria, where he became father of Tarquinius, who was ultimately king of the Roman people, was accompanied thither by the modelers Eucher, Diopis, and Eugramus, by whose agency the art was first introduced into Italy. Butades first invented the method of coloring plastic compositions by adding red earth to the material or else modeling them in red chalk. He too was the first to make masks on the outer edges of gutter tiles upon the roofs of buildings, in low relief and known as prostipa at first, but afterwards in high relief or ectipa. It was in these designs too that the ornaments on the pediments of temples originated, and from this invention modelers first had their name of plasti. Chapter 44. Who was the first to mold figures in imitation of the features of living persons or of statues? The first person who expressed the human features by fitting a mold of plaster upon the face and then improving it by pouring melted wax into the cast was Lysistratus of Sicyon, brother of Lysippus, already mentioned. It was he, in fact, who first made it his study to give a faithful likeness, for before his time, artists only thought how to make their portraits as handsome as possible. The same artist, too, was the first who thought of making models for his statues, a method which afterwards became so universally adopted that there could be neither figure nor statue made without its model in clay. Hence it would appear that the art of modeling in clay is more ancient than that of molding in bronze. Chapter 45. The most famous modelers. The most celebrated modelers were Damophilus and Gorgonus, who were painters as well. These artists adorned with their works in both kinds the Temple of Ceres and the Circus Maximus at Rome, with an inscription in Greek, which stated that the decorations on the right hand were the workmanship of Damophilus, and those on the left of Gorgonus. Varro says that, before the construction of this temple, everything was Tuscan in the temples, and that when the temple was afterwards repaired, the painted coatings on the walls were cut away in tablets and enclosed in frames, but that the figures on the pediments were dispersed. Calcothaesnes, too, executed at Athens some works in unbaked earth, on the spot which, from his manufactory, has since obtained the name Ceramicus. M. Varro states that he knew an artist at Rome, Paucis by name, who executed fruits, grapes, and fish with such exactness that it was quite impossible, by only looking at them, to distinguish them from the reality. He speaks very highly also of Arcesilaus, who was on terms of intimacy with Lucius Lucullus, and whose models in plaster used to sell at a higher rate among artists themselves than the works of others. He informs us also that it was by this modeler that the Venus Genetrix in the form of Caesar was executed, it having been erected before completion, in the great haste that there was to consecrate it. That the same artist had made an agreement with Lucullus to execute a figure of Felicity at the price of 60,000 sesterces, the completion of which was prevented by their death, and that Octavius, a Roman of equestrian rank, being desirous of a model for a mixing bowl, Arcesilaus made him one in plaster at the price of 1 talent. Varro praises Pisisteles also, who used to say that the plastic art was the mother of chasing, statuary, and sculpture, and who, excellent as he was in each of these branches, never executed any work without first modeling it. In addition to these particulars, he states that the art of modeling was anciently cultivated in Italy, Etruria in particular, and that Vulcanius was summoned from Veii, and entrusted by Tarquinius Priscus with making the figure of Jupiter, which he intended to consecrate in the Capitol, that this Jupiter was made of clay, and that hence arose the custom of painting it with minium, and that the 4-horse chariot so often mentioned upon the pediment of the temple was made of clay as well. We learn also from him that it was by the same artist that the Hercules was executed, which even to this day is named at Rome for the material of which it is composed. Such in those times were the most esteemed statues of the gods. In small reason have we to complain of our forefathers for worshipping such divinities as these. For in their day there was no working of gold and silver, no, not even in the service of the gods. Chapter 46. Works in Pottery. Statues of this nature are still in existence at various places. At Rome, in fact, and in our municipal towns, we still see many such pediments of temples, wonderful too, for their workmanship, and from their artistic merit and long duration, more deserving of our respect than gold, and certainly far less baneful. At the present day, even in the midst of such wealth as we possess, we make our first libation at the sacrifice, not from Mirheim vases or vessels of crystals, but from ladles made of earthenware. Bounteous beyond expression is the earth, if we only consider in detail her various gifts. To omit all mention of the cereals, wine, fruits, herbs, shrubs, medicaments, and metals, bounties which she has lavished upon us, and which have already passed under our notice, her productions in the shape of pottery alone would more than suffice, in their variety, to satisfy our domestic wants. What with gutter tiles of earthenware, vats for receiving wine, pipes for conveying water, conduits for supplying baths, big tiles for roofs, bricks for foundation, the productions, too, of the potter's wheel. Results, all of them of an art, which included King Numa to establish as a seventh company, that of the makers of earthenware. Even more than this, many persons have chosen to be buried in coffins made of earthenware. M. Varro, for instance, who was interred in true Pythagorean style in the midst of leaves of myrtle, olive, and black poplar. Indeed, the greater part of mankind make use of earthen vases for this purpose. For the service of the table, the Samian pottery is even yet held in high esteem. That, too, of Rhetium in Italy, still maintains its high character, while for their cups, and for those only, the manufactories of Sorrentum, Osta, Pollentia, Saguntum in Spain, and Pergamus in Asia are greatly esteemed. The city of Tralles, too, in Asia, and that of Modena in Italy, had their respective manufactures of earthenware. Even by this branch of art are localities rendered famous, their productions, by the aid of the potter's wheel, becoming known to all countries, and conveyed by sea and by land to every quarter of the earth. At Erythrae there are still shown, in a temple there, 2 amphorae that were consecrated in consequence of the singular thinness of the material. They originated in a contest between a master and his pupil, which of the two could make earthenware of the greatest thinness. The vessels of Kos are the most highly celebrated for their beauty, but those of Adria are considered the most substantial. In relation to these productions of art, there are some instances of severity mentioned. Q. Cupionus, who we find was condemned for bribery, because he made present of an amphora of wine to a person who had the right of voting. To make luxury, too, conduce in some degree to enhance our estimation of earthenware. Tripatinium, as we learn from Fenestella, was the name given to the most exquisite course of dishes that was served up at the Roman banquets. It consisted of 1 dish of myrnae, 1 of lupi, and a third of a mixture of fish. It is clear that the public manners were then already on the decline, though we still have a right to hold them preferable to those of the philosophers, even of Greece, seeing that the representatives of Aristotle, it is said, sold at the auction of his goods as many as 70 dishes of earthenware. It is already stated by us, when on the subject of birds, that a single dish cost the tragic actor Aesopus 100,000 sesterces, much to the reader's indignation, no doubt, but by Hercules. Vitellius, when emperor, ordered a dish to be made, which was to cost 1,000,000 of sesterces, and for the preparation of which a furnace had to be erected out in the fields. Luxury hath thus arrived at such a pitch of excess as to make earthenware even sell at higher prices than Mirheim vessels. It was in reference to this circumstance that Mucianus, in the second consulship, when pronouncing one of his paratortions, reproached the memory of Vitellius with his dishes as broad as the Pomptine March, not less deserving to be execrated than the poisoned dish of Aspranus, which, according to the accusation brought against him by Cassius Severus, caused the death of 130 guests. These works of artistic merit have conferred celebrity on some cities even, Rhegium, for example, and Cumae. The priests of the Mother of the Gods, known as the Galli, deprived themselves of their virility with the piece of Samian pottery, the only means, if we believe M. Caelius, of avoiding dangerous results. He it was, too, who recommended, when in weighing against certain abdominal practices, that the person guilty of them should have his tongue cut out, in a similar manner, a reproach which would appear to have been levelled by anticipation against the same Vitellius. What is there that human industry will not devise? Even broken pottery has been utilized, it being found that, beaten to powder and tempered with lime, it becomes more solid and durable than other substances of a similar nature, forming the cement known as sigani in composition, so extensively employed for even making the pavement of houses. Chapter 47. Various kinds of earth. The Puttolian dust and other earths of which cements like stone are made. But there are other resources also, which are derived immediately from the earth. Who indeed cannot but be surprised at finding the most interior constitute parts of it, known as dust only, on the hills of the Puttoli, forming a barrier against the waves of the sea, becoming changed into stone the moment of its immersion, and increasing in hardness from day to day, more particularly when mixed with the cement of Cumae. This is an earth, too, of a similar nature found in the districts about Cyzicus, but there it is not a dust, but a solid earth, which is cut away in blocks of all sizes, and which, after being immersed in the sea, is taken out transformed into stone. The same thing may be seen also, it is said, in the vicinity of Cassandria, and at Sinnos there is a spring of fresh water which has the property of causing earth to petrify within the space of 8 months. Between Europus and Aulis, every portion of the land upon which the sea encroaches becomes transformed into solid rock. The finer portion of the sand of the river Nilus is not very different in its properties from the dust of Puttoli, not indeed that it is used for breaking the force of the sea and withstanding the waves, but only for the purpose, forsooth, of subduing the body for the exercises of the palaestra. At all events, it was for this purpose that it used to be brought over for Petrobius, a freedman of the Emperor Nero. I find it stated also that Craterus, Leonatus, and Meleager, generals of Alexander the Great, had this sand transported along with their munitions of war. But I forbear to enlarge any further upon this subject, or indeed, by Hercules, upon these preparations of earth and wax, of which the ceremata are made, so much employed by our youth in their exercise of the body, at the cost of all vigor of the mind. Chapter 48. Formossean walls. And then, besides, have we not in Africa and in Spain walls of earth, known as Formossean walls, from the fact that they are molded rather than built, by enclosing the earth within a frame of boards constructed on either side. These walls will last for centuries, are proof against rain, wind, and fire, and are superior in solidity to any cement. Even at this day, Spain still beholds watchtowers that were erected by Hannibal, and turrets of earth placed on the very summits of her mountains. It is from the same source, too, that we derive the substantial materials so well adapted for forming the earthworks of our camps and embankments against the impetuous violence of rivers. What person, too, is unacquainted with the fact that partitions are made of hurdles coated with clay, and that walls are constructed out of unbreaked bricks? Chapter 49. Walls of brick. The method of making bricks. Earth for making bricks should never be extracted from a sandy or gravelly soil, and still less from one that is stony, but from a stratum that is white and cretaceous, or else impregnated with red earth. If a sandy soil must be employed for the purpose, it should at least be male sand, and no other. The spring is the best season for making bricks, as at midsummer they are very apt to crack. For building, bricks 2 years old are the only ones that are approved of, and the raw material of them should be well macerated before they are made. There are 3 different kinds of bricks. The Lydian, which is in use with us, 1.5 foot in length by 1 foot in breadth, the Tetradoron, and the Petradoron, the word doron being used by ancient Greeks to signify the palm, hence too their word doron meaning a gift, because it is the hand that gives. These last 2 kinds, therefore, are named respectively from their being 4 and 5 palms in length, the breadth being the same. The smaller kind is used in Greece for private buildings, the larger for the construction of public edifices. In Pitane, in Asia, and in the cities of Maxiola, Acalentum, and farther Spain, there are bricks made which float in water when dry, the material being a sort of pumice earth, extremely good for the purpose when it can be made to unite. The Greeks have always preferred walls of brick, except in those cases where they could find siliceous stone for the purposes of building. For walls of this nature will last forever if they are only built on the perpendicular. Hence it is that the Greeks have built their public edifices and their palaces of their kings of brick. The wall at Athens, for example, which faces Mount Hymettus, the temples of Jupiter and Hercules at Pottery. Although the columns and architraves in the interior are of stone, the palace of King Attalus at Tralles, the palace of Croesus at Sardes, now converted into an asylum for aged persons, and that of King Mausolus at Halicarnassus, edifices, all of them, still in existence. Marini and Varro, in their idolship, had a fine fresco painting on the plaster of a wall at Lygdinus, cut away from the bricks and transported in wooden frames to Rome, for the purpose of adorning the Comitium. Admirable as the work was as of itself, it was still more admired after being thus transferred. In Italy also there are walls of brick, at Arrhenicum in Mevania. At Rome there are no buildings of this description, because a wall only 1.5 feet in thickness would not support more than a single story, and by public ordinance it has been enacted that no partition should exceed that thickness, nor indeed does the peculiar construction of our party walls admit it. End of section number 26.
Section 27 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Natural History, Volume 7 by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 27, Book 35, Chapters 50 to 59. Chapter 50, Sulphur and the several varieties of it, 14 remedies. Let thus much be deemed sufficient on the subject of bricks. Among the other kinds of earth, the one of the most singular nature, perhaps, is sulphur, an agent of great power upon other substances. Sulphur is found in the Aeolian Islands between Sicily and Italy, which are volcanic, as already stated, but the finest sulphur of all is that which comes from the Isle of Melos. It is obtained also in Italy, upon the range of hills in the territories of Neapolis and Campania, known as the Leucogae. When extracted from the mines there, it is purified by the agency of fire. There are 4 kinds of sulphur, the first of which is live sulphur, known as apeiron by the Greeks, and found in solid masses, or in other words, in blocks. This, too, is the only sulphur that is extracted in its native state, the others being found in a state of liquescence and requiring to be purified by being boiled in oil. This kind is green and transparent, and is the only sulphur that is used for medicinal purposes. A second kind is known as the glebaceous sulphur, and is solely employed in the workshops of the fullers. The third kind also is only used for a single purpose, that of fumigating wool, a process which contributes very greatly to making the wool white and soft. Agula is the name given to it. The fourth kind is used in the preparation of matches more particularly. In addition to these several uses, sulphur is of such remarkable virtue that if it is thrown upon the fire, it will at once detect, by the smell, whether or not a person is subject to epilepsy. Anaxilaus used to employ this substance by way of pastime. Putting sulphur in a cup of wine with some hot coals beneath, he would hand it round to the guests, the light given by it, while burning, throwing a ghastly paleness like that of death upon the face of each. Its properties are calorific and maturative, in addition to which it disperses abscesses on the body. Hence it is that it is used as an ingredient in plasters and emollient poultices. Applied to the loins and kidneys with grease when there are pains in those parts, it is marvellously effectual as a remedy. In combination with turpentine, it removes lichens on the face and leprosy, the preparation being known as harpax, from the celerity with which it acts upon the skin. For which reason it ought to be removed every now and then. Employed as an electuary, it is good for asthma, purulent expectorations, and stings inflicted by scorpions. live sulphur mixed with nitre and then bruised with vinegar and applied, causes morphew to disappear and destroys nits in the hair. In combination too with Sandarach and vinegar, it is good for diseases of the eyelids. Sulphur has its place among our religious ceremonies, being used as a fumigation for purifying houses. Its virtues are also to be perceived in certain hot mineral waters, and there is no substance that ignites more readily, a proof that there is in it a great affinity to fire. Lightning and thunder are attended with a strong smell of sulphur, and the light produced by them is of a sulphureous complexion. Chapter 51. Bitumen and the several varieties of it, 27 remedies. Nearly approaching to the nature of sulphur is that of bitumen, which in some places assumes the form of a slime, and in others that of an earth, a slime thrown up, as already stated, by a certain lake in Judea, and an earth found in the vicinity of Sidon, a maritime town of Syria. In both these states it admits of being thickened and condensed. There is also a liquid bitumen, that of Xanthus, for example, and the bitumen that is imported from Babylon, which last kind is also white. The bitumen too of Apollonia is liquid. All these kinds in Greek have the one general name of pisasphaltos, from their strong resemblance to a compound of pitch and bitumen. There is also found an unctuous liquid bitumen, resembling oil, in a spring at Agrigentum in Sicily, the waters of which are tainted by it. The inhabitants of the spot collect it on the panicles of reeds, to which it very readily adheres, and make use of it for burning in lamps as a substitute for oil, as also for the cure of each scab in beasts of burden. Some authorities include among the bitumens naphtha, a substance which we have already mentioned in the second book, but the burning properties which it possesses, and its susceptibility of igniting, render it quite unfit for use. Bitumen, to be of good quality, should be extremely brilliant, heavy and massive. It should also be moderately smooth, it being very much the practice to adulterate it with pitch. Its medicinal properties are similar to those of sulphur, it being naturally astringent, dispersive, contractive, and agglutinating. Ignited, it drives away serpents by the smell. Babylonian bitumen is very efficacious, it is said, for the cure of cataract and albugo, as also of leprosy, lichens, and pruriginous affections. Bitumen is employed too in the form of a liniment for gout, and every variety of it is useful for making bandolines for eyelashes that are refractory and impede the sight. Applied topically with nitre, it is curative of toothache, and taken internally with wine, it alleviates chronic coughs and difficulty of respiration. It is administered in a similar manner for dysentery, and is very good for arresting looseness of the bowels. Taken internally with vinegar, it dissolves and brings away coagulated blood. It modifies pains also in the loins and joints, and applied with barley meal, it forms a peculiar kind of plaster to which it has given its name. It stanches blood also, heals wounds, and unites the sinews when severed. Bitumen is administered by quart in fevers, in doses of 1 drachma to an equal quantity of hediosmos, the whole kneaded up with 1 obolus of myrrh. The smell of burnt bitumen detects a tendency to epilepsy, and applied to the nostrils with wine and castoreum, it dispels suffocations of the uterus. Employed as a fumigation, it acts as a check upon procedence of the uterus, and, taken internally with wine, it has the effect of an emmenagogue. Another use that is made of it is for coating the inside of copper vessels, each rendering them proof against the action of fire. It has been already stated that bitumen was formerly employed for staining copper and coating statues. It has been used too as a substitute for lime, the walls of Babylon, for instance, which are cemented with it. In the smithies, they are in the habit of varnishing iron and heads of nails with it, and of using it for many other purposes as well. Chapter 52. Alumen and the several varieties of it, 38 remedies. No less important, or indeed very dissimilar, are the uses that are made of alumen, by which name is understood a sort of brine which exudes from the earth. Of these too there are several kinds. In Cyprus there is a white alumen and another kind of a darker color. The difference, however, in their color is but trifling in reality. though the uses made of them are very dissimilar, the white liquid alumen being employed for dyeing wool of bright colors, and the black, on the other hand, for giving wool a tawny or a sombre tint. Gold, too, is purified by the agency of black alumen. Every kind of alumen is a compound of slime and water, or, in other words, is a liquid product exuding from the earth, the concretion of it commencing in winter and being completed by the action of the summer sun. The portion of it which is the first matured is the whitest in appearance. The countries which produce this substance are Spain, Egypt, Armenia, Macedonia, Pontus, Africa, and the islands of Sardinia, Melos, Lipara, and Strongly. The most esteemed, however, is that of Egypt, the next best being the produce of Melos. Of this last kind there are also two varieties, the liquid alumen and the solid. Liquid alumen, to be good, should be of a limpid, milky appearance. When rubbed between the fingers it should be free from grit and productive of a slight sensation of heat. The name given to it is phorimon. The mode of detecting whether or not it has been adulterated is by the application of pomegranate juice, for, if genuine, it will turn black on combining with the juice. The other, or solid alumen, is pale and rough in appearance, and turns black on the application of nut galls, for which reason it is known by the name of paraphoron. Liquid alumen is naturally astringent, indurative, and corrosive. Used in combination with honey, it heals ulcerations of the mouth, pimples, and pruriginous eruptions. The remedy, when thus used, is employed in the bath, the proportions being 2 parts of honey to 1 of alumen. It has the effect also of checking and dispersing perspiration, and of neutralizing offensive odors of the armpits. It is taken too in the form of pills for affections of the spleen, and for the purpose of carrying off blood by the urine. Incomparated with nitre and melanthium, it is curative of itch scab. There is one kind of solid alumen, known to the Greeks as schiston, which splits into filaments of a whitish color, for which reason some have preferred giving it the name of trachytis. It is produced from the mineral ore known to us as calcitis, from which copper is also produced, it being a sort of exudation from that mineral coagulated into the form of scum. This kind of alumen is less desiccative than the others, and is not so useful as a check upon bad humours of the body. Used, however, either in the form of a liniment or of an injection, it is highly beneficial to the ears, as also for ulcerations of the mouth and for toothache, if retained with the saliva in the mouth. It is employed also as a serviceable ingredient in compositions for the eyes and for the generative organs in either sex. The mode of preparing it is to roast it in crucibles until it has quite lost its liquid form. There is another variety of alumen also, of a less active nature, and known as strongyle, which is again subdivided into 2 kinds. The fungus, which easily dissolves in any liquid and is looked upon as altogether worthless, and the porous, which is full of small holes like a sponge, and in pieces of a globular form, more nearly approaching white alumen in appearance. It has a certain degree, too, of unctuousness, is free from grit, friable, and not apt to blacken the fingers. This last kind is calcined by itself upon hot coals, and mixed with any other substance until it is entirely reduced to ashes. The best kind of all, however, is that called melinum, as coming from the Isle of Melos, as already mentioned, none being more effectual for acting as an astringent, staining black and indurating, and none assuming a closer consistency. It removes granulations of the eyelids, and in a calcined state is still more efficacious for checking defluxions of the eyes. In this last form, too, it is employed for the cure of pruriginous eruptions of the body. Whether taken internally or employed externally, it arrests discharges of blood, and if it is applied with vinegar to a part from which the hair has been first removed, it will change into a soft down the hair which replaces it. The leading properties of every kind of alumen is its remarkable astringency, to which, in fact, it is indebted for its name with the Greeks. It is for this property that the various kinds are, all of them, so remarkably good for the eyes. In combination with grease, they arrest discharges of blood, and they are employed in a similar manner for checking the spread of putrid ulcers and for removing sores upon the body of infants. Alumen has a desiccative effect upon dropsical eruptions, and in combination with pomegranate juice, it removes diseases of the ears, malformed nails, indurations resulting from cicatrization, hung nails, and chilblains. Calcined with vinegar or nut galls in equal proportions, it is curative of phagedenic ulcers, and in combination with extracted juice of cabbage, of leprosy. Used in the proportion of 1 part of alumen to 2 of salt, it arrests the progress of serpiginous eruptions, and an infusion of it in water destroys lice and other parasitical insects that infest the hair. Employed in a similar manner, it is good for burns, and in combination with the cervous part of peach, for perforaceous eruptions on the body. It is used also as an injection for dysentery, and, employed in the form of a gargle, it braces the uvula and tonsillary glands. For all those maladies which we have mentioned as being treated with the other kinds of alumen, that imported from Melas, be it understood, is still more efficacious. As to the other uses that are made of it for industrial purposes, such as preparing hides and wool, for example, they have been mentioned already. Chapter 53. Samian Earth, 3 Remedies. In succession to these, we shall now have to speak of various other kinds of earth which are made use of in medicine. Of Samian earth there are 2 varieties, one known as collyrium, the other by the name of aster. To be in perfection, the first kind should be fresh, remarkably smooth, and glutinous to the tongue, the second being of a more solid consistency and white. They are both prepared for use by being calcined and then rinsed in water, some persons giving the preference to the first. They are both of them useful for discharges of blood from the mouth, and are employed as an ingredient in plasters of a desiccative nature. They are used also in the preparation of ophthalmic compositions. Chapter 54. The various kinds of eretria. Of eretria, or eretrian earth, there are also the same number of varieties, one white, and the other of an ashy color, this last being preferred in medicine. To be good, this earth should be of a soft consistency, and when rubbed upon copper it should leave a violet tint. The virtues of eretria in a medicinal point of view, and the methods of using it, have been already mentioned in our description of the pigments. Chapter 55. The method of washing earths for medicinal purposes. All these earths, for we will take the present opportunity of mentioning it, are well washed in water, and then dried in the sun, after which they are again triturated in water, and left to settle. These done, they are divided into tablets. They are usually boiled in earthen vessels, which are well shaken every now and then. Chapter 56. Chian earth, 3 remedies. Selinusian earth, 3 remedies. Negites, 9 remedies. Ampelites, 4 remedies. Among the medicinal substances there is the white earth of Chios also, the properties of which are the same as those of Samian earth. It is used more particularly as a cosmetic for the skin of females, the Selinusian earth being also employed for a similar purpose. This last is of a milk-white color and melts very rapidly in water. Dissolved in milk, it is employed for whitening the plaster coats on walls. Negites is very similar to eretrian earth, only that it is found in larger masses and is of a glutinous consistency. Its effects are similar to those produced by Chymolian earth, but are not so energetic. Ampelitis is an earth which bears a strong resemblance to bitumen. The test of its goodness is its dissolving in oil like wax and preserving its black color when submitted to the action of fire. Its properties are emollient and repercussive, for which reason it is used in medicinal compositions, those known as caliblephora more particularly, and in preparation for dyeing the hair. Chapter 57. Cretaceous earths used for scouring cloth. Simolian earth, 9 remedies. Sardinian earth. Umbrian earth, Saxum. Of Cretaceous earths there are several varieties. and among them 2 kinds of Cymolian earth employed in medicine, the one white and the other inclining to the tint of purpurism. Both kinds, moistened with vinegar, have the effect of dispersing tumors and arresting defluxions. They are curative also of inflammatory swellings and impostumes of the parotid glands, and applied topically they are good for affections of the spleen and pustules of the body. With the addition of Arrhenicum, oil of cypress, and vinegar, they reduce swellings of the feet, care being taken to apply the lotion in the sun, and at the end of 6 hours to wash it off with salt and water. In combination with wax and oil of cypress, Cymolian earth is good for swellings of the testes. Cretaceous earths, too, are of a cooling tendency, and applied to the body in the form of liniment, they act as a check upon excessive perspiration. Taken with wine in the bath, they remove pimples of the body. The most esteemed of all these earths is that of Thessaly. It is found also in the vicinity of Bubon, in Lycia. Cymolian earth is used also for another purpose, that of scouring cloth. As to the kind which is brought from Sardinia, and is known as sarda, it is used for white tissues only, and is never employed for coloured cloths. Indeed, this last is held in the lowest estimation of all the Cymolian earths, whereas that of Umbria is more highly esteemed, as also the kind generally known as saxum. It is a property of this last to increase in weight by maceration, and it is by weight that it is usually sold, Sardinian earth being sold by measure. Umbrian earth is only used for giving lustre to cloths. It will not be deemed out of place to give some further account here of this process, there being still in existence the Metilian law relative to fullers, an enactment which Gaius Flaminius and Lucius Aemilius, in their censorship, had passed by the people, so attentive to everything were our ancestors. The following then is the method employed in preparing cloth. It is first washed in an infusion of Sardinian earth, and is then exposed to a fumigation with sulphur. This done, it is scoured with Cymolian earth, when the cloth has been found to be of a genuine colour, it being very soon detected when it has been coloured with spurious materials, by its turning black and the colours becoming dispersed by the action of the sulphur. Where the colours are genuine and rich, they are softened by the application of Cymolian earth, which brightens and freshens them also when they have been rendered sombre by the action of the sulphur. Saxum is better for white tissues after the application of sulphur, but to coloured cloths it is highly injurious. In Greece they used Tymphaean gypsum in place of Cymolian earth. Chapter 58. Argentaria. Names of freed men who have either risen to power themselves or have belonged to men of influence. There is another Cretaceous earth known as Argentaria, from the brightness which it imparts to silver. There is also the most inferior kind of chalk, which was used by the ancients for tracing the line of victory in the circus and for marking the feet of slaves on sale that were brought from beyond sea. Such, for instance, were Publilius Locius, the founder of our mimic scenes, his cousin Manilius Antiochus, the first cultivator of astronomy, and Staberius Eros, our first grammarian, all three of whom our ancestors saw brought over in the same ship. But why mention these names, recommended as they are by the literary honours which they acquired? Other instances, too, Rome has beheld of persons rising to high positions from the slave market. Chrysogonus, for example, the freed man of Scylla; Amphion, the freed man of Quintus Catulus, the man who was the keeper of Lucullus; Demetrius, the freed man of Pompeius; and Auge, the freed woman of Demetrius, or else of Pompeius himself, as some have supposed. Hipparchus, the freed man of Marcus Antonius, as also Menes and Menecrates, freed men of Sextus Pompeius, and many others as well, whom it would be superfluous to enumerate, and who have enriched themselves at the cost of Roman blood and the license that results from proscription. Such is the mark that is set upon these droves of slaves which we see on sale, such the opprobrium thrown upon them by a capricious fortune. And yet some of these very men have we beheld in the enjoyment of such power and influence that the Senate itself has decreed them, at the command of Agrippina, wife of the Emperor Claudius, the decorations even of praetorship, all but honored with the fasces and their laurels, in fact, and sent back in state to the very place from which they originally came, with their feet whitened with the slave dealer's chalk. Chapter 59. The earth of Galata, of Clypea, of the Baleares, and of Ebusus. In addition to these, there are various other kinds of earth, endowed with peculiar properties of their own, and which have been already mentioned on former occasions. We may, however, take the present opportunity of again remarking the following properties. The earth of the island of Galata and of the vicinity of Clypea in Africa is fatal to scorpions, and that of the Balearic Islands and of Ebusus kills serpents. Summary. Remedies, narratives, and observations. 956. Roman authors quoted: Messala the Orator, the Elder Messala, Fenestella, Atticus, Marcus Varro, Varius, Cornelius, Nepos, Deculo, Messianus, Melissus, Vitruvius, Cassius, Severus Longulanus, Fabius Vestalis, who wrote on painting. Foreign authors quoted: Pasiteles, Apelles, Melanthius, Asclepiodorus, Euphranor, Heliodorus, who wrote on the votive offerings of the Athenians, Metrodorus, who wrote on architecture, Democritus, Theophrastus, Appian the grammarian, who wrote on the medicines derived from metals, Nymphodorus, Iollas, Apollodorus, Andreas, Heraclides, Diagoras, Botris, Archidamus, Dionysius, Aristogenes, Democles, Menecides, Xenocrates, the son of Zeno, Theomnestus. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by William Bruce McFadden. The Natural History, Volume 7 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Book 36, Chapters 1 to 4. Book 36, The Natural History of Stones, Chapter 1. Luxury displayed in the use of various kinds of marble. It now remains for us to speak of stones, or in other words, the leading folly of the day, to say nothing at all of our taste for gems and amber, crystal, and marine vases. For everything of which we have previously treated down to the present book may, by some possibility or other, have the appearance of having been created for the sake of man. But as to the mountains, nature has made those for herself, as a kind of bulwark for keeping together the bowels of the earth, as also for the purpose of curbing the violence of the rivers, of breaking the waves of the sea, and so, by opposing to them the very hardest of her materials, putting a check upon those elements which are never at rest. And yet we must hew down these mountains, forsooth, and carry them off, and this for no other reason than to gratify our luxurious inclinations, heights which in former days it was reckoned a miracle even to have crossed. Our forefathers regarded as a prodigy the passage of the Alps, first by Hannibal, and more recently by the Cimbri. But at the present day these very mountains are cut asunder to yield us 1,000 different marbles. Promontories are thrown open to the sea, and the face of nature is being everywhere reduced to a level. We now carry away the barriers that were designed for the separation of one nation from another. We construct ships for the transport of our marbles, and amid the waves, the most boisterous elements of nature, we convey the summits of the mountains to and fro. A thing, however, that is even less unpardonable than to go on the search amid the regions of the clouds for vessels with which to cool our draughts, and to excavate rocks towering to the very heavens, in order that we may have the satisfaction of drinking from ice. Let each reflect, when he hears of the high prices set upon these things, when he sees these ponderous masses carted and carried away, how many there are whose life is passed far more happily without them. For what utility or for what so-called pleasure do mortals make themselves the agents, or more truly speaking, the victims of such undertakings, except in order that others may take their repose in the midst of variegated stones? Just as though, too, the shades of night, which occupy 1/2 of each man's existence, would forbear to curtail these imaginary delights. Chapter 2. Who was the first to employ marble in public buildings? Indeed, while making these reflections, one cannot but feel ashamed of the men of ancient times even. There are still in existence censorial laws which forbid the kernels in the neck of swine to be served at table, dormice too, and other things too trifling to mention, and yet there has been no law passed forbidding marble to be imported, or the seas to be traversed in search of it. It may possibly be observed that this was because marble was not then introduced. Such, however, is not the fact, for in the idolship of M. Scarus 360 columns were to be seen imported for the decorations of a temporary theatre, one that was destined to be in use for barely a single month, and yet the laws were silent thereon, in a spirit of indulgence for the amusements of the public, no doubt. But then why such indulgence? Or how do vices more insidiously steal upon us than under the plea of serving the public? By what other way, in fact, did ivory, gold, and precious stones first come into use with private individuals? Can we say that there is now anything that we have reserved for the exclusive use of the gods? However, be it so, let us admit of this indulgence for the amusements of the public. But still, why did the laws maintain their silence when the largest of these columns, pillars of Lucullian marble, as much as 38 feet in height, were erected in the atrium of Scarus, a thing, too, that was not done privately or in secret, for the contractor for the public sewers compelled him to give security for the possible damage that might be done in the carriage of them to the Palatium? When so bad an example as this was set, would it not have been advisable to take some precautions for the preservation of the public morals? And yet the laws still preserved their silence, when such enormous masses as these were being carried past the earthenware pediments of the temples of the gods to the house of a private individual. Chapter 3. Who was the first to erect columns of foreign marble at Rome? And yet it cannot be said that Scarus, by way of a first essay in vice, took the city by surprise, in a state of ignorance and totally unguarded against such evils as these. Already had L. Crassus, the orator, he who was the first to possess pillars of foreign marble, and in this same Palatium too received from M. Brutus, on the occasion of a dispute, the nickname of the Palatine Venus, for his indulgence in this kind of luxury. The material, I should remark, was Hymetian marble, and the pillars were but 6 in number, and not exceeding some 12 feet in height. Our forefathers were guilty of this omission, no doubt, because morals were universally contaminated, and seeing that things which had been interdicted had been forbidden in vain, they preferred the absence of laws to laws that were no better than a dead letter. These particulars, and others in the sequel, will show that we are so far improved. For who is there at the present day that has in his atrium any such massive columns as these of Scarus? But before proceeding to treat of the several varieties of this material, it will be as well to mention the various artists and the degrees of estimation in which they are held who have worked in marble. We will, therefore, proceed to review the sculptors who have flourished at different periods. Chapter 4. The first artists who excelled in the sculpture of marble and the various periods at which they flourished, the Mausoleum in Caria, the most celebrated sculptors and works in marble, 225 in number. The first artists who distinguished themselves in the sculpture of marble were Dipaenas and Chiles, natives of the Isle of Crete. At this period the Medians were still in power, and Cyrus had not begun to reign in Persia, their date being about the 50th Olympiad. They afterwards repaired to Chicon, a state which for a length of time was the adopted country of all such pursuits as these. The people of Chicon had made a contract with them for the execution of certain statues of the gods, but before completing the work the artists complained of some injustice being done them, and retired to Aetolia. Immediately upon this the state was afflicted with sterility and famine, and dreadful consternation was the result. Upon inquiry being made as to a remedy for these evils, the Pythian Apollo made answer that Dipaenus and Scheles must complete the statues of the gods, an object which was attained at the cost of great concessions and considerable sums of money. The statues were those of Apollo, Diana, Hercules, and Minerva, the last of which was afterward struck by lightning. Before these artists were in existence, there had already appeared Melas, a sculptor of the Isle of Chios, and in succession to him, his son Michades, and his grandson Archemus, whose sons Bupalus and Atenes afterwards attained the highest eminence in the art. These last were contemporaries of the poet Eponax, who, it is well known, lived in the 60th Olympiad. Now, if a person only reckons, going upwards, that the art of sculpture must have necessarily originated about the commencement of the era of the Olympiads, Eponax, being a man notorious for his ugliness, the two artists, by way of joke, exhibited a statue of him for the ridicule of the public. Indignant at this, the poet emptied upon them all the bitterness of his verses, to such an extent indeed that, as some believed, they were driven to hang themselves in despair. This, however, was not the fact, for at a later period these artists executed a number of statues in the neighboring islands, at Delos, for example, with an inscription subjoined to the effect that Chios was rendered famous not only by its vines, but by the works of the sons of Archermus as well. The people of Lassos still show a Diana that was made by them, and we find mention also made of a Diana at Chios, the work of their hands. It is erected on an elevated spot, and the features appear stern to a person as he enters, and joyous as he departs. At Rome there are some statues by these artists on the summit of the temple of the Palatine Apollo, and indeed in most of the buildings that were erected by the late Emperor Augustus. At Delos, on the Isle of Lesbos, there were formerly some sculptures by their father to be seen. Ambracia, too, Argos, and Cleone were filled with productions of the sculptor Dipaenus. All these artists, however, used nothing but the white marble of the Isle of Pharos, a stone which was known as Lygdinus, at first because, according to Varro, it was cut out in quarries by lamplight. Since their time, many other whiter marbles have been discovered, and very recently that of the quarries of Luna. With reference to the marble of Pharos, there is one very marvelous circumstance related. In a single block that was split with wedges, a figure of Silenus made its appearance. We must not omit to remark that the art of sculpture is of more ancient date than those of painting and of statuary in bronze, both of which commenced with Phidias in the 83rd Olympiad, or in other words, about 332 years later. Indeed, it is said that Phidias himself worked in marble, and that there is a Venus of his at Aome, a work of extraordinary beauty, in the buildings of Octavia. A thing, however, that is universally admitted is the fact that he was the instructor of Alcalmis, the Athenian, one of the most famous among the sculptors. By this last artist there are numerous statues in the temples at Athens, as also, without the walls there, the celebrated Venus, known as the Aphrodite in Kipis, a work to which Phidias himself, it is said, put the finishing hand. Another disciple also of Phidias was Agoracritus of Pharos, a great favorite with his master on account of his extremely youthful age, and for which reason it is said Phidias gave his own name to many of that artist's work. The two pupils entering into a contest as to the superior execution of a statue of Venus, Alcamenes was successful, not that his work was superior, but because his fellow citizens chose to give their suffrages in his favor in preference to a stranger. It was for this reason, it is said, that Agoracritus sold his statue on the express condition that it should never be taken to Athens, and changed its name to that of Nemesis. It was accordingly erected at Haehamnus, a borough of Attica, and M. Varro has considered it superior to every other statue. There is also to be seen in the temple of the Great Mother in the same city another work by Agoracritus. Among all nations which the fame of the Olympian Jupiter has reached, Phidias is looked upon, beyond all doubt, as the most famous of artists. But to let those who have never even seen his works know how deservedly he is esteemed, we will take this opportunity of adducing a few slight proofs of the genius which he displayed. In doing this we shall not appeal to the beauty of his Olympian Jupiter, nor yet to the vast proportions of his Athenian Minerva, 26 cubits in height, and composed of ivory and gold, but it is to the shield of this last statue that we shall draw attention, upon the convex face of which he has chased a combat of the Amazons, while upon the concave side of it he has represented the battle between the gods and the giants. Upon the sandals again we see the wars of the Lapithae and Centaurs. So careful has he been to fill every smallest portion of his work with some proof or other of his artistic skill. To the story chased upon the pedestal of the statue, the name of the birth of Pandora has been given, and the figures of newborn gods to be seen upon it are no less than 20 in number. The figure of Victory in particular is most admirable, and connoisseurs are greatly struck with the serpent and the Sphynx in bronze lying beneath the point of the spear. Let thus much be said incidentally in reference to an artist who can never be sufficiently praised, if only to let it be understood that the richness of his genius was always equal to itself, even in the very smallest details. When speaking of the statuaries, we have already given the period at which Praxiteles flourished, an artist who, in the glory which he acquired by his works in marble, surpassed even himself. There are some works of his in the Ceramicus at Athens, but superior to all the statues, not only of Praxiteles, but of any other artist that ever existed, is his Cnidian Venus, for the inspection of which many persons before now have purposely undertaken a voyage to Cnidos. The artist who made 2 statues of the goddess and offered them both for sale, one of them was represented with drapery, and for this reason was preferred by the people of Kos, who had the choice. The second was offered them at the same price, but on the grounds of propriety and modesty they thought fit to choose the other. Upon this the Cnidians purchased the rejected statue, and immensely superior has it always been held in general estimation. At a later period, King Nicomedes wished to purchase this statue of the Cnidians, and made them an offer to pay off the whole of their public debt, which was very large. They preferred, however, to submit to any extremity rather than part with it, and with good reason, for by this statue Praxiteles has perpetuated the glory of Cnidos. The little temple in which it is placed is open on all sides, so that the beauties of the statue admit of being seen from every point of view, an arrangement which was favored by the goddess herself, it is generally believed. Indeed, from whatever point it is viewed, its execution is equally worthy of admiration. A certain individual, it is said, became enamored of this statue, and concealing himself in the temple during the night, gratified his lustful passion upon it, traces of which are to be seen in a stain left upon the marble. There are also at Cnidos some other statues in marble, the productions of illustrious artists, a Father Liber by Bryaxis, another by Sculptors, and a Minerva by the same hand. Indeed, there is no greater proof of the supreme excellence of the Venus of Praxiteles than in the fact that amid such productions as these it is the only one that we generally find noticed. By Praxiteles, too, there is a Cupid, a statue which occasioned one of the charges brought by Cicero against Verres, and for the sake of seeing which persons used to visit Thespiae. On the present day it is said to be seen at the schools of Octavia. By the same artist there is also another Cupid without drapery at Parium, a colony of the Propontis, equal to the Cnidian Venus in the fineness of its execution, and said to have been the object of a similar outrage. For one Alcetas, a Boeotian, becoming deeply enamored of it, left upon the marble similar traces of the violence of his passion. At Rome there are, by Praxiteles, a Flora, a Triptolemus, and a Ceres in the gardens of Servilius, statues of good success and good fortune in the Capitol, as also some Meonides, and figures known as Theades and Caryatides. Some Sileni, to be seen in the memorial buildings of Asinius Pollio, and the statues of Apollo and Neptune. Cephisodocus, the son of Praxiteles, inherited his father's talent. There is by him, at Pergamus, a splendid group of wrestlers, a work that has been highly praised, and in which the fingers have all the appearance of being impressed upon real flesh rather than upon marble. At Aome there are, by him, a Latona in the temple of the Palatium, a Venus in the buildings that are memorials of Asinius Pollio, and an Aesculapius and a Diana in the temple of Juno, situate within the porticos of Octavia. Scopas rivals these artists in fame. There are by him a Venus and a Pothos, statues which are venerated at Samothrace in the most august ceremonials. He was also the sculptor of the Palatine Apollo, a Vesta seated in the gardens of Servilius and represented with two bends around her, a work that has been highly praised. Two similar bends to be seen upon the buildings of Asinius Pollio, and some figures of Canephori in the same place. But the most highly esteemed of all his works are those in the temple erected by Cnaeus Domitius in the Flaminian Circus. A figure of Neptune himself, a Thetis and Achilles, Nereids seated upon dolphins, cetaceous fishes and seahorses, tritons, the train of Porcus, and whales, and numerous other sea monsters, all by the same hand. An admirable piece of workmanship, even if it had taken a whole life to complete it. In addition to the works by him already mentioned and others of the existence of which we are ignorant, there is still to be seen a colossal Mara of his, seated in the temple, erected by Brutus Callaicus, also in the Flaminian Circus, as also a naked Venus of an anterior date to that by Praxiteles, and a production that would be quite sufficient to establish the renown of any other place. At Rome, it is true, it is quite lost sight of amid such a vast multitude of similar works of art. And then, besides, the inattention to these matters that is induced by such vast numbers of duties and so many items of business quite precludes the generality of persons from devoting their thoughts to the subject. For in fact, the admiration that is due to this art not only demands an abundance of leisure, but requires that profound silence should reign upon the spot. Hence it is that the artist is now forgotten who executed the statue of Venus that was dedicated by the Emperor Vespasianus in the Temple of Peace, a work well worthy of the high repute of ancient times. With reference, too, to the dying children of Niobe, in the temple of the Socian Apollo there is an equal degree of uncertainty, whether it is the work of Scopas or of Praxiteles. So, too, as to the Father Janus, a work that was brought from Egypt and dedicated in his temple by Augustus, it is a question by which of these two artists it was made. At the present day, however, it is quite hidden from us by the quantity of gold that covers it. The same question, too, arises with reference to the Cupid brandishing a thunderbolt, now to be seen in the Curia of Octavia. The only thing, in fact, that is affirmed with any degree of certainty respecting it is that it is a likeness of Alyabiades, who was the handsomest man of his day. There are, too, in the schools of Octavia many other highly attractive works, the authors of which are now unknown. 4 satyrs, for example, one of which carries in his arms a Father Liber, robed in the palla. Another similarly supports the goddess Libera. A third is pacifying a child who is crying, and the fourth is giving a child some water to drink from a cup. 2 zephyrs also who agitate their flowing drapery with their breath. No less is the uncertainty that prevails as to the authors of the statues now to be seen in the septa, an Olympus and Pan, and a Chiron and Achilles. And yet their high reputation has caused them to be deemed valuable enough for their keepers to be made answerable for their safety at the cost of their lives. Scopas had for rivals and contemporaries Bryaxis, Timotheus, and Leochares, artists whom we are bound to mention together, from the fact that they worked together at the mausoleum, such being the name of the tomb that was erected by his wife Artemisia in honor of Mausolus, a petty king of Cardia, who died in the 2nd year of the 107th Olympiad. It was through the exertions of these artists more particularly that this work came to be reckoned one of the 7 wonders of the world. The circumference of this building is, in all, 440 feet, and the breadth from the north to south, 63. The 2 fronts being not so wide in extent. It is 25 cubits in height, and is surrounded with 36 columns, the outer circumference being known as the Pteron. The east side was sculpted by Scopas, the north by Bryaxis, the south by Timotheus, and the west by Leochares. But before their task was completed, Queen Artemisia died. They did not leave their work, however, until it was finished, considering that it was at once a memorial of their own fame and of the sculptor's art, and to this day even it is undecided which of them has excelled. A 5th artist also took part in the work, for above the Pteron there is a pyramid erected, equal in height to the building below, and formed of 24 steps, which gradually taper upward towards the summit, a platform crowned with a representation of a 4-horse chariot by Pythes. This addition makes the total height of the work 140 feet. There is at Rome, by Timotheus, a Diana in the temple of Apollo in the Palatium, the head of which has been replaced by a Vianius Evander. A Hercules, too, by Ministratus, is greatly admired. And there is a Hecate of his at Ephesus, in the temple of Diana there, behind the sanctuary. The keepers of the temple recommend persons when viewing it to be careful of their eyes, so remarkably radiant is the marble. No less esteemed, too, are the statues of the Graces in the Propylaeum at Athens, the workmanship of Socrates the sculptor, a different person from the painter of that name, though identical with him in the opinion of some. As to Myron, who is so highly praised for his works in bronze, there is by him, at Smyrna, an old woman intoxicated, a work that is held in high estimation. Asinius Pollio, a man of a warm and ardent temperament, was determined that the buildings which he erected as memorials of himself should be made as attractive as possible. For here we see groups representing nymphs carried off by centaurs, a work of Arcesilas, the Thespiades by Cleomenes, Oceanus and Jupiter by Heniochus, Apiades by Stephanus, Hermerotes by Tariscus, not the chaser in silver already mentioned, but a native of Tralles, a Jupiter Hospitalis by Papilus, a pupil of Praxiteles, Zetus and Amphion with Birche the bull, and the halter, all sculptured from a single block of marble, the work of Apollonius and Tariscus, and brought to Rome from Rhodes. These two artists made it a sort of rivalry as to their parentage, for they declared that although Apollodorus was their natural progenitor, Menecrates would appear to have been their father. In the same place, too, there is a Father Liber by Eucetides, highly praised. Near the portico of Octavia there is an Apollo by Faliscus of Rhodes, placed in the temple of that god, a Latona and Diana also, the 9 Muses, and another Apollo without drapery. The Apollo holding the lyre in the same temple was executed by Tibarchides. In the temple of Juno, within the porticos of Octavia, there is a figure of that goddess, executed by Dionysius, and another by Polycles, and also other statues by Praxiteles. This Polycles, too, in conjunction with Dionysius, the son of Tibarchides, made the statue of Jupiter which is to be seen in the adjoining temple. The figures of Pan and Olympus wrestling in the same place are by Heliodorus, and they are considered to be the next finest group of this nature in all the world. The same artist also executed a Venus at the bath, and Polycharmus, another Venus, in an erect posture. By the honorable place which the work of Lysias occupies, we may see in what high esteem it was held by the late Emperor Augustus, who consecrated it in honor of his father Octavius in the Palatium, placing it on an arch within a small temple adorned with columns. It is the figure of a 4-horse chariot with an Apollo and Diana, all sculptured from a single block. I find it stated also that the Apollo by Calamis, the chaser already mentioned, the Pugilus by Dericlides, and the statue of Callisthenes, the historian, by Amphistratus. All of them now in the gardens of Servilius are works highly esteemed. Beyond these there are not many sculptors of high repute, for in the case of several works of very great excellence, the number of artists that have been engaged upon them has proved a considerable obstacle to the fame of each, no individual being able to engross the whole of the credit, and it being impossible to award it in due proportion to the names of the several artists combined. Such is the case with the Laocoat, for example, in the palace of the Emperor Titus, a work that may be looked upon as preferable to any other production of the art of painting or of statuary. It is sculptured from a single block, both the main figure as well as the children and the serpents, with their marvelous folds. This group was made in concert by 3 most eminent artists, Agesander, Polydorus, and Athenodorus, natives of Ilhodes. In similar manner also the palaces of the Caesars in the Palatium have been filled with most splendid statuary. The work of Craterus, in conjunction with Pythodorus, of Polydeuces with Hermoleus, and of another Pythodorus with Artemon. Some of the statues also are by Aphrodisius of Tralles, who worked alone. The Pantheon of Agrippa has been decorated by Diogenes of Athens, and the Caryatides by him, which form the columns of that temple, are looked upon as masterpieces of excellence. The same, too, with the statues that are placed upon the roof, though in consequences of the height they have not had an opportunity of being so well appreciated. Without glory, and excluded from every temple, is the statue of Hercules, in honor of whom the Carthaginians were accustomed to sacrifice human victims every year. It stands upon the ground before the entrance of the portico of the nations. There were erected, too, near the temple of Felicity, the statues of the Thespian Muses, of one of which, according to Varro, Hunius Pisciculus, a Roman of equestrian rank, became enamored. Pasiteles, too, speaks in terms of high admiration of them, the artist who wrote 5 books on the most celebrated works throughout the world. Born upon the Grecian shores of Italy, and presented with the Roman citizenship granted to the cities of those parts, Pasiteles constructed the ivory statue of Jupiter, which is now in the temple of Metellus on the road to the Campus Martius. It so happened that being one day at the docks, where there were some wild beasts from Africa, while he was viewing through the bars of a cage a lion which he was engaged in drawing, a panther made its escape from another cage, to the no small danger of this most careful artist. He executed many other works, it is said, but we do not find the names of them specifically mentioned. Arcesilaes also is an artist highly extolled by Varro, who states that he had in his possession a lioness in marble of his, and winged cupids playing with it, some holding it with cords, and others making it drink from a horn, the whole sculptured from a single block. He says also that the 14 figures around the theater of Pompeius, representing different nations, are the work of Coponius. I find it stated that Canachus, an artist highly praised among the statuaries in bronze, executed some works also in marble. Sarus, too, and Batrachus must not be forgotten, Lacedaemonians by birth, who built the temples enclosed by the porticos of Octavia. Some are of the opinion that these artists were very wealthy men, and that they erected these buildings at their own expense, expecting to be allowed to inscribe their names thereon, but that this indulgence being refused them, they adopted another method of attaining their object. At all events, there are still to be seen at the present day on the spirals of the columns the figures of a lizard and a frog, emblematical of their names. In the temple of Jupiter by the same artist, the paintings, as well as all the other ornaments, bear reference to the worship of a goddess. The fact is that when the temple of Juno was completed, the porters, as it is said, who were entrusted with the carriage of the statues, made an exchange of them, and on religious grounds the mistake was left uncorrected, from an impression that it had been by the intervention of the divinities themselves that this seat of worship had been thus shared between them. Hence it is that we see in the temple of Juno also the ornaments which properly pertain to the worship of Jupiter. Some minute works in marble have also gained reputation for their artists. By Myrmichides there was a 4-horse chariot, so small that it could be covered, driver and all, by the wings of a fly, and by Calabrates some ants in marble, the feet and other limbs of which were so fine as to escape the sight. End of section 28.
Section 29 of The Natural History, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 29, Book 36, Chapters 5 to 13. Chapter 5. At what period marble was first used in buildings? This must suffice for the sculptors in marble, and the works which have gained the highest repute, with reference to which subject it occurs to me to remark that spotted marbles were not then in fashion. In making their statues, these artists used the marble of Tassos also, one of the Cyclades, and of Lesbos, this last being rather more livid than the other. The poet Menander, in fact, who was a very careful inquirer into all matters of luxury, is the first who has spoken, and that but rarely, of variegated marbles, and indeed of the employment of marble in general. Columns of this material were at first employed in temples, not on grounds of superior elegance, for that was not thought of as yet, but because no material could be found of a more substantial nature. It was under these circumstances that the temple of the Olympian Jupiter was commenced at Athens, the columns of which were brought by Sylla to Rome for the buildings in the capital. Still, however, there had been a distinction drawn between ordinary stone and marble, in the days of Homer even. The poet speaks in one passage of a person being struck down with a huge mass of marble, but that is all. And when he describes the abodes of royalty adorned with every elegance, besides brass, gold, electrum, and silver, he only mentions ivory. Variegated marbles, in my opinion, were first discovered in the quarries of Chios, when the inhabitants were building the walls of their city, a circumstance which gave rise to a facetious repartee on the part of Marcus Cicero, it being the practice with them to show these walls to everybody as something magnificent. "I should admire them much more," said he, "if you had built them of the stone used at Tibur. And, by Hercules, the art of painting would never have been held in such esteem, or indeed in any esteem at all, if variegated marbles had been held in admiration." Chapter 6. Who were the first to cut marble into slabs, and at what period? I'm not sure whether the art of cutting marble into slabs is not an invention for which we are indebted to the people of Caria. The most ancient instance of this practice, so far as I know of, is found at the palace of Mausolus at Halicarnassus, the walls of which, in brick, are covered with marble of Proconnesus. Mausolus died in the 2nd year of the 107th Olympiad, being the year of Rome, 403. Chapter 7. Who was the first to encrust the walls of houses at Rome with marble? The first person at Rome who covered the whole of the walls of his house with marble, according to Cornelius Nepos, was Mamurra, who dwelt upon the Caelian hill, a member of the equestrian order and a native of Formiae, who had been prefect of the engineers under Cassius Caesar in Gaul. Such was the individual that nothing may be wanting to the indignity of the example who first adopted this practice. The same Mamurra, in fact, who was so torn to pieces in the verses of Catullus of Verona. Indeed, his own house proclaimed more loudly than Catullus could proclaim it that he had come into possession of all that Gallia Comata had had to possess. For Nepos adds, as well, that he was the first to have all the columns of his house made of nothing but solid marble, and that, too, marble of Charistus or of Luna. Chapter 8. At what period the various kinds of marble came into use at Rome? Marcus Lepidus, who was consul with Quirinius Catullus, was the first to have the lintels of his house made of Numidian marble, a thing for which he was greatly censured. He was consul in the year of Rome, 676. This is the earliest instance that I can find of the introduction of Numidian marble, not in the forms of pillars, however, or of slabs, as was the case with the marble of Charistus, above mentioned, but in blocks, and that, too, for the comparatively ignoble purpose of making the thresholds of doors. 4 years after this Lepidus, Lucius Lucullus was consul, the same person who gave its name, it is very evident, to the Lucian marble, for, taking a great fancy to it, he introduced it at Rome. While other kinds of marble are valued for their spots or their colors, this marble is entirely black. It is found on the island of Melos, and is pretty nearly the only marble that has taken its name from the person who first introduced it. Among these personages, Scaurus, in my opinion, was the first to build a theatre with walls of marble, but whether they were only coated with slabs of marble, or were made of solid blocks, highly polished, such as we now see in the temple of Jupiter Tonus in the capital, I cannot exactly say, for up to this period I cannot find any vestiges of the use of marble slabs in Italy. Chapter 9. The method of cutting marble into slabs, the sand used in cutting marble. But whoever it was that first invented the art of thus cutting marble, and so multiplying the appliances of luxury, he displayed considerable ingenuity, though to little purpose. This division, though apparently effected by the aid of iron, is in reality effected by sand, the saw acting only by pressing upon the sand within a very fine cleft in the stone as it is moved to and fro. The sand of Ethiopia is the most highly esteemed for this purpose, for, to add to the trouble that is entailed, we have to send to Ethiopia for the purpose of preparing our marble, and as far as India even, whereas in former times the severity of the Roman manners thought it beneath them to repair thither in search of such costly things, even as pearls. This Indian sand is held in the next highest degree of estimation, the Ethiopian being of a softer nature, and better adapted for dividing the stone without leaving any roughness on the surface, whereas the sand from India does not leave so smooth a face upon it. Still, however, for polishing marble, we find it recommended to rub it with Indian sand, calcinade. The sand of Naxos has the same defect, as also that from Coptos, generally known as Egyptian sand. The above were the several varieties of sand used by the ancients in dividing marble. More recently, sand has been discovered that is equally approved for this purpose, in a certain creek of the Adriatic Sea, which is left dry at low water only, a thing that renders it not very easy to be found. At the present day, however, the fraudulent tendencies of our workers in marble have emboldened them to use any kind of river sand for the purpose, a mischief which very few employers rightly appreciate. For, the coarser the sand, the wider is the division made in the stone, the greater the quantity of material consumed, and the more extensive the labor required for polishing the rough surface that is left, a result of which is that the slabs lose so much more in thickness. For giving the last polish to marble, Tabatic stone is considered well adapted, as also porous stone, or pumice, powdered fine. Chapter 10. Stone of Naxos, Stone of Armenia. For polishing marble statues, as also for cutting and giving a polish to precious stones, the preference was long given to the stone of Naxos, such being the name of a kind of touchstone that is found in the Isle of Cyprus. More recently, however, the stones imported from Armenia for this purpose have displaced those of Naxos. Chapter 11. The Marbles of Alexandria. The marbles are too well known to make it necessary for me to enumerate their several colors and varieties, and indeed, so numerous are they, that it would be no easy task to do so, for what place is there, in fact, that has not a marble of its own? In addition to which, in our description of the earth and its various peoples, we have already made it our care to mention the more celebrated kinds of marble. Still, however, they are not all of them produced from quarries, but in many instances lie scattered just beneath the surface of the earth. Some of them, the most precious even, the green Lacedemonian marble, for example, more brilliant in color than any other, the Augustan also, and more recently the Tiberian, which were first discovered in the reigns respectively of Augustus and Tiberius in Egypt. These two marbles differ from ophites in the circumstance that the latter is marked with streaks which resemble serpents in appearance, whence its name. There is also this difference between the two marbles themselves, in the arrangement of their spots. The Augustan marble has them undulated and curling to a point, whereas in the Tiberian the streaks are white, not involved, but lying wide asunder. Of ophites, there are only some very small pillars known to have been made. There are two varieties of it, one white and soft, the other inclining to black and hard. Both kinds, it is said, worn as an amulet, are a cure for headache, and for wounds inflicted by serpents. Some, too, recommend the white ophites as an amulet for phrenitis and lethargy. As a counterpoison to serpents, some persons speak more particularly in praise of the ophites that is known as Tephrius, from its ashy color. There is also a marble known as Memphites, from the place where it is found, and of a nature somewhat analogous to the precious stones. For medicinal purposes, it is triturated and applied in the form of a liniment with vinegar to such parts of the body as require cauterizing or incision, the flesh becoming quite benumbed and thereby rendered insensible to pain. Porphyrites, which is another product of Egypt, is of a red color. The kind that is mottled with white blotches is known as leptospesophus. The quarries there are able to furnish blocks of any dimensions, however large. Vitrasius Pollio, who was steward in Egypt for the Emperor Claudius, brought to Rome from Egypt some statues made of this stone, a novelty which was not very highly approved of, as no one has since followed his example. The Egyptians, too, have discovered in Ethiopia the stone known as basanites, which in color and hardness resembles iron, whence the name that has been given to it. A larger block of it has never been known than the one forming the group which has been dedicated by the Emperor Vespasianus Augustus in the Temple of Peace. It represents the river Nilus with 16 children sporting around it, symbolical of the 16 cubits, the extreme height to which, in the most favorable seasons, that river should rise. It is stated, too, that in the temple of Serapis at Thebes, there is a block not unlike it, which forms the statue of Memnon there, remarkable, it is said, for emitting a sound each morning when first touched by the rays of the rising sun. Chapter 12. Onyx and Alabastrites. 6 remedies. Our forefathers imagined that onyx was only to be found in the mountains of Arabia, and nowhere else. But Sudines was aware that it is also found in Carmania. Drinking vessels were made of it at first, and then the feet of beds and chairs. Cornelius Nepos relates that great was the astonishment when Publius Lentulus Spinther exhibited amphora made of this material, as large as Chian wine vessels in size. And yet, 5 years after, says he, I saw columns of this material, no less than 32 feet in height. At a more recent period again, some change took place with reference to this stone, for 4 small pillars of it were erected by Cornelius Balbus in his theatre as something quite marvelous, and I myself have seen 30 columns of larger size in the banqueting room which Calastus erected, the freedman of Claudius, so well known for the influence which he possessed. This stone is called Alabastrites by some, and is hollowed out into vessels for holding unguents, it having the reputation of preserving them from corruption better than anything else. In a calcined state, it is a good ingredient for plasters. It is found in the vicinity of Thebes in Egypt and of Damascus in Syria, that of Damascus being whiter than the others. The most esteemed kind, however, is that of Carmania, the next being the produce of India, and then those of Syria and Asia. The worst in quality is that of Cappadocia, it being utterly destitute of luster. That which is of a honey color is the most esteemed, covered with spots curling in whorls, and not transparent. Alabastrites is considered defective when it is of a white or horn color, or approaching to glass in appearance. Chapter 13. Lygdinus, Corallitic stone, stone of Albanda, stone of Thebais, stone of Sina. Little inferior to it for the preservation of unguents, in the opinion of many, is the stone called Lygdinus that is found in Pharos, and never of a larger size than to admit of a dish or goblet being made of it. In former times it was only imported from Arabia, being remarkable for its extreme whiteness. Great value is placed also upon the 2 other kinds of stone of quite a contrary nature. Corallitic stone, found in Asia, in blocks no more than 2 cubits in thickness, and of a white somewhat approaching that of ivory, and in some degree resembling it. And Alabandic stone, which, on the other hand, is black, and is so called from the district which produces it, though it is also to be found at Miletus, where, however, it verges somewhat more upon the purple. It admits of being melted by the action of fire, and is fused for the preparation of glass. Thebaic stone, which is sprinkled all over with spots like gold, is found in Africa, on the side of it which lies adjacent to Egypt. The small hones which it supplies being peculiarly adapted, from their natural properties, for grinding the ingredients used in preparations for the eyes. In the neighborhood of Sina, too, in Thebais, there is a stone found that is now known as cyanites, but was formerly called pyhoposlion. End of section 29.
Section 30 of The Natural History, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Green Magic. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 30, Book 36, Chapters 14 to 20. Chapter 14. Obelisks. Monarchs, too, have entered into a sort of rivalry with one another in forming elongated blocks of this stone, known as obelisks, and consecrated to the divinity of the sun. The blocks had this form given to them in resemblance to the rays of that luminary, which are so called in the Egyptian language. Mesphres, who reigned in the city of the sun, was the first who erected one of these obelisks, being warned to do so in a dream. Indeed, there is an inscription upon the obelisk to this effect, for the sculptures and figures which we still see engraved thereon are no other than Egyptian letters. At a later period, other kings had these obelisks hewn. Saothes erected 4 of them in the above-named city, 48 cubits in height. Ramses, too, who was reigning at the time of the capture of Troy, erected one, 140 cubits high. Having quitted the spot where the palace of Minerva stood, this monarch erected another obelisk, 120 cubits in height, but of prodigious thickness, the sides being no less than 11 cubits in breadth. It is said that 120,000 men were employed upon this work, and that the king, when it was on the point of being elevated, being apprehensive that the machinery employed might not prove strong enough for the weight, with the view of increasing the peril that might be entailed by due want of precaution on the part of the workmen, had his own son fastened to the summit, in order that the safety of the prince might at the same time ensure the safety of the mass of stone. It was in his admiration of this work that, when King Cambyses took the city by storm, and the conflagration had already reached the very foot of the obelisk, he ordered the fire to be extinguished, he entertaining a respect for this stupendous erection, which he had not entertained for the city itself. There are also 2 other obelisks, one of them erected by Zimares, and the other by Pharos, both of them without inscriptions, and 48 cubits in height. Ptolemus Philadelphus had one erected at Alexandria, 80 cubits high, which had been prepared by order of King Nectabus. It was without any inscription, and cost far more trouble in its carriage and elevation than had been originally expended in quarrying it. Some writers inform us that it was conveyed on a raft under the inspection of the architect Satyrus, but Callinexus gives the name of Phoenix. For this purpose, a canal was dug from the river Nilus to the spot where the obelisk lay, and 2 broad vessels, laden with blocks of similar stone, a foot square, the cargo of each amounting to double the size, and consequently double the weight of the obelisk, were brought beneath it, the extremities of the obelisk remaining supported by the opposite sides of the canal. The blocks of stone were then removed, and the vessels, being thus gradually lightened, received their burden. It was erected upon a basis of 6 square blocks, quarried from the same mountain, and the artist was rewarded with the sum of 50 talents. This obelisk was placed by the king above mentioned in the Arrhenicum, in testimony of his affection for his wife and sister Arsione. At a later period, as it was found to be an inconvenience to the docks, Maximus, the then prefect of Egypt, had it transferred to the forum there, after removing the summit for the purpose of substituting a gilded point, an intention which was ultimately abandoned. There are 2 other obelisks, which were in Caesar's temple at Alexandria, near the harbor there, 42 cubits in height, and originally hewn by order of King Mesphriz. But the most difficult enterprise of all was the carriage of these obelisks by sea to Rome, in vessels which excited the greatest admiration. Indeed, the late Emperor Augustus consecrated the one which brought over the first obelisk as a lasting memorial of this marvelous undertaking in the docks at Puteoli, but it was destroyed by fire. As to the one in which, by order of the Emperor Caius, the other obelisk had been transported to Rome, after having been preserved for some years and looked upon as the most wonderful construction ever beheld upon the seas, it was brought to Ostia by order of the late Emperor Claudius, and towers of Puteolan earth being first erected upon it, it was sunk for the construction of the harbor which he was making there. And then, besides, there was the necessity of constructing other vessels to carry these obelisks up the Tiber, by which it became practically ascertained that the depth of water in that river is not less than that of the river Nilus. The obelisk that was erected by the late Emperor Augustus in the Great Circus was originally quarried by order of King Semonpacertus, in whose reign it was that Pythagoras visited Egypt. It is 85 feet and 3/4 in height, exclusive of the base, which is a part of the same stone. The one that he erected in the Campus Martinus is 9 feet less in height, and was originally made by order of Seothius. They are both of them covered with inscriptions, which interpret the operations of nature according to the philosophy of the Egyptians. Chapter 15. The obelisk which serves as a dial in the Campus Martinus. The one that has been erected in the Campus Martinus has been applied to a singular purpose by the late Emperor Augustus, that of marking the shadows projected by the sun, and so measuring the length of the days and nights. With this object, a stone pavement was laid, the extreme length of which corresponded exactly with the length of the shadow thrown by the obelisk at the 6th hour on the day of the winter solstice. After this period, the shadow would go on, day by day, gradually decreasing, and then again would as gradually increase. Correspondingly, with certain lines of brass that were inserted in the stone, a device well deserving to be known, and due to the ingenuity of Facundus Novus, the mathematician. Upon the apex of the obelisk he placed a gilded ball, in order that the shadow of the summit might be condensed and agglomerated, and so prevent the shadow of the apex itself from running to a fine point of enormous extent. The plan being first suggested to him, it is said, by the shadow that is projected by the human head. For nearly the last 30 years, however, the observations derived from this style have been found not to agree. Whether it is that the sun itself has changed its course, in consequence of some derangement of the heavenly system, or whether that the whole earth has been in some degree displaced from its center, a thing that, I have heard say, has been remarked in other places as well, or whether that some earthquake, confined to this city only, has wrenched the dial from its original position, or whether it is that in consequence of the undulations of the Tiber, the foundations of the mass have subsided, in spite of the general assertion that they are sunk as deep into the earth as the obelisk erected upon them is high. The third obelisk at Rome is in the Vaticanian Circus, which was constructed by the Emperors Caius and Nero, this being the only one of them all that has been broken in the carriage. Nuncorius, the son of Ceauces, made it, and there remains another by him, 100 cubits in height, which, by order of an oracle, he consecrated to the sun, after having lost his sight and recovered it. Chapter 16. Marvelous Works in Egypt. The Pyramids. We must make some mention, too, however cursorily, of the pyramids of Egypt, so many idle and frivolous pieces of ostentation of their resources on the part of the monarchs of that country. Indeed, it is asserted by most persons that the only motive for constructing them was either a determination not to leave their treasures to their successors, or to rivals that might be plotting to supplant them, or to prevent the lower classes from remaining unoccupied. There was great vanity displayed by these men in constructions of this description, and there are still the remains of many of them in an unfinished state. There is one to be seen in the nome of Arsinotes, 2 in that of Memphiites, not far from the labyrinth, of which we shall shortly have to speak, and 2 in the place where Lake Mearis was excavated, an immense artificial piece of water, cited by the Egyptians among their wondrous and memorable works. The summits of the pyramids, it is said, are to be seen above the water. The other 3 pyramids, the renown of which has filled the whole earth, and which are conspicuous from every quarter to persons navigating the river, are situate on the African side of it, upon a rocky, sterile elevation. They lie between the city of Memphis and what we have mentioned as the Delta, within 4 miles of the river, and 7 miles and a half from Memphis, near a village known as Bursirs, the people of which are in the habit of ascending them. Chapter 17. The Egyptian Sphinx. In front of these pyramids is the Sphinx, a still more wondrous object of art, but one upon which silence has been observed, as it is looked upon as a divinity by the people of the neighborhood. It is their belief that King Harmas was buried in it, and they will have it that it was brought there from a distance. The truth is, however, that it was hewn from the solid rock, and from a feeling of veneration, the face of the monster is colored red. The circumference of the head, measured round the forehead, is 102 feet, the length of the feet being 143, and the height, from the belly to the summit of the asp on the head, 62. The largest pyramid is built of stone quarried in Arabia. 360,000 men, it is said, were employed upon it 20 years, and the 3 were completed in 78 years and 4 months. They are described by the following writers: Herodotus, Euhemerus, Duras of Samos, Astragoras, Dionysius, Artemidorus, Alexander Polyhestor, Butoridas, Anthitethens, Demetrius, Demoteles, and Apion. These authors, however, are disagreed as to the persons by whom they were constructed. Accident having, with very considerable justice, consigned to oblivion the names of those who erected such stupendous memorials of their vanity. Some of these writers inform us that 1,500 talents were expended upon radishes, garlic, and onions alone. The largest pyramid occupies 7 aegra of ground, and the 4 angles are equidistant, the face of each side being 833 feet in length. The total height from the ground to the summit is 725 feet, and the platform on the summit is 16 feet and a half in circuit. Of the second pyramid, the faces of the 4 sides are each 757 feet and a half in length. The third is smaller than the others, but far more prepossessing in appearance. It is built of Ethiopian stone, and the face between the 4 corners is 363 feet in extent. In the vicinity of these erections, there are no vestiges of any buildings left. Far and wide there is nothing but sand to be seen, of a grain somewhat like a lentil in appearance, similar to that of the greater part of Africa, in fact. The most difficult problem is to know how the materials for construction could possibly be carried to so vast a height. According to some authorities, as the building gradually advanced, they heaped up against it vast amounts of niter and salt, which piles were melted after its completion by introducing beneath them the waters of the river. Others again maintain that bridges were constructed, of bricks of clay, and that, when the pyramid was completed, these bricks were distributed for erecting the houses of private individuals. For the level of the river, they say, being so much lower, water could never by any possibility have been brought there by the medium of canals. In the interior of the largest pyramid, there is a well, 86 cubits deep, which communicates with the river, it is thought. The method of ascertaining the height of the pyramids and all similar edifices was discovered by Thales of Miletus, he measuring the shadow at the hour of the day at which it is equal in length to the body projecting it. Such are the marvelous pyramids, but the crowning marvel of all is, that the smallest, but most admired of them, that we may feel no surprise at the opulence of the kings, was built by Rodolphus, a courtesan. This woman was once the fellow-slave of Aesopus, the philosopher, and fabulist, and the share of his bed. But what is much more surprising is that a courtesan should have been enabled, by her vocation, to amass such enormous wealth. Chapter 18. The Pharos. There is another building, too, that is highly celebrated. The tower that was built by a king of Egypt on the island of Pharos, at the entrance to the harbor of Alexandria. The cost of its erection was 800 talents, they say, and not to omit the magnanimity that was shown by King Ptolemaeus on this occasion, he gave permission to the architect Sostratus of Syndos to inscribe his name upon the edifice itself. The object of it is, by the light of its fires at night, to give warning to ships of the neighboring shoals, and to point out to them the entrance of the harbor. At the present day, there are similar fires lighted up in numerous places, Ostia and Ravenna, for example. The only danger is that when these fires are thus kept burning without intermission, they may be mistaken for stars, the flames having very much that appearance at a distance. This architect is the first person that built a promenade upon arches at Cnidos, it is said. Chapter 19. Labyrinths. We must speak also of the labyrinths, the most stupendous works, perhaps, on which mankind has expended its labors, and not for chimerical purposes, merely as might possibly be supposed. There is still, in Egypt, in the nome of Heracleopotes, a labyrinth, which was first constructed 3,600 years ago, they say, by King Petsuchus or Tithios, although, according to Herodotus, the entire work was the production of no less than 12 kings, the last of whom was Psamathias. As to the purpose for which it was built, there are various opinions. Demoteles says that it was the palace of King Moteras, and Lysiandes that it was the tomb of Maceras, while many others assert that it was a building consecrated to the sun, an opinion which mostly prevails. That Daedalus took this for the model of the labyrinth which he constructed in Crete, there can be no doubt. Though he only reproduced the 100th part of it, that portion, namely, which encloses circuitous passages, windings, and inextricable galleries which lead to and fro. We must not, comparing this last to what we see delineated on our mosaic pavements, or to the mazes formed in the fields for the amusement of children, suppose it to be a narrow promenade, along which we may walk for many miles together. But we must picture to ourselves a building filled with numerous doors and galleries, which continually mislead the visitor, bringing him back, after all his wanderings, to the spot from which he first set out. This labyrinth is the second, that of Egypt being the first. There is a third in the Isle of Lemnos, and a fourth in Italy. They are all of them covered with arched roofs of polished stone. At the entrance, too, of the Egyptian labyrinth, a thing that surprises me, the building is constructed of Parian marble, while throughout the other parts of it the columns are of syenite. With such solidity is this huge mass constructed, that the lapse of ages has been totally unable to destroy it, seconded as it has been by the people of Heracleopotes, who have marvelously ravaged a work which they have always held in abhorrence. To detail the position of this work, and the various portions of it, is quite impossible, it being subdivided into regions and prefectures, which are styled nomes, 30 in number, with a vast palace assigned to each. In addition to these, it should contain temples of all the gods of Egypt, and 40 statues of Nemesis, in as many sacred shrines, besides numerous pyramids, 40 ells in height, and covering 6 aurea at the base. Fatigued with wandering to and fro, the visitor is sure to arrive at some inextricable crossing or other of the galleries. And then, too, there are banqueting rooms situate at the summit of steep ascents, porticos from which we descend by flights of 90 steps, columns in the interior made of phosphorites, figures of gods, statues of kings, and effigies of hideous monsters. Some of the palaces are so peculiarly constructed that the moment the doors are opened, a dreadful sound, like that of thunder, reverberates within. The greater part, too, of these edifices have to be traversed in total darkness. Then again, without the walls of the labyrinth, there rises another mass of buildings, known as the Petron, beneath which there are passages excavated leading to other subterranean palaces. One person, and only one, has made some slight repairs to the labyrinth. Charamon, a eunuch of King Nechthabis, who lived 500 years before the time of Alexander the Great. It is asserted, also, that while the arched roofs of squared stone were being raised, he had them supported by beams of thorn, boiled in oil. As for the Cretian labyrinth, which I have already stated must suffice for that, the labyrinth of Lemnos is similar to it, only that it is rendered more imposing by its 150 columns, the shafts of which, when in the stone-yard, were so nicely balanced that a child was able to manage the wheel of the lathe in turning them. The architects were Similis, Rheosis, and Theodorus, natives of the island, and there are still in existence some remains of it, whereas of the Cretan labyrinth, and of that in Italy, not a vestige is left. As to this last, which Porciana, king of Etruria, erected as his intended sepulchre, it is only proper that I should make some mention of it, if only to show that the vanity displayed by foreign monarchs, great as it is, has been surpassed. But as the fabulousness of the story connected with it quite exceeds all bounds, I shall employ the words given by M. Varro himself in his account of it. Porciana was buried, says he, beneath the city of Clusium, in the spot where he had constructed a square monument, built of squared stone. Each side of this monument was 300 feet in length and 50 in height, and beneath the base, which was also square, there was an inextricable labyrinth, into which if anyone entered without a clue of thread, he could never find his way out. Above this square building there stand 5 pyramids, one at each corner, and one in the middle, 75 feet broad at the base, and 150 feet in height. These pyramids are so tapering in their form, that upon the summit of all of them, united, there rests a brazen globe, and upon that a petius, from which there hang, suspended by chains, bells, which make a tinkling when agitated by the wind, like what was done at Dodona in former times. Upon this globe there are 4 other pyramids, each 100 feet in height, and above them is a single platform, on which there are 5 more pyramids. The height of which Varro has evidently felt ashamed to add, but according to the Etruscan fables, it was equal to that of the rest of the building. What downright madness this, to attempt to seek glory at an outlay which can never be of utility to anyone, to say nothing of exhausting the resources of the kingdom, and after all, that the artist may reap the greater share of the praise. Chapter 20. Hanging Gardens. A Hanging City. We read, too, of hanging gardens, and what is even more than this, a hanging city, Thebes in Egypt. It being the practice for the kings to lead forth their armies from beneath, while the inhabitants were totally unconscious of it. This, too, is even less surprising than the fact that a river flows through the middle of the city. If, however, all this had really been the case, there is no doubt that Homer would have mentioned it, he who has celebrated the 100 gates of Thebes. End of section 30. Recording by Green Magic.
Section 31 of The Natural History, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 31. Book 36, Chapters 21 to 24. Chapter 21. The Temple of Diana at Ephesus. The most wonderful monument of Grecian magnificence, and one that merits our genuine admiration, is the Temple of Diana at Ephesus, which took 120 years in building, a work in which all Asia joined. A marshy soil was selected for its site in order that it might not suffer from earthquakes, or the chasms which they produce. On the other hand, again, that the foundation of so vast a pile might not have to rest upon a loose and shifting bed, layers of trodden charcoal were placed beneath, with fleeces covered with wool upon the top of them. The entire length of the temple is 425 feet, and the breadth 225. The columns are 127 in number, and 60 feet in height, each of them presented by a different king. 36 of these columns are carved, and one of them by the hand of Scopas. Chersiphron was the architect who presided over the work. The great marvel in this building is how such ponderous architraves could possibly have been raised to so great a height. This, however, the architect effected by means of bags filled with sand, which he piled up upon an inclined plane until they reached beyond the capitals of the columns. Then, as he gradually emptied the lower bags, the architraves insensibly settled in the places assigned them. But the greatest difficulty of all was found in laying the lintel which he placed over the entrance doors. It was an enormous mass of stone, and by no possibility could it be brought to lie level upon the jambs which formed its bed, in consequence of which the architect was driven to such a state of anxiety and desperation as to contemplate suicide. Wearied and quite worn out by such thoughts as these, during the night, they say, he beheld in a dream the goddess in honor of whom the temple was being erected, who exhorted him to live on, for that she herself had placed the stone in its proper position. And such, in fact, the next morning was found to be the case, the stone apparently having come to the proper level by dint of its own weight. The other decorations of this work would suffice to fill many volumes, but they do not tend in any way to illustrate the works of nature. Chapter 22. Marvels connected with other temples. There still exists, too, at Zychus, a temple of polished stone, between all the joints of which the artist has inserted a thread of gold, it being his intention to erect an ivory statue of Jupiter within, with Apollo in marble crowning him. The result is that the interstices quite glisten with their fine hair-like threads, and the reflection of the gold, obscured as it is, gently falling upon the statues, besides proclaiming the genius of the artist, heightens their effect, and so teaches us to appreciate the costliness of the work. Chapter 23. The Fugitive Stone. The Sevenfold Echo. Buildings erected without the use of nails. In the same city also there is a stone known as the Fugitive Stone, the Argonauta, who used it for the purposes of an anchor, having left it there. This stone having repeatedly taken flight from the Prytaneum, the place so called where it is kept, it has been fastened down with lead. In this city also, near the gate which is known as the Trachea, there are 7 towers, which repeat a number of times all sounds that are uttered in them. This phenomenon, to which the name of echo has been given by the Greeks, depends upon the peculiar conformation of localities, and is produced in valleys more particularly. At Zychus, however, it is the effect of accident only, while at Olympia it is produced by artificial means, and in a very marvelous manner, in a portico there, which is known as the Heptaphonon, from the circumstance that it returns the sound of the voice 7 times. At Zychus also is the Bulatarium, a vast edifice constructed without a nail of iron, the raftering being so contrived as to admit of the beams being removed and replaced without the use of stays. A similar thing, too, is the case with the Sublician Bridge at Rome, and by this enactment, on religious grounds, there having been such difficulty experienced in breaking it down when Horatius Cochlus defended it. Chapter 24. Marvelous buildings at Rome, 18 in number. But it is now time to pass on to the marvels in building displayed by our own city, and to make some inquiry into the resources and experience that we have gained in the lapse of 800 years, and so prove that here, as well, the rest of the world has been outdone by us, a thing which will appear, in fact, to have occurred almost as many times as the marvels are in number, which I shall have to enumerate. If, indeed, all the buildings of our city are considered in the aggregate, and supposing them, so to say, all thrown together in one vast mass, the united grandeur of them would lead one to suppose that we were describing another world, accumulated in a single spot. Not to mention, among our great works, the Circus Maximus, that was constructed by the dictator Caesar, 1 stadium in width and 3 in length, and occupying, with the adjacent buildings, no less than 4 jugera, with room for 260,000 spectators seated, Am I not to include the number of our magnificent constructions, the Basilica of Paulus, with its admirable Phrygian columns, the Forum of the late Emperor Augustus, the Temple of Peace, erected by the Emperor Vespacius Augustus, some of the finest works that the world has ever beheld, the roofing, too, of the Vote Office that was built by Agrippa? Not to forget that, before his time, Valerius of Ostia, the architect, had covered in a theatre at Rome at the time of the public games celebrated by Libo. We behold with admiration pyramids that were built by kings, when the very ground alone that was purchased by the dictator Caesar for the construction of his forum cost 100 millions of sesterces? If, too, an enormous expenditure has its attractions for anyone whose mind is influenced by monetary considerations, be it known to him that the house in which Claudius dwelt, who was slain by Milo, was purchased by him at the price of 14,800,000 sesterces. A thing that, for my part, I look upon as no less astounding than the monstrous follies that have been displayed by kings. And then, as to Milo himself, the sums in which he was indebted amounted to no less than 70 millions of sesterces, a state of things to be considered, in my opinion, as one of the most portentous phenomena in the history of the human mind. But it was in those days, too, that old men still spoke in admiration of the vast proportions of the Ager, and of the enormous foundations of the Capitol, of the public sewers, too, a work more stupendous than any, as mountains had to be pierced for their construction, and, like the hanging city, which we recently mentioned, navigation had to be carried on beneath Rome, an event which happened in the aedileship of Marcus Agrippa after he had filled the office of consul. For this purpose there are 7 rivers, made by artificial channels to flow beneath the city. Rushing onward like so many impetuous torrents, they are compelled to carry off and sweep away all the sewage, and swollen as they are by that vast accession of pluvial waters, they reverberate against the sides and bottom of their channels. Occasionally, too, the Tiber, overflowing, is thrown backward in its course, and discharges itself by these outlets. Obstinate is the contest that ensues within the meeting tides, but so firm and solid is the masonry that it is enabled to offer an effectual resistance. Enormous as are the accumulations that are carried along above, the work of the channels never gives way. Houses falling spontaneously to ruins, or leveled with the ground by conflagrations, are continually battering against them. The ground, too, is shaken by earthquakes every now and then. And yet, built as they were in the days of Tarquinius Priscus, 700 years ago, these constructions have survived, all but unharmed. We must not omit, too, to mention one remarkable circumstance, and all the more remarkable from the fact that the most celebrated historians have omitted to mention it. Tarquinius Priscus, having commenced the sewers, and set the lower classes to work upon them, the laboriousness and prolonged duration of the employment became equally an object of dread to them, and the consequence was that suicide was a thing of common occurrence, the citizens adopting this method of escaping their troubles. For this evil, however, the king devised a singular remedy, and one that has never been resorted to either before that time or since, for he ordered the bodies of all who had been thus guilty of self-destruction to be fastened to a cross and left there as a spectacle to their fellow citizens and a prey to birds and wild beasts. The result was that the sense of propriety which so peculiarly attaches itself to the Roman name, and which more than once has gained a victory when the battle was all but lost, came to the rescue on this occasion as well. Though for this once the Romans were in reality its dupes, as they forgot that, though they felt shocked at the thoughts of such ignominy while alive, they would be quite insensible to any such disgrace when dead. It is said that Tarquinius made these sewers of dimensions sufficiently large to admit a wagon laden with hay passing along them. All that we have just described, however, is but trifling when placed in comparison with one marvelous fact, which I must not omit to mention before I pass on to other subjects. In the consulship of Marcus Lepidus and Quintus Catullus, there was not at Rome, as we learn from one of the most trustworthy authors, a finer house than the one which belonged to Lepidus himself, and yet, by Hercules, within 35 years from that period, the very same house did not hold the 100th rank even in the city. Let a person, if he will, in taking this fact into consideration, only calculate the vast masses of marble, the productions of painters, the regal treasures that must have been expended in bringing these 100 mansions to vie with one that had been in its day the most sumptuous and the most celebrated in all the city. And then let him reflect how, that since that period, and down to the present time, these houses have all of them been surpassed by others without number. There can be no doubt that conflagrations are a punishment inflicted upon us for our luxury, but such are our habits that in spite of such warnings as these, we cannot be made to understand that there are things in existence, more perishable even than man himself. But there are still 2 other mansions by which these edifices have been eclipsed. Twice have we seen the whole city environed by the palaces of the emperors Caius and Nero, that of the last, that nothing might be wanting to its magnificence, being coated with gold. Surely such palaces as these must have been intended for the abode of those who created this mighty empire, and who left the plough or their native hearth to go forth to conquer nations, and to return laden with triumphs. Men, in fact, whose very fields even occupied less space than the audience chambers of these palaces. Indeed, one cannot but help reflecting how trifling a portion of these palaces was equal to the sites which the Republic granted to its invincible generals for the erection of their dwellings. The supreme honor, too, attendant upon these grants, as is the case of Publius Valerius Publicola, the first consul, with Lucius Brutus for his many meritorious services, and of his brother, who twice in one consulship defeated the Sabines, was the permission granted by the terms of the decree to have the doors of their houses opening from without, and the gates thrown back upon the public street. Such was the most distinguished privilege accorded in those days to triumphant mansions even. I will not permit, however, these 2 Caiuses, or 2 Neros, to enjoy this glory even, such as it is, for I will prove that these extravagant follies of theirs have been surpassed in the use that was made of his wealth by Marcus Scaurus, a private citizen. Indeed, I am by no means certain that it was not the aedileship of this personage that inflicted the first great blow upon the public manners, and that Sylla was not guilty of a greater crime in giving such unlimited power to his stepson than in the proscription of so many thousands. During his aedileship, and only for the temporary purposes of a few days, Scaurus executed the greatest work that has ever been made by the hands of man, even when intended to be of everlasting duration. His theatre, I mean. This building consisted of 3 stories, supported upon 360 columns, and this, too, in a city which had not allowed, with some censure, one of its greatest citizens to erect 6 pillars of Hymetian marble. The ground story was of marble, the second of glass, a species of luxury which ever since that time has been quite unheard of, and the highest of gilded wood. The lowermost columns, as previously stated, were 38 feet in height, and, placed between these columns, as already mentioned, were brazen statues, 3,000 in number. The area of this theatre afforded accommodation for 80,000 spectators, and yet the theatre of Pompeius, after the city had so greatly increased, and the inhabitants had become so vastly more numerous, was considered abundantly large, with its sittings for 40,000 only. The rest of the fittings of it, what with the Atalic vestments, pictures, and other stage properties, were of such enormous value that after Scaurus had conveyed to his Tusculan villa such parts thereof as were not required for the enjoyment of his daily luxuries, the loss was no less than 300 millions of sesterces, when the villa was burnt by his servants in a spirit of revenge. The consideration of such prodigality as this quite distracts my attention, and compels me to digress from my original purpose, in order to mention a still greater instance of extravagance in reference to wood. Gaius Curio, who died during the civil wars, fighting on the side of Caesar, found, to his dismay, that he could not, when celebrating the funeral games in honor of his father, surpass the riches and magnificence of Scaurus, for where, in fact, was to be found such a stepsire as Sylla, and such a mother as Metella, that bidder at all auctions for the property of the proscribed? Whereto was he defined for his father, Marcus Scaurus, so long as the principal man in the city, and the one who had acted, in his alliance with Marius, as a receptacle for the plunder of the whole provinces? Indeed, Scaurus himself was no longer able to rival himself, and it was at least one advantage which he derived from this destruction by fire of so many objects brought from all parts of the earth, that no one could ever after be his equal in this species of folly. Curio, consequently, found himself compelled to fall back upon his own resources, and to think of some new device of his own. It's really worth our while to know what this device was, if only to congratulate ourselves upon the manners of the present day, and to reverse the ordinary mode of expression, and term ourselves the men of the olden time. He caused to be erected, close together, 2 theatres of very large dimensions, and built of wood, each of them nicely poised, and turning on a pivot. Before midday, a spectacle of games was exhibited in each, the theatres being turned back to back, in order that the noise of neither of them might interfere with what was going on in the other. Then, in the latter part of the day, all on a sudden, the 2 theatres were swung round, and the corners uniting, brought face to face, the outer frames too were removed, and thus an amphitheatre was formed, in which combats of gladiators were presented to the view. Men whose safety was almost less compromised than was that of the Roman people, in allowing itself to be thus whirled round from side to side. Now, in this case, which have we most reason to admire? The inventor, or the invention? The artist, or the author of the project? Him who first dared to think of such an enterprise, or him who ventured to undertake it? Him who obeyed the order, or him who gave it? But the thing that surpasses all is the frenzy that must have possessed the public to take their seats in a place which must, of necessity, have been so unsubstantial and so insecure. Lo and behold, here is a people that has conquered the whole earth, that has subdued the universe, that divides spoils of kingdoms and of nations, that sends its laws to foreign lands, that shares in some degree the attributes of the immortal gods in common with mankind, suspended aloft in a machine, and showering plaudits even upon its own peril. This is indeed holding life cheap. And can we, after this, complain of our disasters at Cana? How vast the catastrophe that might have ensued! When cities are swallowed up by an earthquake, it is looked upon by mankind as a general calamity, and yet here have we the whole Roman people, embarked, so to say, in 2 ships, and sitting suspended on a couple of pivots, the grand spectacle being its own struggle with danger, and its liability to perish at any moment that the overstrained machinery may give way. And then the object, too, of all this, that public favor may be conciliated for the tribune's harangues at a future day, and that at the rostra he may still have the power of shaking the tribes, nicely balanced as they are. And really, what may he not dare with those who, at his persuasion, have braved such perils as these? Indeed, to confess the truth, at the funeral games celebrated at the tomb of his father, it was no less than the whole Roman people that shared the dangers of the gladiatorial combats. When the pivots had now been sufficiently worked and wearied, he gave another turn to his magnificent displays, for, upon the last day, still preserving the form of the amphitheatre, he cut the stage in 2 through the middle, and exhibited a spectacle of athletes, after which, the stage being suddenly withdrawn on either side, he exhibited a combat, upon the same day, between such of the gladiators as had previously proved victorious. And yet, with all this, Curio was no king, no ruler of the destinies of a nation, nor yet a person remarkable for his own opulence even, seeing that he possessed no resources of his own, beyond what he could realize from the discord between the leading men. But now let us turn our attention to some marvels which, justly appreciated, may be truthfully pronounced to remain unsurpassed. Quintius Marcius Rex, upon being commanded by the Senate to repair the Appian aqueduct, and those of the Anio and Tepala, constructed, during his praetorship, a new aqueduct, which bore his name, and was brought hither by a channel pierced through the sides of mountains. Agrippa, in his aedileship, united the Marcian with the Virgin aqueduct, and repaired and strengthened the channels of the others. He also formed 700 wells, in addition to 500 fountains, and 130 reservoirs, many of them magnificently adorned. Upon these works, too, he erected 300 statues of marble or bronze and 400 marble columns, and all of this in the space of a single year. In the work which he has written in commemoration of his aedileship, he also informs us that public games were celebrated for the space of 59 days, and that 170 gratuitous baths were opened. The number of these last at Rome has increased to an infinite extent since his time. The preceding aqueducts, however, have all been surpassed by the costly work which was more recently commenced by the Emperor Caius and completed by Claudius. Under these princes, the Curtain and Cerulean waters, with the Nuanio, were brought from a distance of 40 miles, and at so high a level that all the hills were supplied with water on which the city is built. The sum expended on these works was 350 millions of sesterces. If we only take into consideration the abundant supply of water to the public for baths, ponds, canals, household purposes, gardens, places in the suburbs, and country houses, and then reflect upon the distances that are traversed, the arches that have been constructed, the mountains that have been pierced, the valleys that have been leveled, we must, of necessity, admit that there is nothing to be found more worthy of our admiration throughout the whole universe. Among the most memorable works, too, I, for my own part, should include another undertaking of the Emperor Claudius, though it was afterwards abandoned in consequence of the hatred borne him by his successor. I mean the channel that was cut through a mountain as an emissary for Lake Fucinus, a work which cost a sum beyond all calculation and employed a countless multitude of workmen for many years. In these parts where the soil was found to be terraceous, it was necessary to pump up the water by the aid of machinery. In other parts, again, the solid rock had to be hewn through. All this, too, had to be done in the midst of darkness within, a series of operations which can only be adequately conceived by those who are witnesses of them, and which no human language can possibly describe. I pass in silence the harbor that has been formed at Ostia, the various roads, too, that have been cut across mountains, the Tyrrhenian Sea, separated by an embankment from Lake Lucrinus, and vast numbers of bridges constructed at an enormous expense. Among the many other marvels, too, of Italy, we are informed by Papirius Fabianus, a most diligent inquirer into the operations of nature, that the marble there grows in the quarries, and those who work in the quarries assure us that the wounds thus inflicted upon the mountains fill up spontaneously. If such is the fact, luxury has good grounds for hoping that it will never be at a loss for a supply of materials for its gratification. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Natural History, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 32. Chapters 25 to 46. Chapter 25. The Magnet. 3 Remedies. Upon quitting the marbles to pass on to other more remarkable stones, who can for a moment doubt that the magnet will be the first to suggest itself? For what, in fact, is there endowed with more marvelous properties than this? Or in which of her departments has nature displayed a greater degree of waywardness? She has given a voice to rocks, as already mentioned, and has enabled them to answer man, or rather, I should say, to throw back his own words in his teeth. What is there in existence more inert than a piece of rigid stone? And yet, behold, nature has here endowed stone with both sense and hands. What is there more stubborn than hard iron? Nature has, in this instance, bestowed upon it both feet and intelligence. It allows itself, in fact, to be attracted by the magnet, and itself a metal which subdues all other elements, it precipitates itself towards the source of an influence at once mysterious and unseen. The moment the metal comes near it, it springs toward the magnet, and as it clasps it, is held fast in the magnet's embraces. Hence it is that this stone is sometimes known by the name of sideritis, another name given it being Heraklion. It received its name Magnus, Nicander informs us, from the person who was the first to discover it, upon Ida. It is found, too, in various other countries, as in Spain, for example. Magnus, it is said, made this discovery when, upon taking his herds to pasture, he found that the nails of his shoes and the iron ferrule of his staff adhered to the ground. Soticus describes 5 different kinds of magnet: the Ethiopian magnet, that of Magnesia, a country which borders on Macedonia, and lies to the right of the road which leads from the town of Beb to Iolcus, a third from Hydeus in Boeotia, a fourth from Alexandria in Troas, and a fifth from Magnesia in Asia. The leading distinction in magnets is the sex, male and female, and the next great difference in them is the color. Those of Magnesia, bordering on Macedonia, are of a reddish black. Those of Boeotia are more red than black, and the kind that is found in Troas is black, of the female sex, and consequently destitute of attractive power. The most inferior, however, of all are those of Magnesia in Asia. They are white, have no attractive influence on iron, and resemble pumice in appearance. It has been found by experience that the more nearly the magnet approaches to an azure color, the better it is in quality. The Ethiopian magnet is looked upon as the best of all, and is purchased at its weight in silver. Zimmerus in Ethiopia is the place where it is found, such being the name of a region there covered with sand. In the same country, too, the magnet called hematites is found, a stone of blood-red color, and which, when bruised, yields a tint like that of blood, as also of saffron. The hematites has not the same property of attracting iron that the ordinary magnet has. The Ethiopian magnet is recognized by this peculiarity, that it has the property also of attracting other magnets to it. All these minerals are useful as ingredients in ophthalmic preparations, in certain proportions according to the nature of each. They are particularly good, too, for arresting defluxions of the eyes. Triturated in a calcinated state, they have a healing effect upon burns. In Ethiopia, too, not far from Zimmerus, there is a mountain in which the stone called Thiamides is found, a mineral which repels and rejects all kinds of iron. Of the attractive and repulsive properties of iron we have spoken more than once. Chapter 26. Stone of Skyros. In the Isle of Skyros there is a stone, they say, which floats upon the water when whole, but which falls to the bottom when broken into fragments. Chapter 27. Sarcophagus, or Stone of Assos. 10 remedies. At Assos in Troas there is found a stone of a laminated texture called sarcophagus. It is a well-known fact that dead bodies, when buried in this stone, are consumed in the course of 40 days, with the sole exception of the teeth. According to Mucianus, too, mirrors, body scrapers, garments, and shoes that have been buried with the dead become transformed into stone. In Lycia and in the East there are certain stones of a similar nature, which, when attached to the bodies of the living even, corrode the flesh. Chapter 28. Churnites. Less active in its properties is churnites, a stone which preserves bodies without consuming them, and strongly resembles ivory in appearance. The body of King Darius, they say, was buried in it. The stone that is known as porous is similar to Piraean marble in hardness and whiteness, but is not so heavy. Theophrastus mentions also a transparent stone that is found in Egypt, and is similar to stone of Chios in appearance. It is by no means improbable that it may have existed in his time, for stones, we know, disappear, and new kinds are discovered. The stone of Assos, which is saltish to the taste, modifies the attacks of gout, the feet being placed in a vessel made of it for the purpose. In addition to which, in the quarries of this stone, all maladies of the legs disappear, whereas in mines in general, the legs become affected with disease. Flower of stone of Assos is the name given to a soft stone which crumbles into dust and is found very efficacious in some cases. It resembles red pumice in appearance. In combination with Cyprian wax, this stone is curative of affections of the mammae, and employed with pitch or resin, it disperses scrofulous sores and inflammatory tumors. Used in the form of an electuary, it is good for phthisis, and with honey, it causes old sores to cicatrize, and consumes proud flesh. It is used also for the cure of wounds of an obstinate nature inflicted by animals, and acts as a desiccative upon suppurations. Plasters, too, are made of it for gout, bean metal being incorporated with it for the purpose. Chapter 29. Osseous stones, palm stones, Corani, black stones. Theophrastus and Mucianus are of the opinion that there are certain stones which bring forth other stones. Theophrastus states also that a fossil ivory is found, both white and black, that the earth, too, produces bones, and that osseous stones are sometimes found. In the vicinity of Munda, in Spain, the place where the dictator Caesar defeated Pompeius, there are stones found which, when broken asunder, bear the impression of palm leaves. There are some black stones also, which are held in much the same esteem as the marbles, the Tenerean stone, for example. Varro says that the black stone of Africa is more durable than that of Italy, while, on the other hand, the white Corani are harder than the Parian marble. He states also that the silex of Luna admits of being cut with a saw, that of Tusculum decrepitates in the fire, that the tawny silex of the Sabine districts, with the addition of oil, will yield a flame even, and that, at Volsini, molar stones for grinding are found. Among the prodigies that have happened, I find mention made of millstones that have moved of themselves. Chapter 30. Molar stones, pyrites, 7 remedies. In no other country are the molar stones superior to those of Italy. Stones, be it remembered, are not fragments of rock. There are some provinces, too, where they are not to be found at all. Some stones of this class are softer than others, and admit of being smoothed with a whetstone, so as to present all the appearance, at a distance, of ophites. There is no stone of a more durable nature than this, for in general, stone, like wood, suffers from the action, more or less, of rain, heat, and cold. Some kinds, again, become deteriorated by the action of the moon, while others are apt to contract a rust in lapse of time, or to change their white color when steeped in oil. Some persons give this molar stone the name of pyrites, from the circumstance that it has a great affinity to fire. But there is also another kind of pyrites, of a more porous nature, and another, again, which resembles copper. This last, it is said, is found in the mines near Acamas, in the Isle of Cyprus, one variety of it being of a silver, another of a golden color. There are various methods of melting these stones, some persons fusing them twice, or 3 times even, in honey till all the liquid has evaporated, while others, again, calcine them upon hot coals, and, after treating them with honey, wash them like copper. The medicinal properties which these minerals possess are of a calorific, desiccative, dispersive, and resolvent nature, and, applied topically, they cause indurations to suppurate. They are employed also, in a crude state and pulverized, for the cure of scrofulous sores and boils. Some writers mention another kind of pyrites also. These among them have the greatest affinity to fire, which we distinguish as live pyrites. They are the most ponderous of all, and are found remarkably useful for advance guards when laying out encampments. For, on being struck with a nail or any other kind of stone, they emit a spark, which, received upon sulphur, dried fungus, or leaves, produces a fire almost sooner than it could be named. Chapter 31. Ostracites, 4 remedies. Amianthus, 2 remedies. The several varieties of ostracites bear a resemblance to shells. They are used by way of substitute for pumice stone, for smoothing the skin. Taken in drink, they arrest discharges of blood, and applied topically with honey, they are curative of ulcerations and pains in the mammllae. Amianthus resembles Alumen in appearance, and suffers no diminution from the action of fire. This substance effectually counteracts all noxious spells, those wrought by magicians in particular. Chapter 32. Geodes, 3 remedies. Geodes is so called from its formation, it containing earth within. It is remarkably beneficial for the eyes, and is used for the cure of diseases of the testes and mammalia. Chapter 33. Mellitinus, 6 remedies. The stone called mellitinus yields a liquid that is sweet like honey. Bruised and incorporated with wax, it is curative of pituitous eruptions, spots on the skin, and ulcerations of the fauces. It removes epinecus also, and applied as a pessary in wool, it alleviates pains in the uterus. Chapter 34. Gagots, 6 remedies. Gagetz is a stone, so called from Gages, the name of a town and river in Lycia. It is asserted, too, that at Lucola the sea throws it up, and that it is found over a space 12 stadia in extent. It is black, smooth, light, and porous, differs but little from wood in appearance, is of a brittle texture, and emits a disagreeable odor when rubbed. Marks made upon pottery with this stone cannot be effaced. When burnt, it gives out a sulphurous smell, and it is a singular fact that the application of water ignites it, while that of oil quenches it. The fumes of it, burnt, keep serpents at a distance and dispel hysterical affections. They detect a tendency also to epilepsy and act as a test of virginity. A decoction of this stone in wine is curative of toothache, and, in combination with wax, it is good for scrofula. The magicians, it is said, make use of Gagetz in the practice of what they call axionomacy, and they assure us that it will be sure not to burn if the thing is about to happen as the party desires. Chapter 35. Spongites, 2 remedies. The stone called spongites is found in sponges and is a marine formation. By some persons it is called tekolithos, from the circumstance that it is curative of affections of the bladder. Taken in wine, it breaks and disperses urinary calculi. Chapter 36. Phrygian stone. Phrygian stone is so called from the country which produces it, and which is a porous mass, like pumice. It is first saturated with wine, and then calcined, the fire being kept up with the bellows till the stone is brought to a red heat, which done, it is quenched in sweet wine. The operation is repeated 3 times. The only use made of it is for dyeing cloths. Chapter 37. Hematites, 5 remedies. Schizotes, 7 remedies. Schizotes and hematites have a certain affinity between them. The latter is found in mines, and, when burnt, has just the color of minium. It is calcined in the same manner as the Phrygian stone, but is not quenched in wine. Adulterations of it are detected by the appearance of red veins in it, and by its comparative friability. It is marvelously useful as an application for bloodshot eyes, and, taken internally, it acts as a check upon female discharges. To patients vomiting blood, it is administered in combination with pomegranate juice. It is very efficacious also for affections of the bladder, and it is taken with wine for the cure of wounds inflicted by serpents. In all these cases, the stone called schizotes is most efficacious, though not in so high a degree as the other, the most serviceable being that which resembles saffron in color. Applied with woman's milk, it is particularly useful for arresting discharges from the corners of the eyes, and it is also very serviceable for reducing proceedence of those organs. Such, at least, is the opinion of the authors who have most recently written on the subject. Chapter 38. Ethiopic hematites, Andromedas, 2 remedies. Arabian hematites, miltites or hepatites, anthracites. Sodicus, one of the most ancient writers, says that there are 5 kinds of hematites, in addition to the magnet so called. He gives the preference among them to that of Ethiopia, a very useful ingredient in ophthalmic preparations and in compositions which he calls pancresta, and good for the cure of burns. The second, he says, is called Andromedas, of a black color, remarkable for its weight and hardness, to which it owes its name, in fact, and found in Africa more particularly. It attracts silver, he says, copper, and iron, and is tested with a touchstone made of basanites. It yields a liquid, the color of blood, and is an excellent remedy for diseases of the liver. The third kind that he mentions is the hematites of Arabia, a mineral of equal hardness, and which, with difficulty, yields upon the water whetstone a liquid sometimes approaching the tint of saffron. The fourth kind, he says, is known as heptidites while raw, and as miltites when calcined, a substance good for burns, and more efficacious than rubrica for the purposes for which that mineral is employed. The fifth variety is schistos, a substance which, taken internally, arrests hemorrhoidal discharges. Upon the same authority, it is recommended to take any kind of hematites, fasting, in doses of 3 drachma, triturated in oil, for affections of the blood. The same author mentions also a kind of schistos, which has no affinity to hematites, and which he gives the name of anthracites. It is a native of Africa, he says, and is of a black color. When rubbed upon a water whetstone, it yields a black color on the side which has adhered to the earth, and on the opposite side, a saffron tint. He states also that it is a useful ingredient in ophthalmic preparations. Chapter 39. Aetites, Taphusian stone, calamus. The stone called aetites has a great reputation in consequence of the name which it bears. It is found in the nests of eagles, as already mentioned in our 10th book. There are always 2 of these stones found together, they say, a male stone and a female. And without them, it is said, the various eagles that we have described would be unable to propagate. Hence it is, too, that the young of the eagle are never more than 2 in number. There are 4 varieties of the aetites. That of Africa is soft and diminutive, and contains in the interior, in its bowels as it were, a sweet, white, argillaceous earth. It is friable, and is generally thought to be one of the female sex. The male stone, on the other hand, which is found in Arabia, is hard and similar to a nutgall in appearance, or else of a reddish hue, with a hard stone in the interior. The third kind is a stone found in the Isle of Cyprus, and resembles those of Africa in appearance, but is larger and flat, while the others are of a globular form. It contains a sand within, of a pleasing color, and mixed with small stones, being so soft itself as to admit of being crushed between the fingers. The 4th variety is known as the Taphusian aetites, and is found near Leucas, at Taphusia, a locality which lies to the right as you sail from Ithaca towards Cape Leucas. It is met with in the beds of rivers there, and is white and round, having another stone in the interior, the name given to which is calamus. None of the varieties of aetites have a smoother surface than this. Attached to pregnant women, or to cattle, in the skins of animals that have been sacrificed, these stones act as a preventative of abortion, care being taken not to remove them till the moment of paturation, for otherwise procedence of the uterus is the result. If, on the other hand, they are not removed at the moment when paturation is about to ensue, that operation of nature cannot be effected. Chapter 40. Samian stone, 8 remedies. Samian stone comes from the same island which produces the earth in praise of which we have spoken already. It is useful for giving a polish to gold, and is employed medicinally for the treatment of ulcerations of the eyes, combined with milk in manner already described. It is good, too, for watery discharges of a chronic nature from the eyes. Taken internally, it is useful for affections of the stomach, and has the effect of dispelling vertigo and restoring the spirits when depressed. Some writers are of the opinion that this stone may be administered with advantage for epilepsy and strangury, and it is employed as an ingredient in the restoratives known as acopa. The test of its purity is its weight and its whiteness. Some persons will have it that, worn as an amulet, it acts as a preventive of abortion. Chapter 41. Arabian stone, 6 remedies. Arabian stone resembles ivory in appearance, and in a calcined state it is employed as a dentifrice. It is particularly useful for the cure of hemorrhoidal swellings, applied either by lint or by the aid of linen pledgets. Chapter 42. Pumice, 9 remedies. And here, too, I must not omit to give some account of pumice. This name is very generally given, it is true, to those porous pieces of stone, which we see suspended in the erections known as musea, with the view of artificially giving them all the appearance of caverns. But the genuine pumice stones that are in use for imparting smoothness to the skin of females, and not females only, but men as well, and as Catullus says, for polishing books, are found of the finest quality in the islands of Melos and Nasiros, and in the Aetolian Isles. To be good, they should be white, as light as possible, porous and dry in the extreme, friable, and free from sand when rubbed. Considered medicinally, pumice is of a resolvent and desiccative nature, for which purpose it is submitted to calcination no less than 3 times on a fire of pure charcoal, it being quenched as often in white wine. It is then washed like cadmia, and after being dried, is put by for keeping in a place as free from damp as possible. In a powdered state, pumice is used in ophthalmic preparations more particularly, and acts as a lenitive detergent upon ulcerations of the eyes. It also makes new flesh upon cicatrizations of those organs, and removes all traces of the marks. Some prefer, after the 3rd calcination, leaving the pumice to cool and then triturating it in wine. It is employed also as an ingredient in emollient poultices, being extremely useful for ulcerations on the head and generative organs. Dentifrices, too, are prepared from it. According to Theophrastus, persons, when drinking for a wager, are in the habit of taking powdered pumice first, but they run a great risk, he says, if they fail to swallow the whole draught of wine at once, it being so refrigerative of a nature that grape juice will absolutely cease to boil if pumice is put into it. Chapter 43. Stones for mortars, used in medicinal and other purposes. Etesian stone, Thebaic stone, Chalazian stone. Authors, too, have paid some attention to the stones in use for mortars, not only those employed for the trituration of drugs and pigments, but for other purposes as well. In this respect, they have given the preference to Etesian stone before all others, and, next to that, to Thebaic stone, already mentioned, as being called Pyhopsulion, and known as Saranus by some. The third rank has been assigned to chrysites, a stone nearly allied to Chalazian stone. For medicinal purposes, however, basanites has been preferred, this being a stone that remits no particles from its surface. Those stones which yield a liquid are generally looked upon as good for the trituration of ophthalmic preparations, and hence it is that the Ethiopian stone is so much in request for the purpose. Tanarian stone, they say, Phoenician stone, and hematites are good for the preparation of those medicinal compositions in which saffron forms an ingredient. But they also speak of another Tanarian stone of a dark color, which, like Paurian stone, is not so well adapted for medicinal purposes. We learn from them, too, that Egyptian alabastrites, or white ophites, from the virtues inherent in them, are considered still better adapted for these purposes than the kinds last mentioned. It is this kind of ophites, too, from which vessels, and casks even, are made. Chapter 44. Stone of Sphynx. Soft stones. At Sphynx, there's a kind of stone which is hollowed and turned in a lathe for making cooking utensils and vessels for keeping provisions. A thing, too, that, to my own knowledge, is done with the green stone of Comum in Italy. With reference, however, to the stone of Sphynx, it is a singular fact that, when heated in oil, though naturally very soft, it becomes hard and black, so great a difference is there in the qualities of stone. There are some remarkable instances, too, beyond the Alps, of the natural softness of some kinds of stone. In the province of the Belgia, there is a white stone which admits of being cut with a saw that is used for wood, and with greater facility even. This stone is used as a substitute for roof tiles and gutter tiles, and even for the kind of roofing known as the pavinaceous style, if that is preferred. Such are the stones that admit of being cut into thin slabs. Chapter 45. Specular stones. As to specular stone, for this too is ranked as one of the stones, it admits of being divided with still greater facility, and can be split into leaves as thin as may be desired. The province of Nearer Spain used formerly to be the only one that furnished it, not, indeed, the whole of that country, but a district extended for 100 miles around the city of Segobrica. But at the present day, Cyprus, Cappadocia, and Sicily supply us with it, and still more recently it has been discovered in Africa. They are all, however, looked upon as inferior to the stone which comes from Spain. The sheets from Cappadocia are the largest in size, but then they are clouded. This stone is to be found also in the territory of Bononia in Italy, but in small pieces only, covered with spots and encrusted in a bed of silex, there being considerable affinity, it would appear, in their nature. In Spain, the specular stone is extracted from shafts sunk in the earth to a very considerable depth, though it is occasionally to be found just beneath the surface, enclosed in solid rock, and extracted without difficulty, or else cut away from its bed. In most cases, however, it admits of being dug up, being of an isolated nature, and lying in pieces, like ragstone, but never known as yet to exceed 5 feet in length. It would appear that this substance is originally a liquid, which, by an animating power in the earth, becomes congealed like crystal. And it is very evident that it is the result of petrification, from the fact that, when animals have fallen into the shafts from which it is extracted, the marrow of their bones becomes transformed into stone of a similar nature by the end of a single winter. In some cases, too, it is found of a black color, But the white stone has the marvelous property, soft as it is known to be, of resisting the action of the sun and of cold, nor will it, if it is only protected from accidents, become deteriorated by lapse of time, a thing that is so generally the case with many other kinds of stone that are used for building purposes. The shavings, too, and the scales of this stone have been used of late for another purpose, the Circus Maximus having been strewed with them at the celebration of the games, with the object of producing an agreeable whiteness. Chapter 46. Phengites. During the reign of Nero, there was a stone found in Cappadocia, as hard as marble, white, and transparent even in those parts where red veins were to be seen upon it, a property which has obtained for it the name of phengites. It was with this stone that Nero rebuilt the Temple of Fortune, surnamed Sia, originally consecrated by King Servius, enclosing it within the precincts of his golden palace. Hence it was that, even when the doors were closed, there was light in the interior during the day, not transmitted from without, as would be the case through a medium of specular stone, but as having all the appearance of being enclosed within the building. In Arabia, too, according to Juba, there is a stone, transparent like glass, which is used for the same purposes as specular stone. End of section 32. Section 33 of The Natural History, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 33, Chapters 47 to 70. Chapter 47, Whetstones. We must now pass on to the stones that are employed for handicrafts, and, first of all, whetstones for sharpening iron. Of these stones there are numerous varieties, the Cretan stones having been long held in the highest estimation, and the next best being those of Mount Taygetus in Laconia, both of which are used as hones and require oil. Among the water whetstones, the first rank belongs to those of Naxos, and the second to the stones of Armenia, both of them already mentioned. The stones of Cilicia are of excellent quality, whether used with oil or with water. Those of Arsinoe, too, are very good, but with water only. Whetstones have been found also in Italy, which, with water, give a remarkably keen edge. And from the countries beyond the Alps, we have the whetstones known as passernices. To the fourth class belong the hones, which give an edge by the agency of human saliva, and are much in use in barbers' shops. They are worthless, however, for all other purposes, in consequence of their soft and brittle nature. Those from the district of Laminium, in nearer Spain, are the best of the kind. Chapter 48. Tophus. Among the multitude of stones, which still remain undescribed, there is tophus, a material totally unsuited for building purposes, in consequence of its perishableness. Still, however, there are some localities which have no other, Carthage in Africa, for example. It is eaten away by the emanations from the sea, crumbled to dust by the wind, and shattered by the pelting of the rain. But human industry has found the means of protecting walls of houses built with it with a coating of pitch, as a plaster of lime would corrode it. Hence it is that we have the well-known saying that the Carthaginians use pitch for their houses and lime for their wines, this last being the method used by them in the preparation of their must. In the territories of Fadena and Alba, in the vicinity of Rome, we find other kinds of soft stone, and in Umbria and Venetia there is a stone which admits of being cut with the teeth of a saw. These stones are easily to be worked, and are capable of supporting a considerable weight if they are only kept sheltered from the weather. Rain, however, frost, and dew split them to pieces, nor can they resist the humidity of the sea air. The stone of Tiber can stand everything except heat, which makes it crack. Chapter 49. The various kinds of silex. The black silex is, in general, the best, but in some localities it is the red, and occasionally the white, as in the Anacinian quarries at Tarquini, near Lake Bolsinius, for example, and those at Statonia, the stone of which is proof against fire even. These stones, sculpted for monumental purposes, are subject to no deterioration by lapse of time. Molds, too, are made from them, for the purpose of fusing copper. There is a green silex also, which offers a most powerful resistance to the action of fire, but is never found in any large quantities, and in all cases, in an isolated form, and not as a constituent part of solid rock. Of the other kinds, the pale silex is but rarely used for erections. Being of globular form, it is not liable to injury, but at the same time, it is insecure for building purposes, unless it is well braced and tightly held together. Nor yet does river silex offer any greater security, for it always has the appearance of being wet. Chapter 50. Other stones used for building. When the nature of stone is doubtful, the proper precaution is to quarry it in summer, and not use it for building before the end of a couple of years, leaving it in the meantime to be well seasoned by the weather. The slabs which have been damaged will be found to be better suited for the foundations underground, while those, on the other hand, which have remained uninjured, may be employed with safety and exposed to the open air even. Chapter 51. The various methods of building. The Greeks construct party walls, resembling those of brickwork, of hard stone or silex, squared. This kind of stonework is what they call a sodomon, it being pseudo-sodomon, when the wall is built of materials of unequal dimensions. A third kind of stonework is called emplekton, the two exteriors only being made with regularity, the rest of the material being thrown in at random. It is necessary that the stones should lie over one another alternately, in such a way that the middle of one stone meets the point of junction of the two below it, and this too in the middle of the wall, if possible, but if not, at all events, at the sides. When the middle of the wall is filled up with broken stones, the work is known as diatoikon. The reticulated kind of building, which is mostly in use at Rome, is very liable to crack. All building should be done by line and rule, and ought to be strictly on the perpendicular. Chapter 52. Cisterns. Cisterns should be made of 5 parts of pure, gravelly sand, 2 of the very strongest quicklime, and fragments of silex, not exceeding a pound each in weight. When thus incorporated, the bottom and sides should be well beaten with iron rammers. The best plan, too, is to have the cisterns double, so that all the superfluities may settle in the inner cistern and the water filter through, as pure as possible, into the outer one. Chapter 53. Quicklime. Cato, the censor, disapproves of lime prepared from stones of various colors. That made of white stone is the best. Lime prepared from hard stone is the best for building purposes, and that from porous stone for coats of plaster. For both these purposes, lime made from silex is equally rejected. Stone that has been extracted from quarries furnishes a better lime than that collected from the beds of rivers, but the best of all is the lime that is obtained from molar stone, that being of a more unctuous nature than the others. It is something truly marvelous that quicklime, after the stone has been subjected to fire, should ignite on the application of water. Chapter 54. The various kinds of sand. Combinations of sand with lime. There are 3 kinds of sand. Fossil sand, to which 1/4 part of lime should be added, river sand, and sea sand, to both of which last 1/3 of lime should be added. If, too, 1/3 of the mortar is composed of bruised earthenware, it will be all the better. Fossil sand is found in the districts that lie between the Apennines and the Padus, but not in parts beyond the sea. Chapter 55. Defects in building. Plasters for walls. The great cause of the fall of so many buildings in our city is that through a fraudulent abstraction of the lime, the rough work is laid without anything to hold it together. The older, too, the mortar is, the better it is in quality. In the ancient laws for the regulation of building, no contractor was to use mortar less than 3 months old. Hence it is that no cracks have disfigured the plaster coatings of their walls. These stuccos will never present a sufficiently bright surface unless there have been 3 layers of sanded mortar and 2 of marbled mortar upon that. In damp localities and places subject to exhalations from the sea, it is the best plan to substitute ground earthenware mortar for sanded mortar. In Greece, it is the practice first to pound the lime and sand used for plastering with wood pestles in a large trough. The test by which it is known that marbled mortar has been properly blended is it not adhering to the trowel, whereas, if it is only wanted for whitewashing, the lime, after being well slaked with water, should stick like glue. For this last purpose, however, the lime should only be slaked in lumps. At Elis there is a temple of Minerva, which was pargetted, they say, by Paneanus, the brother of Phidias, with a mortar that was blended with milk and saffron. Hence it is that even at the present day, when rubbed with spittle on the finger, it yields the smell and flavor of saffron. Chapter 56. Columns. The several kinds of columns. The more closely columns are placed together, the thicker they appear to be. There are 4 different kinds of pillars. Those of which the diameter at the foot is 1/6 part of the height are called Doric. When the diameter is 1/9, they are Ionic, and when it is 1/7, Tuscan. The proportions in the Corinthian are the same as those of the Ionic, but they differ in the circumstance that the Corinthian capitals are of the same height as the diameter at the foot, a thing that gives them a more slender appearance, whereas in the Ionic column, the height of the capital is only 1/3 of the diameter at the foot. In ancient times, the rule was that the columns should be 1/3 of the breadth of the temple in height. It was in the temple of Diana at Ephesus, as originally built, that spirals were first placed beneath and capitals added, and it was determined that the diameter of the shafts should be 1/8 of their height, and that the spirals should be 1/2 of the diameter in height, the upper extremity of the shaft being 1/7 less in diameter than the foot. In addition to these columns, there are what are called Attic columns, triangular and with equal sides. Chapter 57. 5 remedies derived from lime. Lime is also employed very extensively in medicine. For this purpose, fresh lime is selected, which has not been slaked with water. Its properties are caustic, resolvent, and attractive, and it prevents serpiginous ulcers from spreading, being incorporated with vinegar and oil of roses for the purpose. When this has been effected, it is tempered with wax and oil of roses and applied to promote cicatrization. In combination with honey and liquid resin, or hog's lard, lime is curative of sprains and scrofulous sores. Chapter 58. Malta. Malta is a cement from fresh lime, lumps of which are quenched in wine and then pounded with hog's lard and figs, both of them mollifying substances. It is the most tenacious of all cements and surpasses stone in hardness. Before applying the malta, the substance upon which it is used must be well rubbed with oil. Chapter 50. Gypsum. Gypsum has a close affinity with limestone, and there are numerous varieties of it. One kind is prepared from calcined stone, as in Syria, and at Thurii, for example. In Cyprus and at Perhabia, gypsum is dug out of the earth, and at Tymphaea it is found just below the level of the soil. The stone that is calcined for this purpose ought to be very similar to alabastrites, or else of a grain like that of marble. In Syria, they select the hardest stones for the purpose and calcine them with cow dung to accelerate the process. Experience has proved, however, that the best plaster of all is that prepared from specular stone or any other stone that is similarly laminated. Gypsum, when moistened, must be used immediately, as it hardens with the greatest rapidity. It admits, however, of being triturated over again and so reduced to powder. It is very useful for pargeting and has a pleasing effect when used for ornamental figures and wreaths in buildings. There is one remarkable fact connected with this substance. Caius Proculius, an intimate friend of the Emperor Augustus, suffering from violent pains in the stomach, swallowed gypsum and so put an end to his existence. Chapter 60. Pavements. The Asarotos Ikos. Pavements are an invention of the Greeks, who also practiced the art of painting them, till they were superseded by mosaics. In this last branch of art, the highest excellence has been attained by Sostus, who laid at Pergamus the mosaic pavement known as the Asarotos Ikos, from the fact that he there represented, in small squares of different colors, the remnants of a banquet lying upon the pavement, and other things which are usually swept away with a broom, they having all the appearance of being left there by accident. There is a dove also, greatly admired, in the act of drinking, and throwing the shadow of its head upon the water, while other birds are to be seen sunning and pluming themselves on the margin of a drinking bowl. Chapter 61. The first pavements in use at Rome. The first pavements, in my opinion, were those now known to us as barbaric and subtegulian pavements, a kind of work that was beaten down with the rammer, at least if we may form a judgment from the name that has been given to them. The first diamonded pavement at Rome was laid in the temple of Jupiter Capitolinus after the commencement of the Third Punic War. That pavements have come into common use before the Cimbric War, and that a taste for them was very prevalent, is evident from the line of Licinius, with checkered emblems like a pavement marked. Chapter 62. Terrace roof pavements. The Greeks have also invented terrace roof pavements and have covered their houses with them, a thing that may easily be done in the hotter climates, but a great mistake in countries where the rain is apt to become congealed. In making these pavements, the proper plan is to begin with 2 layers of boards running different ways and nailed at the extremities to prevent them from warping. Upon this planking, a rough work must be laid, 1/4 of which consists of pounded pottery, and upon this, another bed of rough work, 2/5 composed of lime, a foot in thickness, and well beaten down with the rammer. The nucleus is then laid down in a bed 6 fingers in depth, and upon that, in large square stones, not less than a couple of fingers in thickness, an inclination being carefully observed of 1.5 inches to every 10 feet. This done, the surface is well rubbed down with a polishing stone. The general opinion is that oak should never be used for the planking, it being so very liable to warp, and it is considered a good plan to cover the boards with a layer of fern or chaff that they may be the better able to resist the action of the lime. It is necessary, too, before putting down the planking, to underset it with a bed of round pebbles. Wheat-ear tessellated pavements are laid down in a similar manner. Chapter 63. Greekanic pavements. We must not omit here one other kind of pavement, that known as the Greekanic. The ground is well rammed down, and a bed of rough work, or else broken pottery, is then laid upon it. Upon the top of this, a layer of charcoal is placed, well trodden down with a mixture of sand, lime, and ashes, care being taken, by line and rule, to give it a uniform thickness of 1/2 foot. The surface then presents the ordinary appearance of the ground, but if it is well rubbed with a polishing stone, it will have all the appearance of a black pavement. Chapter 64. At what period mosaic pavements were first invented, and what period arched roofs were first decorated with glass? Mosaic pavements were first introduced in the time of Sylla. At all events, there is still an existence of pavement formed of small segments, which he ordered to be laid down in the Temple of Fortune at Praenesta. Since his time, these mosaics have left the ground for the arched roofs of houses, and they are now made of glass. This, however, is but a recent invention, for there can be no doubt that, when Agrippa ordered the earthenware walls of the hot baths, in the thermae which he was building at Rome, to be painted in encaustic, and had the other parts coated with pargetting, he would have had the arches decorated with mosaics in glass, if the use of them had been known, or, at all events, if from the walls of the theatre of Scaurus, where it figured, as already stated, glass had by that time come to be used for the arched roofs of apartments. It will be as well, therefore, to give some account also of glass. Chapter 65. The origin of glass. In Syria, there is a region known as Phoenicia, adjoining to Judea and enclosing, between the lower ridges of Mount Carmelis, a marshy district known by the name of Candibia. In this district, it is supposed, rises the river Belus, which, after a course of 5 miles, empties itself into the sea near the colony of Ptolemais. The tide of this river is sluggish, and the river unwholesome to drink, but held sacred for the observance of certain religious ceremonials. Full of slimy deposits, and very deep, it is only at the reflux of the tide that the river discloses its sands, which, agitated by the waves, separate themselves from their impurities, and so become cleansed. It is generally thought that it is the acridity of the seawater that has this purgative effect upon the sand, and that without this action no use could be made of it. The shore upon which this sand is gathered is not more than 1/2 mile in extent, and yet for many ages this was the only spot that afforded the material for making glass. The story is that a ship laden with nitre being moored upon this spot, the merchants, while preparing their repast upon the seashore, finding no stones at hand for supporting their cauldrons, employed for the purpose some lumps of nitre which they had taken from the vessel. Upon its being subjected to the action of the fire, in combination with the sand of the seashore, they beheld transparent streams flowing forth of a liquid hitherto unknown. This, it is said, was the origin of glass. Chapter 66. Various kinds of glass, and the mode of making it. In the process of time, as human industry is ingenious in discovering, it was not content with the combination of nitre, but magnet stone began to be added as well, from the impression that it attracts liquefied glass as well as iron. In a similar manner, too, brilliant stones of various descriptions came to be added in the melting, and at last shells and fossil sand. Some authors tell us that the glass of India is made with broken crystal, and that, in consequence, there is none that can be compared to it. In fusing it, light and dry wood is used for fuel. Cyprian copper and nitre being added to the melting, nitre of Ophir more particularly. It is melted like copper in contiguous furnaces, and a swarthy mass of unctuous appearance is the result. Of such a penetrating nature is the molten glass that it will cut to the very bone any part of the body which it may come near, and that, too, before it is even felt. This mass is again subjected to fusion in the furnace for the purpose of coloring it, after which the glass is either blown into various forms, turned in a lathe, or engraved like silver. Sidon was formerly famous for its glass houses, for it was this place that first invented mirrors. Such was the ancient method of making glass, but at the present day there is found very white sand for the purpose at the mouth of the river Volturnus in Italy. It spreads over an extent of 6 miles upon the seashore that lies between Cumae and Liternum, and is prepared for use by pounding it with a pestle and mortar. Which done, it is mixed with 3 parts of nitre, either by weight or measure, and when fused, is transferred to another furnace. Here it forms a mass of what is called haemonitrum, which is again submitted to fusion, and becomes a mass of pure white glass. Indeed, at the present day, throughout the Gallic and Spanish provinces even, we find sand subjected to a similar process. In the reign of Tiberius, it is said, a combination was devised which produced a flexible glass, but the manufactory of the artist was totally destroyed, we are told, in order to prevent the value of copper, silver, and gold from being depreciated. This story, however, was for a long time more widely spread than well authenticated. But be it as it may, it is of little consequence, for, in the time of the Emperor Nero, there was a process discovered by which 2 small glass cups were made of the kind called petroti, the price of which was no less than 6,000 sesterces. Chapter 67. Obsidian glass and obsidian stone. Among the various kinds of glass, we may also reckon obsidian glass, a substance very similar to the stone which Opsius discovered in Ethiopia. This stone is of a very dark color and sometimes transparent, but it is dull to the sight and reflects, when attached as a mirror to walls, the shadow of the object rather than the image. Many persons use it for jewelry, and I myself have seen solid statues in this material of the late Emperor Augustus, of very considerable thickness. That prince consecrated, in the Temple of Concord, as something marvelous, 4 figures of elephants made of obsidian stone. Tiberius Caesar, too, restored to the people of Heliopolis, as an object of ceremonial worship, an image in this stone which had been found among the property left by one of the prefects of Egypt. It was a figure of Menelaus, a circumstance which goes far towards proving that the use of this material is of more ancient date than is generally supposed, confounded as it is at the present day with glass, by reason of its resemblance. Xenocrates says that obsidian stone is found in India also, and in Somnium in Italy, and that it is a natural product of Spain upon the coasts which border on the ocean. There is an artificial obsidian stone made of colored glass for services for the table, and there is also a glass that is red all through and opaque, known as hematinum. A dead white glass, too, is made, as also other kinds in imitation of marine color, hyacintine, sapphire, and every other tint. Indeed, there is no material of a more pliable nature than this, or better suited for coloring. Still, however, the highest value is set upon glass that is entirely colorless and transparent, as nearly as possible resembling crystal, in fact. For drinking vessels, glass has quite superseded the use of silver and gold, but it is unable to stand heat unless a cold liquid is poured in first. And yet, we find that globular vessels, filled with water, when brought in contact with the rays of the sun, become heated to such a degree as to cause articles of clothing to ignite. When broken, too, glass admits of being joined by the agency of heat, but it cannot be wholly fused without being pulverized into small fragments, as we see done in the process of making the small checkers, known as abaculi, for mosaic work, some of which are of variegated colors and of different shapes. If glass is fused with sulphur, it will become as hard as stone. Chapter 68. Marvelous Facts Connected with Fire. Having now described all the creations of human ingenuity, reproductions, in fact, of nature by the agency of art, it cannot but recur to us, with a feeling of admiration, that there is hardly any process which is not perfected through the intervention of fire. Submit to its action some sandy soil, and in one place it will yield glass, in another silver, in another minium, and in others again lead and its several varieties, pigments, and numerous medicaments. It is through the agency of fire that stones are melted into copper, by fire that iron is produced and subdued to our purposes, by fire that gold is purified, by fire, too, that the stone is calcined, which is to hold together the walls of our houses. Some materials, again, are all the better for being repeatedly submitted to the action of fire, and the same substance will yield one product at the first fusion, another at the second, and another at the third. Charcoal, when it has passed through fire and has been quenched, only begins to assume its active properties, and when it might be supposed to have been reduced to annihilation, it is then that it has its greatest energies. An element of this, of immense, of boundless power, and as to which it is a matter of doubt whether it does not create even more than it destroys. Chapter 69. 3 remedies derived from fire and from ashes. Fire even has certain medicinal virtues of its own. When pestilences prevail, in consequence of the obscuration of the sun, it is a well-known fact that if fires are lighted, they are productive of beneficial results in numerous ways. Empedocles and Hippocrates have proved this in several passages. Quote, "For convulsions or contusions of the viscera," end quote, says Marcus Varro, for it is his own words that I use, quote, "Let the hearth be your medicine box, for lye of ashes taken from thence, mixed with your drink, will effect a cure. Witness the gladiators, for example, who, when disabled at the games, refreshed themselves with this drink." End quote. Carbuncle, too, a kind of disease which, as already stated, has recently carried off 2 persons of consular rank, admits of being successfully treated with oak charcoal, triturated with honey. So true it is that things which are despised even, and looked upon as so utterly destitute of all virtues, have still their own remedial properties, charcoal and ashes, for example. Chapter 70. Prodigies connected with the hearth. I must not omit, too, one portentous fact connected with the hearth, and famous in Roman history. In the reign of Tarquinius Priscus, it is said, there appeared upon his hearth a resemblance of the male generative organ in the midst of the ashes. The captive Ocresia, a servant of Queen Tanachil, who happened to be sitting there, arose from her seat in a state of pregnancy, and became the mother of Servius Tullius, who eventually succeeded to the throne. It is stated, too, that while the child was sleeping in the palace, a flame was seen playing round his head, the consequence of which was that it was believed that the lar of the household was his progenitor. It was owing to this circumstance, we are informed, that the Compitalia Games in honor of the lares were instituted. Summary. Remedies mentioned, 89. Facts and narratives, 434. Roman authors quoted, Marcus Varro, Caelius, Galba, Cincius, Mucianus, Nepos Cornelius, Lucas Piso, Quirinius Tubero, Fabius Vestalis, Annius Fatalius, Fabianus, Seneca, Cato the Censor, Vitruvius. Foreign authors quoted, Theophrastes, Pasitellus, King Juba, Nicander, Sodicus, Sudenis, Alexander Polyhistor, Oppion, Clistonicus, Durus, Herodotus, Euhemerus, Aristagoras, Dionysius, Artemidorus, Butodorus, Antisthenes, Demetrius, Demotilus, Lysaeus. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Natural History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Rutger, June 30th, 2021, Westford, Massachusetts. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 34, Book 37, Chapters 1 to 10. The Natural History of Precious Stones. Chapter 1. The First Use of Precious Stones. That nothing may be wanting to the work which I have undertaken, it still remains for me to speak of precious stones. A subject in which the majestic might of nature presents itself to us, contracted within a very limited space, though, in the opinion of many, nowhere displayed in a more admirable form. So great is the value that men attach to the multiplied varieties of these gems, their numerous colors, their constituent parts, and their singular beauty, that, in the case of some of them, it is looked upon as no less than sacrilege to engrave them, for signets even, the very purpose for which in reality they were made. Others again are regarded as beyond all price, and could not be valued at any known amount of human wealth, so much so that, in the case of many, it is quite sufficient to have some single gem or other before the eyes, there to behold the supreme and absolute perfection of nature's work. We have already stated to some extent, when speaking on the subject of gold and rings, how the use of precious stones first originated, and from what beginnings this admiration of them has now increased to such an universal passion. According to fabulous lore, the first use of them was suggested by the rocks of Caucasus, in consequence of an unhappy interpretation which was given to the story of the chains of Prometheus. For we are told by tradition that he enclosed a fragment of this stone in iron, and wore it upon his finger, such being the first ring and the first jewel known, this being imposed as a punishment on him in remembrance of his sacrilegious crimes when released by Jupiter from the rock. Chapter 2. The Jewel of Polycrates. The beginning such as this, the value set upon precious stones increased to such a boundless extent that Polycrates, the tyrant of Samos, who ruled over the islands and the adjacent shores, when he admitted that his good fortune had been too great, deemed it a sufficient expiation for all his enjoyment of happiness to make a voluntary sacrifice of a single precious stone, thinking thereby to balance accounts with the inconstancy of fortune, and, by this single cause for regret, abundantly to buy off every ill will she might entertain. Weary, therefore, of his continued prosperity, he embarked on board a ship, and putting out to sea, threw the ring which he wore into the waves. It so happened, however, that a fish of remarkable size, one destined for the table of a king, swallowed the jewel, as it would have done a bait, and then, to complete the portentous omen, restored it again to the owner in the royal kitchen, by the ruling hand of a treacherous fortune. For ultimately Orestes, the satrap of Sardes, contrived to allure him into his power and had him crucified. The stone in this ring, it is generally agreed, was sardonyx, and they still show one at Rome, which, if we believe the story, was this identical stone. It is enclosed in a horn of gold and was deposited by Emperor Augustus in the Temple of Concord, where it holds pretty nearly the lowest rank among the multitude of other jewels that are preferable to it. Chapter 3. The Jewel of Pyrrhus. Next in note after this ring is the jewel that belonged to another king, Pyrrhus, who was so long at war with the Romans. It is said that there was in his possession an agate, a variegated chalcedony, probably called from its variegated streaks a fortification agate, upon which were to be seen the 9 muses and Apollo holding a lyre, not a work of art, but the spontaneous produce of nature, the veins in it being so arranged that each of the muses had her own peculiar attribute. With the exception of these 2 jewels, authors make no mention of any others that have been rendered famous. We only find it recorded by them that Ismenias, the flute player, was in the habit of displaying great numbers of glittering stones, a piece of vanity on his part which gave occasion to the following story. An emerald, smaragdus, upon which was engraved a figure of Amymone, one of the Dianaides, being offered for sale in the Isle of Cyprus at the price of 6 golden denarii. He gave orders to purchase it. The dealer, however, reduced the price and returned 2 denarii, upon which Ismenias remarked, "By Hercules, he has done me but a bad turn in this, for the merit of the stone has been greatly impaired by this reduction in price." It seems to have been this Ismenias who introduced the universal practice among musicians of proclaiming their artistic merit by this kind of ostentation. Thus Dionysodorus, for instance, his contemporary and rival, imitated his example in order that he might not appear to be his inferior in skill, whereas in reality he only held the 3rd rank among the musicians of that day. Nicomachus, too, it is said, was the possessor of great numbers of precious stones, though selected with but little taste. In mentioning these illustrations by way of prelude to this book, it is by no means improbable that they may have the appearance of being addressed to those who, piquing themselves upon a similar display, become puffed up with a vanity which is evidently more appropriate to a performer on the flute. Chapter 4. Who were the most skillful lapidaries? The finest specimens of engraving on precious stones. The stone of the ring, which is now shown as that of Philocrates, is untouched and without engraving. In the time of Ismenias, long after his day, it would appear to have become the practice to engrave smaragdi even, a fact which is established by an edict of Alexander the Great, forbidding his portrait to be cut upon this stone by any other engraver than Pergotulus, who, no doubt, was the most adept in this art. Since his time, Apollonides and Cronius have excelled in it, as also Dioscurides, who engraved a very excellent likeness of the late Emperor Augustus upon a signet, which, ever since, the Roman emperors have used. The dictator Sylla, it is said, always made use of a seal, which represented the surrender of Jugurtha. Authors inform us also that the native in Circassia, whose father challenged Scipio Aemilianus, the younger Africanus, and was slain by him, was in the habit of using a signet with a representation of his combat engraved upon it, a circumstance which gave rise to the well-known joke of Stilo Preconius, who naively inquired what he would have done if Scipio had been the person slain. The late Emperor Augustus was in the habit at first of using the figure of a sphinx for his signet, having found 2 of them among the jewels of his mother that were perfectly alike. During the civil wars, his friends used to employ one of those signets in his absence for sealing such letters and edicts as the circumstances of the times required to be issued in his name. It being far from the unmeaning pleasantry on the part of those who received these missives, that the Sphynx always brought its enigmas, in reference to the story of Oedipus and the Sphynx, with it. The frog, too, on the seal of Maecenas was held in great terror by reason of the monetary imposts which it announced. As a later period, with the view of avoiding the sarcasms relative to the Sphynx, Augustus made use of a signet with a figure upon it of Alexander the Great. Chapter 5. The first Dactyliothecae at Rome. A collection of precious stones bears the foreign name of Dactyliotheca, a Greek word signifying a repository of kings. The first person who possessed one at Rome was Scaurus, the stepson of Sylla, and for a long time there was no other such collection there until at length Pompeius Magnus consecrated in the capital, among other donations, one that had belonged to King Mithridates, and which, as M. Varro and other authors of that period assure us, was greatly superior to that of Scaurus. Following his example, the dictator Caesar consecrated 6 Dactyliothecae in the temple of Venus Genetrix, and Marcellus, the son of Octavia, the sister of Augustus, presented one to the temple of the Palatine Apollo. Chapter 6. Jewels displayed at Rome in the triumph of Pompeius Magnus. But it was this conquest by Pompeius Magnus that first introduced so general a taste for pearls and precious stones, just as the victories gained by L. Scipio and Cnaeus Manlius had first turned the public attention to chased silver, Adelai tissues, and banqueting couches decorated with bronze, and the conquests of L. Mummius had brought Corinthian bronzes and pictures into notice. To prove more fully that this was the case, I will here give the very words of the public registers, Acta, with reference to the triumphs of Pompeius Magnus. On the occasion of his 3rd triumph over the pirates and over the kings and nations of Asia and Pontus that have been already enumerated in the 7th book of this work, M. Piso and M. Messala being consuls on the day before the calends of October, the anniversary of his birth, he displayed in public with its pieces a chessboard, Alvium Lesorium, made of 2 precious stones, 3 feet in width by 2 in length, and to leave no doubt that the resources of nature do become exhausted, I will here observe that no precious stones are to be found at the present day at all approaching such dimensions as these, as also that there was upon this board a moon of solid gold, 30 pounds in weight, 3 banqueting couches, vessels for 9 waiters in gold and precious stones, 3 golden statues of Minerva, Mars, and Apollo, 33 crowns adorned with pearls, a square mountain of gold with stags upon it, lions, and all kinds of fruit, and surrounded with a vine of gold, as also a museum, probably meaning a shrine dedicated to the Muses, adorned with pearls, with an horologe upon the top of it. There was a likeness also in pearls of Pompeius himself, his noble countenance, with the hair thrown back from the forehead, delighting the eye. Yes, I say those frank features, so venerated throughout all nations, were here displayed in pearls. The severity of our ancient manners being thus subdued, and the display being more the triumph of luxury than the triumph of conquest. Never, most assuredly, would Pompeius have so long maintained his surname of Magnus among the men of that day if on the occasion of his first conquest, that of Africa, his triumph had been such as this. Thy portrait in pearls, O Magnus, those resources of prodigality that have been discovered for the sake of females only. Thy portrait in pearls, refinements in luxury, which the Roman laws would not have allowed thee to wear even, and it was in this way that thy value must be appreciated. Would not that trophy here given a more truthful likeness of thee, which thou hadst erst erected upon the Pyrenean mountain heights? Assuredly such a portrait as this had been no less than a downright ignominy and disgrace, were we not bound to behold in it a menacing presage of the anger of the gods, and to see foreshadowed thereby the time when that head, now laden with the wealth of the East, was to be displayed severed from the body, as was the case after the murder of Pompey in Egypt. But in other respects, how truly befitting the hero was this triumph. To the state he presented 2,000 millions of sesterces. To the legati and quaestors, who had exerted themselves in defense of the sea-coast, he gave 1,000 millions of sesterces, and to each individual soldier 6,000 sesterces. He has rendered, however, comparatively excusable the Emperor Caius Caligula, who, in addition to the other feminine luxuries, used to wear shoes adorned with pearls, as also the Emperor Nero, who used to adorn his scepters with masks worked in pearls, and had the couches, destined for his pleasures, made of the same costly materials. Nay, we have no longer any right, it would seem, to censure the employment of drinking cups adorned with precious stones, of various other articles in daily use that are similarly enriched, and of rings that sparkle with gems. For what species of luxury can there be thought of that was not more innocent in its results than this on the part of Pompeius? Chapter 7. At what period marine vessels were first introduced at Rome? Instances of luxury in reference to them. It was the same conquest, too, that first introduced marine vessels at Rome, Pompeius being the first to dedicate, at the conclusion of this triumph, vases and cups made of this material in the temple of Jupiter Capitolinus, a circumstance which soon brought them into private use. Waiters even, and eating utensils made of marine being in great request. This species of luxury, too, is daily on the increase. A single cup, which would hold no more than 3 sextari, having been purchased at the price of 70,000 sesterces. A person of consular rank, who some years ago used to drink out of this cup, grew so passionately fond of it as to gnaw its edges even. An injury, however, which has only tended to enhance its value. Indeed, there is now no vessel in marine that has ever been estimated at a higher figure than this. We may form some opinion how much money this same personage swallowed up in articles of this description, from the fact that the number of them was so great that when the Emperor Nero deprived his children of them, and they were exposed to public view, they occupied a whole theatre to themselves in the gardens beyond the Tiber. A theatre which was found sufficiently large even for the audience that attended on the occasion when Nero rehearsed his musical performances before his appearance in the theatre of Pompeius. It was at this exhibition, too, that I saw counted the broken fragments of a single cup, which it was thought proper to preserve in an urn and display, I suppose, with the view of exciting the sorrows of the world, and of exposing the cruelty of fortune, just as though it had been no less than the body of Alexander the Great himself. T. Petronius, a personage of consular rank, intending from his hatred of Nero to disinherit the table of that prince, broke a marine basin, which had cost him no less than 300,000 sesterces. But Nero himself, as it was only proper for a prince to do, surpassed them all by paying 1,000,000 of sesterces for a single cup. A fact well worthy of remembrance, that an emperor, the father of his country, should have drunk from a vessel of such costly price. Chapter 8. The nature of marine vessels. Marine vessels come from the east, in numerous localities of which, remarkable for nothing else, they are to be found. It is in the empire of the Parthians, more particularly, that they are met with, though those of the very finest quality come to us from Carmania. It is generally thought that these vessels are formed of a moist substance, which underground becomes solidified by heat. In size, they never exceed a small waiter abacus, and as to thickness, they rarely admit of being used as drinking cups so large as those already mentioned. The brightness of them is destitute of strength, and it may be said that they are rather shining than brilliant, meaning that they are semi-transparent. But the chief merit of them is the great variety of their colors, and the wreath veins, which every here and there present shades of purple and white, with a mixture of the two, the purple gradually changing, as it were, to a fiery red, and the milk white assuming a ruddy hue. Some persons praise the edges of these vessels more particularly, with a kind of reflection in the colors, like those beheld in the rainbow. Others again are more pleased with them when they are quite opaque, it being considered a demerit when they are at all transparent or of a pallid hue. The appearance, too, of crystals in them is highly prized, and of spots that look like warts, not prominent, but depressed, as we mostly see upon the human body. The perfume, too, of which they smell is looked upon as an additional recommendation. Chapter 9. The nature of crystal. It is a diametrically opposite cause to this that produces crystal, colorless crystals, quartz or rock crystal called white stone in jewelry, a substance which assumes a concrete form from excessive congelation. At all events, crystal is only to be found in places where the winter snow freezes with the greatest intensity, and it is from the certainty that it is a kind of ice that it has received the name kristallos, from krios, cold, which it bears in Greek. The East, too, sends us crystal, there being none preferred to the produce of India. It is to be found also in Asia, that of the vicinity of Alabanda, or Thosia, and the neighboring mountains being held in a very low degree of esteem. In Cyprus also there is a crystal, but that found upon the Alpine heights in Europe is, in general, more highly valued. According to Juba, there is crystal in a certain island of the Red Sea, opposite the coast of Arabia, called Necron, the island of the dead, as also in another neighboring island, which produces the precious stone known as topazes, where a block of crystal was extracted, he says, by Pythagoras, the prefect of King Ptolemais, no less than a cubit in length. Cornelius Bacchus informs us that in Lusitania there have been blocks of crystal found of extraordinary weight in sinking shafts in the Amazonian mountains there, to a water level for the supply of wells. It is a marvelous fact, stated by Xenocrates of Ephesus, that in Asia and in the Isle of Cyprus crystal is turned up by the plough, it having been the general belief that it is never to be found in the terrace soils, and only in rocky localities. That is much more probable, which the same Xenocrates tells us, when he says that the mountain streams often bring down with them fragments of crystal. Sudines says that crystal is only to be found in localities that face the south, a thing that is known to be really the fact. Indeed, it is never found in humid spots, however cold the climate may be, even though the rivers there freeze to the very bottom. Rainwater and pure snow are absolutely necessary for its formation, and hence it is that it is unable to endure heat, being solely employed for holding liquids that are taken cold. From the circumstance of it being hexagonal and hexahedral, it is not very easy to penetrate this substance, and the more so as the pyramidal terminations do not always have the same appearance. Its shape is rhombohedral and hemihedral in some of its modifications. The planes on the angles between the prism and the pyramidal terminations incline sometimes to the right and sometimes to the left, and the crystals are termed right and left-handed crystals. Dana, System of Mineralogy, Quartz. The polish on its faces is so exquisite that no art can possibly equal it. Chapter 10. Luxury displayed in the use of crystal. Remedies derived from crystal. The largest block of crystal that has ever been beheld by us is the one that was consecrated by Julian Augusta in the Capitol, and which weighed about 150 pounds. Xenocrates speaks of having seen a vase of crystal which held 1 amphora, 48 sextari, and we find other writers mentioning a vessel from India which held 4 sextari. For my own part, I can positively say that there is a crystal amid the crags of the Alps so difficult of access that it is usually found necessary to be suspended by ropes in order to extract it. Persons who are experienced in the matter detect its presence by certain signs and indications. Crystal is subject to numerous defects, sometimes presenting a rough solder-like substance, or else clouded by spots upon it, while occasionally it contains some hidden humor within, either water, azote, rarefied oxygen, or water in combination with naphtha, or is traversed by hard and brittle nerves, which are known as salt grains. Some crystal, too, has a red rust upon it, while in other instances it contains filaments that look like flaws, a defect which artisans conceal by engraving it. But where crystals are entirely free from defect, they are preferred uncut, in which case they are known as acinteta, without flaw, and have the color not of foam but of limpid water. In the last place, the weight of crystals is a point which is taken into consideration. I find it stated by medical men that the very best cautery for the human body is a ball of crystal acted upon by the rays of the sun. This substance, too, has been made the object of a mania, for, not many years ago, a mistress of a family, who was by no means very rich, gave 150,000 sesterces for a single basin made of crystal. Nero, on receiving tidings that all was lost, in the excess of his fury dashed 2 cups of crystal to pieces, this being his last act of vengeance upon his fellow creatures, preventing anyone from ever drinking again from those vessels. Crystal, when broken, cannot by any possibility be mended. Vessels in glass have been brought to marvelous degrees of resemblance to crystal, and yet, wonderful to say, they have only tended to enhance the value of crystal, and in no way to depreciate it. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Christine Rutger, July 17, 2021, Westford, Massachusetts. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 35, Book 37, Chapters 11 to 18. Chapter 11, Amber. The many falsehoods that have been told about it. Next in rank among the objects of luxury we have amber, an article which, for the present, however, is in request among women only. It is of vegetable origin, and according to Gaupert, was originally a viscous resin of a tree named by him Pinides succinefer. It is used by men more particularly at the present day as a mouthpiece for pipes. All these three last mentioned substances hold the same rank, no doubt as precious stones. The two former for certain fair reasons, crystal because it is adapted for taking cool drinks, and marine vessels for taking drinks that are either hot or cold. But as for amber, luxury has not been able as yet to devise any justification for the use of it. This is a subject which affords us an excellent opportunity of exposing some of the frivolities and falsehoods of the Greeks, and I beg that my readers will only have patience with me while I do so, it being really worthwhile, for our own practical improvement, to become acquainted with the marvelous stories which they have promulgated respecting amber. After Phaethon had been struck by lightning, his sisters, they tell us, became changed into poplars, which every year shed their tears upon the banks of the Lygdinus, a river known to us as the Padus. To these tears was given the name of electrum, from the circumstance that the sun was usually called elector. Such is the story, at all events, that is told by many of the poets, the first of whom were, in my opinion, Aeschylus, Philoxenus, Euripides, Satyrus, and Nicander, and the falsity of which is abundantly proved upon the testimony of Italy itself, where amber was not to be found. Those among the Greeks who have devoted more attention to the subject have spoken of certain islands in the Adriatic Sea known as Electrides, to which the Padus, they say, carries down the electrum. It is the fact, however, that there never were any islands there so called, nor indeed any islands so situate as to allow the Padus carrying down anything in its course to their shores. As to Aeschylus placing the Lygdinus in Iberia, or, in other words, in Spain, and giving it the name of Rhodanus, and as to Euripides and Apollonius representing the Rhodanus and the Padus as discharging themselves by one common mouth on the shores of the Adriatic, we can forgive them all the more readily for knowing nothing about amber when they betray such monstrous ignorance of geography. Other writers, again, who are more guarded in their assertions, have told us, though with an equal degree of untruthfulness, that at the extremity of the Adriatic Gulf, upon certain inaccessible rocks there are certain trees which shed their gum at the rising of the Dog's Star. Theophrastus has stated that amber is extracted from the earth in Liguria, chars that Phaethon died in the territory of Haman and Ethiopia, where there is a temple of his to an oracle, and where amber is produced. Philemon that it is a fossil substance, and that it is found in two different localities in Scythia, in one of which is a white and waxen color, and is known as electrum, while in the other it is red and is called Sualaternicum. Demostratus calls amber Lyncurian, and he says that it originates from the urine of the wild beast known as the lynx, that voided by the male producing a red and fiery substance, and that by the female an amber of a white and less pronounced color. He also informs us that by some persons it is called langurium, and that in Italy there are certain wild beasts known as languri. Xenophamus, however, calls these wild beasts langae, and gives the banks of the river Padus as their locality. Sudines says that it is a tree in reality that produces amber, and that in Etruria this tree is known by the name of lynx, an opinion which is also adopted by Metrodorus. Sotakis expresses a belief that amber exudes from certain stones in Britannia, to which he gives the name of Electrides. Pythius says that the Gautones, a people of Germany, inhabit the shores of an estuary of the ocean called Mentonomon, their territory extending a distance of 6,000 stadia. that at 1 day's sail from this territory is the Isle of Obelisks, upon the shores of which amber is thrown up by the waves in spring, it being an excretion of the sea in a concrete form, as also that the inhabitants use this amber by way of fuel, and sell it to their neighbors the Teutones. Timaeus, too, is of the same belief, but he has given to the island the name of Basilia. Philemon says that electrum did not yield a flame. Nicias, again, will have it that it is a liquid produced by the rays of the sun, and that these rays, at the moment of the sun's setting, striking with the greatest force upon the surface of the soil, leave upon it an unctuous sweat, which is carried off by the tides of the ocean, and thrown open upon the shores of Germany. He states also that in Egypt it is similarly produced, and is there called sakal. In Hebrew this word means a stone. That it is found in India too, where it is held as a preferable substitute for frankincense, and that in Syria the women make the whorls of their spindles of this substance, and give it the name of harpax, from the Greek arpazo, to drag, from the circumstance that it attracts leaves toward it, chaff, and the light fringe of tissues. According to Theochristus, amber is thrown up by the tides of the ocean at the foot of the Pyrenean range, an opinion adopted also by Xenocrates. Sarabus, who has written the most recently upon these subjects and is still living, informs us that near the shores of the Atlantic is Lake Cephissus, known to the Maiari by the name of Electrum, and that when this lake is dried up by the sun, the slime of it produces amber, which floats upon the surface. Mencius speaks of a locality in Africa called Sicyon, and of a river Crathis there, which discharges itself from a lake into the ocean, the banks of which are frequented by birds, which he calls Melagrides and Penelopes. It is there that, according to him, electrum is produced, in manner above mentioned. Theomenes says that near the greater Syrtis are the gardens of the Hesperides, and Lake Electrum on the banks, he says, are poplars, from the summits of which amber falls into the water below, where it is gathered by the maidens of the Hesperides. Stisius asserts that there is in India a river called Hypobaris, a word which signifies bearer of all good things, that this river flows from the north into the eastern ocean, where it discharges itself near a mountain covered with trees, which produce electrum, and that these trees are called Siptacerae, the meaning of which is intense sweetness. Mithridates says that off the shores of Germany there is an island called Surita. The old reading is Osseretica. Adjacent identifies it with the island of Ocel in the Baltic. Covered with a kind of cedar, from which amber falls upon the rocks. According to Xenocrates, this substance is called in Italy not only succinum, but theum as well. The Scythian name of it, for there also it is to be found, being Sucrium. Others, he says, are of opinion that it is a product of Numidia. But the one that has surpassed them all is Sophocles, the tragic poet, a thing that indeed surprises me, when I only consider the surpassing of his lofty style, the high repute that he enjoyed in his life, his elevated position by birth at Athens, his various exploits, and his high military command. According to him, amber is produced in the countries beyond India from the tears that are shed for melager by the birds called Melagrides. Who can be otherwise than surprised that he should have believed such a thing as this, or have hoped to persuade others to believe it? What child, too, could possibly be found in such a state of ignorance as to believe that birds weep once a year, that their tears are so prolific as this, or that they go all the way from Greece, where Meleager died, to India to weep? But then, it will be said, do not the poets tell many other stories that are quite as fabulous? Such is the fact, no doubt, but for a person seriously to advance such an absurdity with reference to a thing so common as amber, which is imported every day and so easily proves the mendacity of this assertion, is neither more nor less than to evince a supreme contempt for the opinions of mankind, and to assert with impunity an intolerable falsehood. There can be no doubt that amber is a product of the islands of the Northern Ocean, and that it is the substance by the Germans called glacium, for which reason the Romans, when Germanicus Caesar commanded the fleet in those parts, gave to one of these islands the name of Glaciaria, which by the barbarians was known as Australia. Amber is produced from a marrow discharged by trees belonging to the pine genus, like gum from the cherry and resin from the ordinary pine. It is a liquid at first, which issues forth in considerable quantities, and is gradually hardened by heat or cold, or else by the action of the sea, when the rise of the tide carries off the fragments from the shores of these islands. At all events, it is thrown up upon the coasts in so light and voluble a form that in the shallows it has all the appearance of hanging suspended in the water. Our forefathers, too, were of the opinion that it is the juice of a tree, and for this reason gave it the name of succinum, from succius, juice. And one great proof that it is the produce of a tree of the pine genus is the fact that it emits a pine-like smell when rubbed, and that it burns when ignited with the odor and appearance of torch pinewood. Amber is imported by the Germans into Pannonia, more particularly from whence the Veneti, by the Greeks called Eneti, first brought it into general notice. A people in the vicinity of Pannonia, and dwelling on the shores of the Adriatic Sea. From this it is evident how the story which connects it with the Padus first originated, and at the present day we see the female peasantry in the countries that lie beyond that river wearing necklaces of amber, principally as an ornament, no doubt, but on account of its remedial virtues as well. For amber, it is generally believed, is good for affections of the tonsillary glands and fauces, and the various kinds of water in the vicinity of the Alps being apt to produce disease in the human throat. Goiter, for example, from Carnuntum in Pannonia to the coasts of Germany from which the amber is brought, is a distance of about 600 miles, a fact which has been only very recently ascertained, and there is still living a member of the equestrian order who was sent thither by Julianus, the manager of the gladiatorial exhibitions for the Emperor Nero, to procure a supply of this article. Transversing the coasts of that country and visiting the various markets there, he brought back amber in such vast quantities as to admit of the nets, which are used for protecting the podium, the projecting part in the circus or amphitheater next to the arena and immediately in front of the place occupied by the emperor and nobles, against the wild beasts, being studded with amber. The arms, too, the litters, Libettina, meaning the litters on which the slain gladiators were carried away from the arena, and all the other apparatus were, on one day, decorated with nothing but amber, a different kind of display being made each day that these spectacles were exhibited. The largest piece of amber that this personage brought to Rome was 13 pounds in weight. That amber is found in India, too, is a fact well ascertained. Archelaus, who reigned over Cappadocia, says that it is brought back from that country in the rough state, and with the fine bark still adhering to it, it being the custom there to polish it by boiling it in the grease of a sucking pig. The one great proof that amber must have been originally in a liquid state is the fact that owing to its transparency certain objects are to be seen within, ants, for example, gnats, and lizards. These, no doubt, must have first adhered to it while liquid, and then, upon its hardening, have remained enclosed within. Chapter 12. The several kinds of amber. The remedies derived from it. There are several kinds of amber. The white is the one that has the finest odor. which is perceptible on being rubbed. In some cases the odor of amber is very fine, in others it is perfectly fetid, though in the latter case, as Ajason remarks, it is doubtful whether it may be considered to be genuine amber. But neither this nor the wax-colored amber is held in very high esteem. The red amber is more highly valued, and still more when it is transparent, without presenting too brilliant and igneous an appearance. For amber to be of high quality should present a brightness like that of fire, but not flakes resembling those of flame. The most highly esteemed amber is that known as Falernian, from its resemblance to the color of Falernian wine. It is perfectly transparent and has a softened, transparent brightness. Other kinds again are valued for their mellowed tints, like the color of boiled honey in appearance. It ought to be known, however, that any color can be imparted to amber that may be desired, it being sometimes stained with kidsuit and root of alkanet. Indeed, at the very present day, amber is dyed purple even. When a vivifying heat has been imparted to it by rubbing it between the fingers, amber will attract chaff, dry leaves, and thin bark, just in the same way that the magnet attracts iron. Pieces of amber steeped in oil burn with a more brilliant and more lasting flame than pith of flax. So highly valued is this as an object of luxury that a very diminutive human effigy made of amber has been known to sell at a higher price than living men even in stout and vigorous health. This single ground for censure, however, is far from being sufficient. In Corinthian objects of virtue, it is the copper that recommends them, combined with silver and gold, and in embossed works, it is the skill and genius of the artist that is so highly esteemed. We have already said what it is that recommends vessels of marine and of crystal. Pearls, too, are of use for wearing upon the head, and gems upon the fingers. In the case of all other luxuries, in fact, it is either a spirit of ostentation or some utility that has been discovered in them that pleads so strongly in their behalf. But in that of amber we have solely the consciousness that we are enjoying a luxury, and nothing more. Domitius Nero, among the other portentous extravagances of his life, bestowed this name upon the ringlets of his wife Poppaea, and in certain verses of his, he has even gone so far as to call them Susini. As fine names, too, are never wanting for bodily defects, a third tint has been introduced of late for hair among our ladies under the name of amber color. Amber, however, is not without its utility in a medicinal point of view, though it is not for this reason that the women are so pleased with it. It is beneficial for infants also attached to the body in the form of an amulet, and, according to Callistratus, it is good for any age as a preventative of delirium and as a cure for strangury, either taken in drink or attached as an amulet to the body. This last author, too, has invented a new variety of amber, giving the name of chrysolectrum to an amber of a golden color, and which presents the most beautiful tints in the morning. This last kind attracts flame, too, with the greatest rapidity, and, the moment it approaches the fire, it ignites. Worn upon the neck, he says, it is a cure for fevers and other diseases, and, triturated with honey and oil of roses, it is good for maladies of the ears. Beaten up with Attic honey, it is good for dimness of sight, and the powder of it, either taken by itself or with gum mastic in water, is remedial for diseases of the stomach. Amber, too, is greatly in request for the imitation of the transparent precious stones, amethystos in particular. For, as already stated, it admits of being dyed of every color. Chapter 13. Lincurium, 2 asserted remedies. The pertinacity that has been displayed by certain authors compels me to speak of Lincurium next, for even those who maintain that it is not a variety of amber still assure us that it is a precious stone. They assert, too, that it is a product of the urine of the lynx, and a kind of earth, the animal covering up the urine the moment it has voided it, from a jealousy that man should gain possession of it, a combination which hardens into stone. The color of it, they inform us, like that of some kinds of amber, is of a fiery hue, and it admits, they say, of being engraved. They assert, too, that this substance attracts to itself not only leaves or straws, but thin plates of copper even, or of iron, a story which Theophrastus even believes, on the faith of a certain Diocles. For my own part, I look upon the whole of these statements as untrue, and I do not believe that in our time there has ever been a precious stone seen with such a name as this. I regard too the assertions that have been made as to its medicinal properties as equally false, to the effect that, taken in drink, it disperses urinary calculi, and that taken in wine, or only looked at, it is curative of jaundice. Chapter 14. The various precious stones classified according to their principal colors. We will now proceed to speak of the various kinds of precious stones, the existence of which is generally admitted, beginning with those which are the most highly esteemed. Nor shall we content ourselves with doing this only, but with the view of consulting the general welfare of mankind, we shall also refute the infamous lies that have been promulgated by the magicians. For it is with reference to precious stones, more particularly, that they have circulated most of their fabulous stories, stepping under that most alluring guise of ascertaining remedial virtues beyond all bounds and entering the region of the marvelous. Adamas, 6 varieties of it, 2 remedies. The substance that possesses the greatest value, not only among the precious stones, but of all human possessions, is adamas. You may here remark that throughout this book, in all cases where there is any doubt as to the identification of the substance, the ancient name is retained, hence our words adamant and diamond. If Pliny means the latter, which is doubtful, it still maintains the rank here assigned to it. The word adamas is supposed to be derived from the Greek a, privative, and the mao, to subdue, it being supposed to be invincible by fire. The diamond is pure carbon crystallized, and is thought to have been of vegetable origin. Dana has the following remarks upon the word adamas. This name was applied by the ancients to several minerals differing much in their physical properties. A few of these are quartz, specular iron ore, emery, and other substances of rather high degrees of hardness, which cannot now be identified. It is doubtful whether Pliny had any acquaintance with the real diamond. System of Mineralogy, article Diamond. We may also add, from the same authority, that the method of polishing diamonds was first discovered in 1456 by Louis Berquin, a citizen of Bruges, previous to which time the diamond was only known in its native, uncut state. A mineral which for a long time was known to kings only, and to very few of them. Such was the name given to nodosity of gold, sometimes, though but rarely, found in the mines, in close proximity with gold, and only there to be found, it was thought. The ancients supposed that adamas was only to be discovered in the mines of Ethiopia, between the temple of Mercury and the island of Meroe, and they have informed us that it was never larger than a cucumber seed, or differing at all from it in color. At the present day, for the first time, there are no less than 6 different varieties of it recognized. The Indian adamas is found not in a stratum of gold, but in a substance of a kindred nature to crystal, which it closely resembles in its transparency and its highly polished hexagonal and hexahedral form. In shape it is turbinated, running to a point at either extremity, and closely resembling, marvelous to think of, 2 cones united at the base. In size, too, it is as large even as a hazelnut. Resembling that of India is the adamas of Arabia, which is found in a similar bed, but not so large in size. Other varieties have a pallid hue, like that of silver, and are only to be found in the midst of gold of the very finest quality. These stones are tested upon the anvil, and will resist the blow to such an extent as to make the iron rebound and the very anvil split asunder. Indeed, its hardness is beyond all expression, while at the same time it quite sets fire at defiance, and is incapable of being heated, owing to which indomitable powers it is that it has received the name which derives from the Greek. One kind, about as large as a grain of millet in size, has been called Sphynx, and another that is found in the gold mines of Philippi is known as Macedonian adamas. This last is about as large as a cucumber seed in size. We next come to the Cyprian adamas, so called from its being found in the Isle of Cyprus. It is of a color somewhat inclining to that of copper, but in reference to its medicinal virtues, of which we shall have to make further mention, it is the most efficacious of them all. Next in succession to this we have siderites, a stone which shines like iron, and is more ponderous than any of the others, but differs in its properties from them all, for it breaks when struck by the hammer, and admits of being perforated by other kinds of adamas, a thing which is the case also with that of Cyprus. In short, these two are degenerate stones, and only bear the name of adamas for the purpose of enhancing their value. Now, with reference to those affinities and repugnances which exist between certain objects, known to the Greeks as sympathia and antipathia, phenomena, to which we have endeavored to draw attention throughout these books, they nowhere manifest themselves with greater distinctness than here. This indomitable power, in fact, which sets at naught the two most violent agents in nature, fire, namely, and iron, is made to yield before the blood of a he-goat. The blood, however, must be no otherwise than fresh and warm. The stone, too, must be well steeped in it, and then subjected to repeated blows, and even then it is apt to break both anvils and hammers of iron, if they are not of the very finest temper. To what spirit of research or to what accident are we indebted for this discovery, or what conjecture can it have been that first led man to experiment on a thing of such extraordinary value as this, and that, too, with the most unclean of all animals? Surely a discovery such as this must have been due solely to the munificence of the gods, and we must look for the reason of it in none of the elementary operations of nature, but wholly in her will. When, by good fortune, this stone does happen to be broken, it divides into fragments so minute as to be almost imperceptible. These particles are held in great request by engravers, who enclose them in iron, and are enabled thereby with the greatest facility to cut the very hardest substances known. So great is the antipathy borne by this stone to the magnet, that when placed near it will not allow of its attracting iron, or if the magnet has already attracted the iron, it will seize the metal and drag it away from the other. Adamas, too, overcomes and neutralizes poisons, dispels delirium, and banishes groundless perturbations of the mind. Hence it is that some have given it the name of anankites. Metrodorus of Sepsis is the only author that I know of who says that this stone is found also in Germany, and in the island of Basilia, where amber is found. He says, too, that this is preferable to the stone of Arabia, but can there be any doubt that his statement is incorrect? Chapter 16. Smaragdus. Next in esteem with us are the pearls of India and Arabia, of which we have already spoken in the 9th book, when treating of the marine productions. The third rank, for many reasons, has been given to the smaragdus. Indeed, there is no stone the color of which is more delightful to the eye, for whereas the sight fixes itself with avidity upon the green grass and the foliage of the trees, we have all the more pleasure in looking upon the smaragdus, there being no green in existence of a more intense color. The emerald is supposed to derive this color from a minute portion of oxide of chrome. And then, besides, of all the precious stones, this is the only one that feeds the sight without satiating it. Even when the vision has been fatigued with intently viewing other objects, it is refreshed by being turned upon this stone, and lapidaries know nothing that is more gratefully soothing to the eyes, its soft green tints being wonderfully adapted for assuaging lassitude when felt in those organs. And then, besides, when viewed from a distance, these stones appear all the larger to the sight, reflecting as they do their green hues upon the circumambient air. Neither sunshine, shade, nor artificial light affects any change in their appearance. They have always a softened and graduated brilliancy, and transmitting the light with facility, they allow the vision to penetrate their interior, property which is so pleasing also with reference to water. In form they are most concave, so as to reunite the rays of light and the powers of vision, and hence it is that it is so universally agreed upon among mankind to respect these stones and to forbid their surface to be engraved. In the case, however, of the stones of Scythia and Egypt, their hardness is such that it would be quite impossible to penetrate them. When the surface of the smaragdus is flat, it reflects the image of objects in the same manner as a mirror. The Emperor Nero used to view the combats of the gladiators upon a smaragdus. Chapter 17. 12 Varieties of the Smaragdus. Of this stone there are no less than 12 different kinds, of which the finest is the Scythian smaragdus, so called from the country where it is found. None of them has a deeper color than this, or is more free from defects. Indeed, in the same degree that the smaragdus is superior to other precious stones, the Scythian smaragdus is superior to the other varieties. Next in esteem to this, as also in locality, is the smaragdus of Bactriana. These stones are collected, it is said, in the fissures of rocks when the Etesian winds prevail, a period at which the earth that covers them is removed, and the stones are detected by their brightness, the sands being greatly agitated by the action of the winds. These last, however, are much inferior, they say, to those of Scythia in size. The third rank is held by the stones of Egypt, which are extracted from the hills in the vicinity of Coptus, a city of Thebes. Mount Zalora in Upper Egypt still produces emeralds, and was probably the only locality of the genuine stone that was known to the ancients. All the other kinds are found in copper mines, and hence it is that, of these varieties, the smaragdus of Cyprus holds the highest rank. The merit of them consists in their clear color, which has nothing thin or diluted in it, but presents a rich and humid transparency, closely resembling the tints of the sea, in fact. Hence it is that these stones are at once diaphanous and shining, or, in other words, reflect their colors and allow the vision to penetrate within. They say that in this island, upon the tomb of a petty king named Hermias, near the fisheries, Citarias, there was formerly a lion in marble, with eyes made of smaragdi, the brilliance of which penetrated the sea to such a degree as to alarm the tunnies and put them to flight, a novel circumstance which for a long time excited the wonder in fishermen, till at last the stones in the statue were changed for others. Chapter 18. Defects in the Smaragdus. It will be only proper too, seeing that the prices of these stones are so exorbitant, to point out their defects. Some defects, no doubt, are common to all of them, while others again, like those found in the human race, are peculiar only to those of a certain country. Thus, for example, the stones of Cyprus are not all green alike, and in the same smaragdus some parts are more or less so than others, the stone not always preserving that uniform deep tint which characterizes the smaragdus of Scythia. In other instances, a shadow runs through the stone, and the color becomes dulled thereby, the consequence of which is that its value is depreciated, and even more so when the color is thin and diluted. In consequence of the defects of these stones, they have been divided into several classes. Some of them are obscure and are known as blind stones. Some have a certain density which impairs their transparency. Others, again, are mottled, and others covered with a cloud. This cloud, however, is altogether different from the shadow above mentioned, for it is a defect which renders the stone of a whitish hue, and not of a transparent green throughout, presenting as it does in the interior or upon the surface a certain degree of whiteness which arrests the vision. Other defects again in these stones are filaments, salt-like grains, or traces of lead ore, faults which are mostly common to them all. Next, after the kinds above described, the Smaragdus of Ethiopia is held in high esteem, being found, as Juba tells us, at a distance of 25 days' journey from the Coptus. These are of a bright green, but are seldom to be met with perfectly clear or of an uniform color. Democritus includes in this class of stones that are known as Hermini and as Persian stones, the former of which are of a convex, massive shape, while the latter are destitute of transparency, but have an agreeable uniform color, and satisfy the vision without allowing it to penetrate them, strongly resembling in this respect the eyes of cats and of panthers, which are radiant without being diaphanous. In the sun, he says, they lose their brilliancy, but they are radiant in the shade, the brightness of them being seen at a greater distance than in the case of other stones. One other fault, too, in all these stones is, that they often have a color like that of honey or rancid oil, or else are clear and transparent, but not green. These defects exist in the smaragdi of Attica, more particularly which are found in the silver mines there at a place known by the name of Thorikos. These last are never so massive as the others, and are always more pleasing to the sight when viewed from a distance. Lead ore, too, is often to be detected in them, or, in other words, they have a leaden appearance when looked at in the sun. One peculiarity in them is that some of them become impaired by age, gradually lose their green color, and are even deteriorated by exposure to the sun. Next to the stones of Attica come those of Media, a variety which presents the most numerous tints of all, and sometimes approaches Sapphirose in color. These stones are wavy, and represent various natural objects, such as poppy heads, for example, birds, the young of animals, and feathers. All of them appear naturally of a green color, but become improved by the application of oil. No stones of this species are of a larger size than these. I am not aware that any of these stones are still in existence in Chalcedon, the copper mines of that locality being now exhausted, but be this as it may, they were always the smallest in size and the most inferior in value. Brittle and of a color far from distinctly pronounced, they resembled in their tints the feathers that are seen in the tail of the peacock or on the necks of pigeons. More or less brilliant, too, according to the angle at which they were viewed, they presented an appearance like that of veins and scales. There was another defect also peculiar to these stones, known as sarsion, from the circumstance that a kind of flesh appeared to attach itself to the stone. The mountain near Chalcedon, where these stones were gathered, is still known by the name of Smaragdites. Juba informs us that a kind of smaragdus, known as chloris, is used in Arabia as an ornament for buildings, and also the stone by which the people of Egypt is called Alabastrites. On the same authority, too, we learn that there are several varieties of smaragdus in the neighboring mountains, and that stones like those of Medea are found in Mount Taygetus, as also in Sicily. End of section 35. Section 36 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Christine Rucker, August 22, 2021, Westford, Massachusetts. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 36, Book 37, Chapters 19 to 30. Chapter 19, The Precious Stone called Tanos, Chalcosmaragdus. Among the smaragdi is also included the precious stone known as Tanos. It comes from Persia and is of an unsightly green and of a soiled color within. There is the Chalcosmaragdus. It was probably dioptase combined with copper pyrites. Also a native of Cyprus, the face of which is mottled with coppery veins. Theophrastus relates that he had found it stated in the Egyptian histories that a king of Babylon once sent to the king of Egypt a smaragdus 4 cubits in length by 3 in breadth. He informs us also that in a temple of Jupiter in Egypt, there was an obelisk made of 4 smaragdi, 40 cubits in length and 4 in breadth at one extremity and 2 at the other. He says, too, that at the period at which he wrote, there was in the temple of Hercules at Tyrus a large column made of singular smaragdus, though very possibly it might only be a pseudo-smaragdus, a kind of stone not uncommonly found in Cyprus, where a block had been discovered composed 1/2 of smaragdus and 1/2 of jasper, and the liquid in which had not as yet been entirely transformed. Appian, surnamed Pleistonices, meaning the conqueror of many, has left a very recent statement that there was still in existence in his time in the labyrinth of Egypt a colossal statue of Serapis, made of a single smaragdus 9 cubits in height. Chapter 20. Beryls. 8 varieties of them, defects in beryls. Beryls, it is thought, are of the same nature as the smaragdus, or at least closely analogous. India produces them, and they are rarely to be found elsewhere. The lapidaries cut all beryls of an hexagonal form, because the color, which is deadened by a dull uniformity of surface, is heightened by the reflection resulting from the angles. If they are cut in any other way, these stones have no brilliancy whatever. The most esteemed beryls are those which in color resemble the pure green of the sea, the chrysoberyl being next in value, a stone of a somewhat paler color, but approaching a golden tint. Closely allied to this last in its brilliancy, but of a more pallid color, and thought by some to constitute a separate genus, is chrysoprasus, leek green and gold. In the 4th rank are reckoned the hyacinthine beryls, and in the 5th those known as aoroides, sky-colored. Next we have the wax-colored beryls, and after them the oleaginous beryls, so called from the resemblance of their color to that of oil. Last of all there are the stones which closely resemble crystal in appearance, mostly disfigured by spots and filaments, and of a poor faint color as well, all of them so many imperfections in the stone. The people of India are marvelously fond of beryls of an elongated form, and say that these are the only precious stones they prefer wearing without the addition of gold. Hence it is that after piercing them, they string them upon the bristles of the elephant. It is generally agreed, however, that those stones should not be perforated which are of the finest quality, and in this case they only enclose the extremities of them in studs of gold. They prefer to cutting the beryls in a cylindrical form instead of setting them as precious stones, an elongated shape being the one that is most highly esteemed. Some are of the opinion that beryls are naturally angular, and that when pierced they become improved in color, the white substance being thus removed that lies within, and their brilliancy heightened by the reflection of the gold in which they are set, or, at all events, their transparency being increased by this diminution in their thickness. In addition to the defects already mentioned, and which are pretty nearly the same as those to which the smaragdus is subject, beryls are affected with cloudy spots, like those on the fingernails in appearance. In our own part of the world, it is thought that they are sometimes found in countries that lie in the vicinity of Pontus. The people of India, by coloring crystal, have found a method of imitating various precious stones, beryls in particular. Chapter 21. Opals, 7 varieties of them. Opals are at once very similar to and very different from beryls, and only yield to the smaragdus in value. India, too, is the sole parent of these precious stones, thus completing her glory as being the great producer of the most costly gems. Of all precious stones, it is opal that presents the greatest difficulties of description, it displaying at once the piercing fire of carbunculus, the purple brilliancy of amethystus, and the sea green of smaragdus, the whole blended together and refulgent with a brightness that is quite incredible. Some authors have compared the effect of its refulgence to that of the color known as Armenian pigment, while others speak of it as resembling the flame of burning sulphur, or of flame fed with oil. In size, the opal is about as large as a hazelnut, and with reference to it there is a remarkable historical anecdote related. For there is still in existence a stone of this class, on account of which Antonius proscribed the senator Nonius, son of the Nonius Struma, whom the poet Catullus was so displeased at seeing in the Cyril chair, and grandfather of the Servilius Nonianus, who in our own times was consul. On being thus proscribed, Nonius took to flight, carrying with him out of all his wealth nothing but this ring, the value of which, it is well known, was estimated at 2 millions of sesterces. How marvelous must have been the cruelty, how marvelous the luxurious passion of Antonius, thus to proscribe a man for the possession of a jewel, and no less marvelous must have been the obstinacy of Nonius, who could thus dote upon what had been the cause of his proscription. For we see the very brutes even tear off the portion of their body, for the sake of which they know their existence to be imperiled, and so redeem themselves by parting with it. Chapter 22. Defects in opals, the modes of testing them. Defects in opal are a color inclining to that of the flower called heliotropium, or to that of crystal or of hailstones, salt-like grains intervening, roughness on the surface, or sharp points presenting themselves to the eye. There is no stone that is imitated by fraudulent dealers with more exactness than this in glass, the only mode of detecting the imposition being by the light of the sun. For when a false opal is held between the finger and thumb, and exposed to the rays of that luminary, it presents but one and the same transparent color throughout, limited to the body of the stone, whereas the genuine opal offers various refulgent tints in succession, and reflects now one hue and now another, as it sheds its luminous brilliancy upon the fingers. This stone, in consequence of its extraordinary beauty, has been called Paedoros, lovely youth, by many authors, and some who make a distinct species of it say that it is the same as the stone that in India is called Sanjinan. These last mentioned stones, it is said, are found in Egypt also, Arabia, and of very inferior quality in Pontus. Galatia, too, is said to produce them, as also Thasos and Cyprus. The finest in quality of them have all the beauty of opal, but they are of a softer brilliance and are mostly rough on the surface. Their color is a mixture of sky blue and purple, and the green hues of the smaragdus are wanting. Those too are preferred which have their brilliancy deepened by a vinous hue, rather than those which have their colors diluted, as it were, with water. Chapter 23. Sardonyx. The several varieties of it. Defects in the sardonyx. Thus far we have spoken in reference to the stones, which it is generally agreed belong to the highest rank in obedience, more particularly to a degree that has been passed by the ladies to that effect. There is less certainty with respect to those upon which the men as well have been left to form a judgment, seeing that the value of each stone depends more particularly upon the caprice of the individual and the rivalry that exists in reference thereto. As, for example, when Claudius Caesar was so much in the habit of wearing the smaragdus and the sardonyx. The first Roman who wore sardonyx, according to Demostratus, was the elder Africanus, since whose time this stone has been held in very high esteem at Rome, for which reason we shall give it the next place after the opal. By sardonyx, from the Greek sameton, sard, and onyx, a fingernail. As the name itself indicates, was formerly understood a sarda with a white ground beneath it, like the flesh beneath the human fingernail, both parts of the stone being equally transparent. Such, according to Ismenius, Demostratus, Xenothenus, and Sotakis, is the sardonyx of India, the last two giving the name of blind sardonyx to all the other stones of this class which are not transparent, and which have now entirely appropriated the name to themselves. For at the present day the Arabian sardonyx presents no traces whatever of the Indian sarda, it being a stone that has been found to be characterized by several different colors of late. Black or azure for the base, and vermilion surrounded with a line of rich white for the upper part, not without a certain glimpse of purple as the white passes into the red. We learn from Xenothenus that in his time these stones were not held by the people of India in any high esteem, although they are found there of so large a size as to admit of the hilts of swords being made of them. It is well known, too, that in that country they are exposed to view by the mountain streams, and that in our part of the world they were formerly valued from the fact that they are nearly the only ones among the engraved precious stones that do not bring away the wax when an impression is made. The consequence is that our example has at last taught the people of India to set a value upon them, and the lower classes there now pierce them even to wear them as ornaments for the neck. A great proof, in fact, at the present day, of a sardonyx being of Indian origin. Those of Arabia are remarkable for their marginal line of brilliant white, of considerable breadth, and not glistening in hollow fissures in the stone or upon the sides, but shining upon the very surface at the margin and supported by a ground intensely black beneath. In the stones of India, this ground is like wax in color, or else like cornel, with a circle also of white around it. In some of these stones, too, there is a play of colors like those of the rainbow, while the surface is redder even than the shell of the sea locust. Those stones which are like honey in appearance, or of a feiculent color, such being the name given to one defect in them, are generally disapproved of. They are rejected also when the white zone blends itself with the other colors, and its limits are not definitely marked, or if in like manner it is irregularly intersected by any other color, it being looked upon as an imperfection if the regularity of any one of the colors is interrupted by the interposition of another. The sardonyx of Armenia is held in some esteem, but the zone round it is of a pallid hue. Chapter 24. Onyx, the several varieties of it. We must give some account also of onyx, because of the name which it partly shares in common with sardonyx. This name, though in some places given to a marble, is here used to signify a precious stone. Sudin says that in this stone there is a white portion which resembles the white of the human fingernail, in addition to the colors of chrysolithos, sarda, and iaspis. According to Xenothemis, there are numerous varieties of the Indian onyx, the fiery-colored, the black, and the cornel, with white veins encircling them like an eye, as it were, and in some cases running across them obliquely. It is pretty clear that the onyx of Pliny included not only our onyx, but several other varieties of the chalcedony. Sotakis mentions an Arabian onyx, which differs from the rest, that of India, according to him, presenting small flames, each surrounded by one or more white zones, in a manner altogether different from the Indian sardonyx, which presents a series of white specks, while in this case it is one continuous circle. The Arabian onyx, on the other hand, is black, he says, with a white zone encircling it. Satyrus says that there is an onyx in India of a flesh color, partly resembling carbunculus and partly chrysolithos and amethystus, a variety, however, which he altogether disapproves of. The real onyx, according to him, has numerous veins of variegated colors, interspersed with others of a milk-white hue, the shades of which, as they pass into one another, produce a tint which surpasses all description and blends itself into one harmonious whole of a most beautiful appearance. Not unlike sardonyx, too, is sarda, a stone which also has in part a kindred name with it. But before passing on to it, we must first take some notice of all those precious stones which have a brilliancy like that of flame. Chapter 25. Carbunculus, 12 varieties of it. In the first rank among these is carbunculus, literally meaning a red-hot coal, so called from its resemblance to fire, though in reality it is proof against the action of that element. Hence it is that some persons call these stones akostoi, from the Greek meaning incombustible. There are various kinds of carbunculus, the Indian and the Gyromantic, for example, which last has been also called the Carchedonian, in complement to the former opulence of the great Carthage. To these are added the Ethiopian and the Alabastrites stones, the latter of which are found at Arthosia in Caria, but are cut and polished at Alabanda. In addition to this, each kind is subdivided into the male carbunculus and the female, the former of which is a more striking brilliancy, the brightness of the latter being not so strong. In the male varieties, too, we see some in which the fire is clearer than in others, while some, again, are of a darker hue, or else have their brilliancy more deeply seated, and shine with a more powerful luster than others when viewed in the sun. The most highly esteemed, however, is the amethyst-colored stone, the fire at the extremity of which closely approaches the violet tint of amethystus. Next in value to which are the stones known as syrtites, radiant with a wavy, feathery refulgence. They are found more particularly, it is said, where the reflection is most powerful of the rays of the sun. Satyrus says that carbunculus of India has no luster, that it is mostly soiled, and that in all cases its brilliancy is of a tawny complexion. The Ethiopian stones, he says, are dense, emit no luster, and burn with a concentrated flame. According to Callistratus, the refulgence of this stone should be of a whitish hue, and when placed upon a table, it should heighten by its luster other stones placed near it that are clouded at the edge. Hence it is that many writers speak of this stone as the white carbunculus, while the Indian stone, with its comparatively feeble luster, is known by the name of Lygdinus. The Carchedonian stones, they say, are of a much smaller size than the others, but those of India admit of being hollowed out, and making vessels that will hold as much as 1 sextarius even. According to Archelaus, The Carchedonian carbunculus is of a more swarthy appearance than the others, but when exposed to the light of the fire or sun and viewed obliquely, the brilliancy of it is much more intense than that of the rest. He says, too, that this stone, when overshadowed by a roof, has a purple tint, that when viewed in the open air is of a flame color, and that when exposed to the rays of the sun, it scintillates. He states also that wax, if sealed with these stones, in the shade even, will melt. Many others have asserted that the Indian stones are paler than the Carchedonian, and that, quite the converse of these last, they are all the less brilliant when viewed obliquely, as also that in the male Carchedonian stone there are luminous points like stars within, while, in the case of the female stone, the whole of its refulgence is thrown beyond it. The stones of Alabanda, too, it is said, are darker than the other kinds and rough on the surface. In the vicinity also of Miletus, there are stones of this description found in the earth, resembling those of Alabanda in color and proof against the action of fire. According to Theophrastus, these stones are to be found also at Orchomenus in Arcadia and in the Isle of Chios, the former of which are of a darker hue and are used for making mirrors. He says, too, that at Troezen they are found of various colors and mottled with white spots, those found at Corinth being of a more pallid whitish hue. He states also that they are sometimes imported from Massilia. Phocas informs us in his writings that these stones are extracted from the ground at Elisippo at the cost of great labor, however, in consequence of the parched argillaceous nature of the soil. Chapter 26. Defects in Carbunculus and the mode of testing it. Nothing is more difficult than to distinguish the several varieties of the stone, so great an opportunity do they afford to the artistic skill of compelling them to reflect the colors of substances placed beneath. It is possible, they say, to heighten the brilliancy of dull stones by steeping them for 14 days in vinegar, this adventitious luster being retained by them as many months. They are counterfeited, too, with great exactness in glass, but the difference may be detected with the touchstone, the same being the case also with other artificial stones, as the material is always of a softer nature and comparatively brittle. When thus tested by the stone, hard knots too are detected in them, and the weight of the glass counterfeit is always less. In some cases too they present small blisters within, which shine like silver. Chapter 27. Anthracite. There is also a fossil stone found in Thesprotia, known as anthracite, and resembling a burning coal in appearance. Those who have stated that it is a native also of Liguria are mistaken, in my opinion, unless perhaps it was to be found there in their time. Some of these stones, they say, are surrounded with a vein of white, like those which we have mentioned above. They have a fiery color, but there is this peculiarity in them, that when thrown into the fire they will have all the appearance of becoming quenched and deadened, while on the other hand, if they are drenched with water, they become doubly glowing. Chapter 28. Sandastros, Sandaresos. Of a kindred nature, too, is Sandastros, known as Garmantites by some. It is found in India at a place of that name, and is a product also of the southern parts of Arabia. The great recommendation of it is that it has all the appearance of fire placed behind a transparent substance, it burning with star-like scintillations within that resemble drops of gold, and are always to be seen in the body of the stone, and never upon its surface. There are certain religious associations, too, connected with this stone, in consequence of the affinity which it is supposed to bear with the stars, these scintillations being mostly in number and arrangement, like the constellations of the Pleiades and Hyades, a circumstance which had led to the use of it by Chaldai in the ceremonials which they practice. Here, too, the male stones are distinguished from the female by the comparative depth of color and the vigorousness of the tints which they impart to objects near them. Indeed, the stones of India, it is said, quite dim the sight by their brilliancy. The flame of the female Sandastros is of a more softened nature and may be pronounced to be lustrous rather than brilliant. Some prefer the stone of Arabia to that of India, and say that this last bears a considerable resemblance to a smoke-colored chrysolithos. Ismenius asserts that Sandastros, in consequence of its extreme softness, will not admit of being polished, a circumstance which makes it sell all the dearer. Other writers again call these stones sandricitae. One point upon which all the authorities are agreed is that the greater the number of stars upon the stone, the more costly it is in price. The similarity of the name has sometimes caused this stone to be confounded with that known as Sandaresos, and which Nicander calls Sandacerian and others Sandaceron. Some again call this last mentioned stone Sandastros, and the former one Sandaresos. The stone that is thus mentioned by Nicander is a native of India, as well as the other, and likewise takes its name from the locality where it is found. The color of it is that of an apple, or of green oil, and no one sets any value on it. Chapter 29. Lygdinus. 4 varieties of it. To the same class of flame-colored stones belongs that known as Lygdinus, from Lygnos, a lighted lamp or torch, so called from its luster being heightened by the light of the lamp, under which circumstances its tints are particularly pleasing. It is found in the vicinity of Orthosia, throughout the whole of Caria, and in the neighboring localities, but the most approved stones are those that come from India. Some writers have given the name of deadened carbunculus to a Lygdinus of second-rate quality, and similar in color to the flower known as the flower of Jove. I find other varieties also mentioned, one with a purple radiance and another of a scarlet tint. It is asserted, too, that these stones, when heated or rubbed between the fingers, will attract chaff and filaments of paper. Chapter 30. Carchadonia. Carchadonia, too, is said to have the same property, though far inferior in value to the stones already mentioned. It is found in the mountains among the Nasamones, being produced, the natives think, by showers sent for the purpose from heaven. These stones are found by the light of the moon, more particularly when at full. In former days Carthage was not the entrepot for them. Archelaus speaks of a brittle variety being found in the vicinity of Thebes also, in Egypt, full of veins and similar to dying embers in appearance. I find it stated, too, that in former times drinking vessels used to be made of this stone and of Lygdinus. All these kinds of stone, however, offer the most obstinate resistance to the gravure, and, if used for seals, are apt to bring away a part of the wax. End of section 36. Section 37 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Christine Rutger, September 9th, 2021, Westford, Massachusetts. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 37, Book 37, Chapters 31 to 50. Chapter 31, Sarda, 5 varieties of it. Sarda, on the other hand, is remarkably useful for this purpose. A stone which shares its name in part with sardonyx. It is a common stone and was first found at Sardes, but the most esteemed kind is that of the vicinity of Babylon. When certain quarries are being worked, these stones are found adhering, like a kind of heart, to the interior of the rock. This mineral, however, is said to be now extinct in Persia, though it is to be found in numerous other localities, Pharos and Assos, for example. In India, there are 3 varieties of this stone: the red sarda, the one known as peonia, from its thickness, and a third kind, beneath which they place a ground of silver tinsel. The Indian stones are transparent, those of Arabia being more opaque. There are some found also in the vicinity of Leucas, in Epirus, and in Egypt, which have a ground placed beneath them of leaf gold. In the case of this stone, too, the male stone shines with a more attractive brilliancy than the female, which is of a thicker substance and more opaque. Among the ancients, there was no precious stone in more common use than this. At all events, it is this stone that is made so much parade of in the comedies of Menander and Philemon. No one, too, among the transparent stones is tarnished more speedily by exposure to moisture than this, though of all liquids it is oil that acts the most readily upon it. Those stones which are like honey in color are generally disapproved of, and still more so when they have the complexion of earthenware. Chapter 32. Topazos, two varieties of it. Topazos is a stone that is still held in very high estimation for its green tints. Indeed, when it was first discovered, it was preferred to every other kind of precious stone. It so happened that some troglodytic pirates, suffering from tempest and hunger, having landed upon an island off the coast of Arabia known as Cytus, when digging there for roots and grass, discovered this precious stone. Such, at least, is the opinion expressed by Archelaus. Juba says that there is an island in the Red Sea called Topazos, at a distance of 300 stadia from the mainland, that it is surrounded by fogs and is often sought by navigators in consequence, and that owing to this it received its present name, the word topazin, meaning to seek in the language of the troglodytes. He states also that Philon, the king's praefect, was the first to bring these stones from this island, that on his presenting them to Queen Berenice, the mother of the second Ptolemaeus, she was wonderfully pleased with them, and that at a latter period a statue 4 cubits in height was made of this stone in honor of Arsinoe, the wife of Ptolemaeus Philadelphus, it being consecrated in the temple known as the Golden Temple. The most recent writers say that this stone is found also in the vicinity of Alabastrum, a city of Thebes, and they distinguish two varieties of it, the Prasoides and the Chrysopteron, which last is similar to Chrysoprasus, all the shades of it tending, more or less, to resemble the coloring principle of the leek. Topazos is the largest of all the precious stones, and is the only one among those of high value that yields to the action of the file, the rest being polished by the aid of stone of Naxos. It admits, too, of being worn by use. Chapter 33. Calaena. With this stone we must also couple another, which resembles it more closely in appearance than in value, the stone known as Calaena, and of a pale green color. It is found in the countries that lie at the back of India among the Phaikari, namely, who inhabit Mount Caucasus, the Sakhe, and the Dahe. It is remarkable for its size, but is covered with holes and full of extraneous matter, that however which is found in Carmania is of a finer quality and far superior. In both cases, however, it is only amid frozen and inaccessible rocks that it is found, protruding from the surface, like an eye in appearance, and slightly adhering to the rock, not as though it formed an integral part of it, but with all the appearance of having been attached to it. People so habituated as they are to riding on horseback cannot find the energy and dexterity requisite for climbing the rocks to obtain the stones, while, at the same time, they are quite terrified at the danger of doing so. Hence it is that they attack the stones with slings from a distance, and so bring them down, moss and all. It is with this stone that the people pay their tribute, and this the rich look upon as their most graceful ornament for the neck. It constitutes the whole of their wealth with some, and it is their chief glory to recount how many of these stones they have brought down from the mountain heights since the days of their childhood. Their success, however, is extremely variable, For while some, at the very first throw, have brought down remarkably fine specimens, many have arrived at old age without obtaining any. Such is the method of procuring these stones, their form being given them by cutting, a thing that is easily effected. The best of them have just the color of smaragdus, a thing that proves that the most pleasing property in them is one that belongs of right to another stone. Their beauty is heightened by setting them in gold, and there is no stone to which the contrast of the gold is more becoming. The finest of them lose their color by coming into contact with oil, unguents, or undiluted wine even, whereas those of a poorer quality preserve their color better. There is no stone, too, that is more easily counterfeited in glass. Some writers say that this stone is to be found in Arabia also, in the nest of a bird known as the Melaniorapis. Chapter 34. Procyon, 3 varieties of it. There are numerous other kinds also of green stones. To the more common class belongs Procyon, one variety of which is disfigured with spots like blood, while another kind is marked with 3 streaks of white. To all these stones chrysoprasus is preferred, which is also similar to the coloring matter of the leek, but varies in tint between topazes and gold. This stone is found of so large a size as to admit of drinking boats even being made of it, and is cut into cylinders very frequently. Chapter 35. Nilion. India, which produces these stones, produced nilion, also a stone that differs from the last in its dull diminished luster, which when steadily looked upon soon fades from sight. Sudines says that it is to be found also in the Siberus, a river of Attica. In appearance it resembles a smoke-colored topazos, or in some cases a topazos with a tint like honey. According to Juba, Ethiopia produces it upon the shores of the river known to us as the Nilus, to which circumstance he says it owes its name. Chapter 36. Molochytus. Molochytus is not transparent, being of a deeper green and more opaque than smaragdus. Its name is derived from the mallow, which it resembles in color. It is highly esteemed for making seals, and it is endowed by nature with medicinal properties which render it a preservative for infants against certain dangers which menace them. This stone is a native of Arabia. Chapter 37. Iaspis. 14 varieties of it. Defects found in Iaspis. Iaspis, too, is green and often transparent, a stone which, if surpassed by many others, still retains the renown which it acquired in former times. Many countries produce this stone. That of India is like smaragdus in color, that of Cyprus is hard and of a full sea green, and that of Persia is sky blue, whence its name Erizusa. Similar to this last is the Caspian Iaspis. On the banks of the river Thermodon, the Iaspis is of an azure color. In the Phrygia it is purple, and in Cappadocia of an azure purple, somber and not refulgent. Amisus sends us an Iaspis like that of India in color, and Chalcedon, a stone of a turbid hue. But it is of less consequence to distinguish the several localities that furnish it than it is to remark upon the degrees of excellence which they present. The best kind is that which has a shade of purple, the next best being the rose-colored, and the next the stone with the green color of the smaragdus, to each of which the Greeks have given names according to their respective tints. A fourth kind, which is called by them borea, resembles in color the sky of a morning in autumn. This too will be the same that is known as Aerzusa. There is an Iaspis also which resembles sarda in appearance, and another with a violet tint. Not the less numerous, too, are the other kinds that are left undescribed, but they are all blue to a fault, or else resemble crystal in appearance, or the tints of the mixa plum. There is the terebinthine-colored Iaspis also, improperly so called in my opinion, as it has all the appearance of being a composition of numerous gems of this description. The best of these stones are set in an open bezel, the gold of which only embraces the margins of the stone, leaving the upper and lower surfaces uncovered. One great defect in them is a subdued luster, and a want of refulgence when viewed from a distance. Grains, also like salt, appear within the stone, and all the other defects which are common to precious stones in general. Sometimes they are imitated in glass, a fraud, however, which may be easily detected from the material throwing out its refulgence instead of concentrating it within itself. To this class also belongs the stone called sphagnum, which is only reckoned as belonging to the domain of precious stones from the circumstance that it is the best of all for making signets. Throughout all the East, it is custom, it is said, to wear iaspis by the way of amulet. The variety of this stone, which resembles smaragdus in color, is often found with a white line running transversely through the middle, in which case it is known as monochrome. When it is streaked with several lines, it is called polyghramos. Here, too, I may take the opportunity of exposing the falsehoods of the magicians, who pretend that this stone is beneficial for persons when speaking in public. There is a stone also that is formed of iaspis and onyx combined, and is known as iasponyx. Sometimes this stone has a clouded appearance, sometimes it has spots upon the surface like snow, and sometimes it is stellated with red spots. One kind resembles salt of Megara in appearance, and another is known as capneas, and looks as if it had been smoked. We have seen in our day an iaspis 15 inches in length, which a figure of Nero was made armed with a cuirass. Chapter 38. Cyanos, the several varieties of it. We must also give separate account of cyanos, a name which until very recently was given to a species of iaspis on account of its cerulean color. The best kind is that of Scythia, the next best being the produce of Cyprus, and last of all that of Egypt. An artificial kind is much in use that is prepared by dyeing other substances, and this invention is looked upon as one of the great glories of the kings of Egypt, the name of the king who first discovered it being still preserved in their annals. This stone, too, is divided into male and female, and sometimes it has the appearance of being powdered with a golden dust, in much the same way as sapphirus. Chapter 39. Sapphirus. For sapphirus, too, is refulgent with spots like gold. It is also of an azure color, though sometimes, but rarely, it is purple, the best kind being that which comes from Medea. In no case, however, is this stone diaphanous, in addition to which it is not suited for engraving when intersected with hard particles of a crystalline nature. Those among them who have the color of cyanos are generally thought to be the male stones. Chapter 40. Amethystus. 4 varieties of it: Socondion, Sapanos, Pharonitis, Aphrodite's Blepharon, Anteros, or Paideros. We will now commence with another class of precious stones, those of a purple color, or whose tints are derived from purple. To the first rank belongs the amethystus of India, a stone which is also found in the part of Arabia that adjoins Syria and is known as Petra, as also in Lesser Armenia, Egypt, and Galatia. The very worst of all, and the least valued, being those of Thasos and Cyprus. The name which these stones bear originates, it is said, in the peculiar tint of their brilliancy, which, after closely approaching the color of wine, passes off into a violet without being fully pronounced, or else, according to some authorities, in the fact that in their purple color there is something that falls short of a fiery color, the tints fading off and inclining to the color of wine. All these stones are transparent and of an agreeable violet color, and are easy to engrave. Those of India have in perfection the very richest shades of purple, and it is to attain this color that the dyers in purple direct all their endeavors. in presenting a fine, mellowed appearance to the eye and not dazzling the sight, as in the case with the colors of the carbunculus. Another variety approaches more nearly the hyacinth color. The people of India call this tint Sukon, and the stone itself Sukondian. A third stone of this class is of a more diluted color and is known as sapinos, being identical with Pharanitis, so called from a country on the frontiers of Arabia that produces it. Of a fourth kind, the color is like that of wine, and in a fifth it borders very closely upon that of crystal, the purple gradually passing off into white. This last kind is but little valued, for a fine amethyst should always have, when viewed sideways and held up to the light, a certain purple refulgence, like that of carbunculus, slightly inclining to a tint of rose. Some prefer giving these stones the name of paedoros, or of anteros, while to many they are known as Venus's eyelid, a name which would seem to be particularly appropriate to the color and general appearance of the gem. The falsehoods of the magicians would persuade us that these stones are preventative of inebriety, and that it is from this that they have derived their name. They tell us also that if we inscribe the names of the sun and moon upon this stone, and then wear it suspended from the neck, with some hair of ionosyphilis and feathers of the swallow, it will act as a preservative against all noxious spells. It is said, too, that worn in any manner this stone will ensure access to the presence of kings, and that it will avert hail and the attack of locusts, if a certain prayer is also repeated, which they mention. They make similar promises, too, in reference to the smaragdus, if graven with the figure of an eagle or of a scarabaeus, statements which, in my opinion, they cannot have committed to writing without a feeling of contempt and derision for the rest of mankind. Chapter 41. Hyacinthus. Very different from this stone is hyacinthus, though partaking of a color that closely borders upon it. The great difference between them is that the brilliant violet, which is so refulgent in the amethystus, is diluted in the other stone. Though pleasing at first sight, its beauty fades before the eye is satiated. Indeed, so far is it from satisfying the sight that it almost wholly fails to attract the eye, its luster disappearing more rapidly than the tints of the flower known by the same name. Chapter 42. Chrysolithos. 7 varieties of it. Ethiopia, which produces hyacinthos, produces chrysolithos also, a transparent stone with a refulgence like that of gold. The stones of India are the most highly esteemed, as also those found among the Tibareni, provided these last are not of a mottled hue. The worst in quality are those of Arabia, the color of them being turbid and mottled, and their brilliancy interrupted by cloudy spots. Even, too, when they happen to be limpid, they have all the appearance of being full, as it were, of a peculiar dust. The best stones are those which, when placed by the side of gold, impart to it a sort of whitish hue, and so give it the appearance of silver. When this is the case, they are set in a bezel that is open on either side, but when the stone is of inferior quality, a ground of aurichalcum is placed beneath. Chapter 43. Chrysolectrum. Though it has now altogether gone out of use for jewelry, there is a precious stone known as chrysolectrum, the color of which inclines to that of amber, but only when viewed by a morning light. The stones of Pontus are known by their lightness. Some of them are hard and reddish, while others again are soft and of a soiled appearance. According to Bacchus, these stones are found in Spain as well, in a spot where, according to him, fossil crystal has been discovered, in sinking to the water level for wells. He tells us also that he once saw chrysolithus 12 pounds in weight. Chapter 4. Leucochrysos. 4 varieties of it. There's also a stone known as a leucochrysos, with a white vein running across it. To this class, too, belongs copneus, a stone also which resembles glass in appearance, and another which reflects a tint like that of saffron. These stones are imitated in glass to such a degree of perfection that it is impossible to distinguish them by the eye. The touch, however, detects the difference, the imitation being not so cold as the real stone. Chapter 45. Melachrysis, Xuthon. To this class also belongs Melachrysis, a stone which has all the appearance of pure honey seen through transparent gold. India produces these stones, and although hard, they are very brittle, but not unpleasing to the sight. The same country, too, produces Xuthon, a stone much used by the lower classes there. Chapter 46. Paedoros Saganon, or Tanitis. At the very head of the white stones is Paedros, though it may still be questionable to which of the colors it in reality belongs. As to the name, it has been much bandied about among other precious stones of conspicuous beauty that it has quite assumed the privilege of being a synonymous term for all that is charming to the eye. Still, however, there is one stone in particular which fully merits all the commendation that might be expected for a stone with so prepossessing a name. For in itself it reunites the transparency of crystal, the peculiar green of the sky, the deep tints of purple, and a sort of bright reflex, like that of a golden-colored wine. A reflex, indeed, that is always the last to meet the eye, but is always crowned with the lustrous hues of purple. The stone, in fact, has all the appearance of having been bathed in each of these tints individually, and yet in the whole of them at once. There is no precious stone either that has a clearer water than this, or that presents a more pleasing sweetness to the eye. Paedros of the finest quality comes from India, where it is known as Sanganon, the next best being that of Egypt, called Tanites. That of third-rate quality is found in Arabia, but it is rough upon the surface. Next, we have the stone of Pontus, the radiance of which is softer than that of Vassus, which in its turn is of a more mellowed color than the stones of Galatia, Thrace, and Cyprus. The defects commonly found in these stones are a want of brilliancy, a confusion with colors which do not properly belong to them, and the other imperfections which are found in stones in general. Chapter 47. Asteria. Next among the white stones is asteria, a gem which holds its high rank on account of a certain peculiarity in its nature, it having a light enclosed within, in the pupil of an eye, as it were. This light, which has all the appearance of moving within the stone, it transmits according to the angle of inclination at which it is held, now in one direction and now in another. When held facing the sun, it emits white rays like those of a star, and to this, in fact, it owes its name. The stones of India are very difficult to engrave, those of Carmania being preferred. Chapter 48. Astrion. Of a similar white radiance is the stone that is known as astrion, closely resembling crystal in its nature, and found in India and upon the coast of Pauline. In the center of it there shines eternally a brilliant star with a refulgence like that of the moon when full. Some will have it that the stone receives its name from the fact that, when held opposite to the stars, it absorbs the light they emit and then returns it. The finest stones, they say, are those of Carmania, there being none more entirely free from all defects. They add also that a stone of inferior quality is known as Saronia, and that, in the worst of all, the light is very similar to that given by a lamp. Chapter 49. Astriotis. Astriotis, too, is a stone that is highly esteemed, and Zoroaster, they say, has sung its wondrous praises as an adjunct of the magic art. Chapter 50. Astrobolos. Sudin says that Astrobolos resembles the eye of a fish in appearance, and that it has a radiant white refulgence when viewed in the sun. End of section 37. Section 38 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Christine Rutger, September 9th, 2021, Westford, Massachusetts. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 38, Book 37, Chapters 51 to 62. Chapter 51. Ceraunia. 4 varieties of it. Among the white stones also there is one known as Ceraunia, which absorbs the brilliancy of the stars. It is of crystalline formation, of a lustrous azure color, and is a native of Carmania. Xenothemis admits that it is white, but asserts that it has a figure of a blazing star within. Some of them, he says, are dull, in which case it is the custom to steep them for some days in a mixture of nitre and vinegar, at the end of which period the star makes its appearance, but gradually dies away by the end of as many months. Sotakis mentions also 2 other varieties of Ceraunia, one black and the other red, and he says that they resemble axes in shape. Those which are black and round, he says, are looked upon as sacred, and by their assistance cities and fleets are attacked and taken. The name given to them is Baetili. Those of an elongated form being known as Ceraunae. They make out also that there is another kind, rarely to be met with, and much in request for the practices of magic, it never being found in any place but one that has been struck by lightning. Chapter 52. Iris. 2 varieties of it. The next name mentioned by these authors is that of the stone called iris, which is found in a fossil state in a certain island of the Red Sea, 40 miles distant from the city of Berenice. It is partly composed of crystal, and hence it is that some have called it root of crystal. It takes its name, iris, from the properties which it possesses, for when struck by the rays of the sun in a covered spot, it projects upon the nearest wall the form of diversified colors of the rainbow, continually changing its tints and exciting admiration by the great variety of colors which it presents. That it is hexahedral in form, like crystal, is generally agreed, but some say that it is rough on the sides and of unequal angles, and that when exposed to a full sun, it disperses the rays that are thrown upon it, while at the same time, by throwing out a certain brightness before it, it illumines all objects that may happen to be adjacent. The stone, however, as already stated, only presents these colors when under cover, not as though they were in the body of the stone itself, but to all appearances as if they were a result of the reflected light upon the surface of the wall. The best kind is the one that produces the largest iris, with the closest resemblance to the rainbow. Iritis is the name of another stone, similar to the last in all other respects, but remarkable for its extreme hardness. Horace says in his writings that this stone, calcined and triturated, is a remedy for the bite of the Onyx, and that it is a native of Persia. Chapter 53. Laris. The stone called Laris is similar in appearance, but does not produce the same effects. It is a crystal with streaks of white and black running across it. Chapter 54. Acate. The several varieties of it. Acapus. The remedies derived from it. Alabastrites. The remedies derived from it. Alectoria, Androdamus, Argyrodamus, Antipathes, Arabica, Aromatitis, Asbestos, Aspesatis, Atizo, Augetis, Amphidanes or Chrysolicola, Aphrodisiaca, Apisticus, Apsictus, Aegyptilia. Having now described the principal precious stones, classified according to their respective colors, I shall proceed to mention the rest of them in their alphabetical order. Acates was a stone formerly in high esteem, but now held in none. It was first found in Sicily near a river of that name, but has since been discovered in numerous other localities. In size it exceeds any other stones of this class, and the varieties of it are numerous, the name varying accordingly. Thus, for example, we have Iaspacates, Suracates, Smaragdacates, Hemacates, Leucacates, dendrocates, marked with the small shrubs, as it were, anticates, which when burnt has a smell like that of myrrh, and corallitic, spotted all over like sapphires, with drops of gold, and commonly found in Crete, where it is also known as sacred acates. This last, it is thought, is good for wounds inflicted by spiders and scorpions, a property which I could really believe to belong to the stones of Sicily, for the moment they breathe the air of the province, scorpions lose their venom. The stones, too, that are found in India are possessed of similar properties, and of other great and marvelous properties as well, for they present the appearance in them of rivers, woods, beasts of burden, and forms even like ivy and the trappings of horses. Medical men, too, make grinding hones of these stones, and indeed the very sight of them is beneficial for the eyes. Held in the mouth, they allay thirst. Those found in Phrygia have no green in them, and those of Thebes in Egypt are destitute of red and white veins. These last are good as counterpoison to the venom of the scorpion, and the stones of Cyprus are held in similar repute. Some persons set the highest value upon these stones, which present a transparency like that of glass, in the vicinity of Mount Eta, upon Mount Parnassus, in the Isle of Lesbos, in Messene, where they resemble the flowers that grow in the hedges, and at Rhodes. The magicians make other distinctions in reference to these stones. Those, they tell us, which have spots upon them like the spots on the lion's skin, are efficacious as protection against scorpions, and in Persia, they say, these stones are used by way of fumigation, for arresting tempests and hurricanes, and for stopping the course of rivers. The proof of their efficacy being their turning the water cold, if thrown into a boiling cauldron. To be duly efficacious, they must be attached to the body with hairs from the lion's mane. The hair, however, of the hyena is held in abomination for this purpose, as being a promoter of discord in families. The stone that is of an uniform color renders athletes invincible, they say. The way of testing it is to throw it, along with the coloring matter, into a pot full of oil, after being kept for a couple hours gently on the boil. If genuine, it will impart a uniform color of vermilion to the mixture. Aepos is a stone like niter in appearance, porous and starred with drops of gold. Gently boiled with oil and applied as an unguent, it relieves lassitude, if we choose to believe it. Alabastrites is a stone which comes from Alabastron in Egypt and Damascus in Syria. It is of a white color, spotted with various other tints. Cleaned with fossil salt and pulverized, it is a cure for affections of the mouth and teeth, it is said. Electoria is the name given to a stone that is found in the crop of poultry. Like crystal in appearance, and about as large as a bean in size. Milo of Crotona, some will have it, was thought to be in the habit of carrying this stone about him, a thing that rendered him invincible in his athletic contests. Androdamus has the shining color of silver, like adamas. It is always quadrangular, like small cubes in shape. The magicians are of the opinion that it was thus named from the fact that it subdues anger and violence in man. Whether Argyrodamus is the same stone or not, authors do not inform us. Antipathes is a black stone, and not transparent. The mode of testing it is by boiling it in milk, to which, if genuine, it imparts a color like that of myrrh. A person might probably expect to find some extraordinary virtues in the stone, seeing that among so many other substances possessed of antithetic properties, it is the only one that bears this name. The magicians will have it that it possesses the power of counteracting fascinations. Arabica is a stone which closely resembles ivory in appearance, and indeed might easily be taken for it, were it not for its superior hardness. Persons who have this stone about them, it is thought, will experience a cure of diseases of the sinews. Aromatitis, too, is a stone that is found in Arabia, as also in the vicinity of Pirae in Egypt. It is always full of small stones, and, like myrrh in color and smell, a thing that makes it much in request with ladies of rank. Asbestos is found in the mountains of Arcadia and is of an iron color. Democritus informs us that asbestos is a native of Arabia, that it is of a fiery color, and that patients should wear it attached to the body with camel's dung. He says, too, that it is found in the nests of certain birds in Arabia. Same writer also mentions another stone of this name that is found in Leucoplatura in the same country, of a silver color, radiant, and an excellent preservative against delirium. In India, he says, and on Mount Oxidane in Persia, there is a stone found that is known as Atazo, of a silver luster, 3 fingers in length, like a lentil in shape, possessed of a pleasant smell, and considered necessary by the Magi at the consecration of a king. Agetis is thought by many to be identical with Kalena. Amphidanes, which is also known as chrysocolla, is a stone found in that part of India where the ants throw up gold, and in it there are certain square pieces, like gold in appearance. The nature of this stone, it is asserted, is similar to that of the magnet, in addition to which it is said to have the property of increasing gold. Aphrodisia is a stone of a reddish-white color. Apsictus, when heated by the fire, retains the warmth so long as 7 days. It is black and ponderous, and is streaked with red veins. It is good, too, it is thought, as a preservative against cold. According to Iacus, Aegyptilia is a kind of white and black sarda, intersected with veins, but the stone commonly known by that name is black at the lower part and azure on the surface. It takes its name from the country that produces it. Chapter 55. Balanites, Batrachitis, Baptes, Belioculus, Belus, Baroptinus, or Barup, Botrytis, Bostricatis, Bucadia, Brontia, Bolos. Of Balanites there are 2 kinds, the one of a greenish hue, and the other like Corinthian bronze in appearance. The former comes from Coptus, and the latter from Troglodyta. They are both of them intersected by a flame-like vein, which runs through the middle. Coptus, too, sends us Bactrichitis, one kind of which is like a frog in color. Another has the tint of ebony, and a third is blackish, inclining to red. Batis is a soft stone, and of a most excellent smell. Belioculus is a stone of a whitish hue, surrounding a black pupil in the middle, which shines amid a lustre like that of gold. This stone, in consequence of its singular beauty, has been consecrated to the deity, held in the highest veneration by the people of Assyria. According to Democritus, there is also a stone called Belus, and found in Arbela. It is about the size of a walnut, and looks like glass. Baroptinus, or baripe, is black and covered with knots of white and blood-red color. The use of it as an amulet is avoided, as being apt to produce monstrosities. Botrytis is sometimes black and sometimes purple-red, and resembles a bunch of grapes in form when making its first appearance. Zoroaster says that Bostrichitis is a stone which is more like the hair of females than anything else. Bucardia resembles an ox heart in appearance, and is only found in Babylon. Brontia is a stone like the head of a tortoise, which falls with thunder, it is supposed. If, too, we are to believe what is said, it has the property of quenching the fire in objects that have been struck by lightning. Bolos is the name of a stone found in Iberia, similar to a clod of earth in appearance. Chapter 56. Cadmitis, Calais, Capnitis, Cappadocia, Caleca, Catochitis, Catopritis, Sepitis, or Sepolatitis, Ceramitis, Synadia, Siritis, Circos, Corsoidis, Coralloace, Corallus, Crateritis, Crocalis, Saitis, Calocophonos, Cheliodonia, Chelionia, Chelonitis, Floritis, Coaspitis, Chrysolampis, Chrysopis, Seponides. Cognitus differs only from the stone that is known as ostracitus in being sometimes surrounded with blisters of an azure color. Calais is like Sapphirus in color, only that it is paler and more closely resembles the tint of the water near the seashore in appearance. Capnitis, in the opinion of some, is a peculiar species of stone. It is covered with numerous spiral streaks of a smoky color, as already stated in the appropriate place. Cappadocia is a native of Phrygia and resembles ivory in appearance. Calacia is the name given to a stone like a clouded galena. A number of them are always found united, it is said. Catochitis is a stone found in Corsia, of larger size than the other precious stones, and of a more wonderful nature, if the story is true, that it retains the hand like gum when placed upon it. Capotritus is found in Cappadocia, and from its whiteness reflects figures like a mirror. Sepitis, or sepulatitis, is a white stone with veins upon it uniting together. Ceramitis has a color like that of earthenware. Cynadia is a stone found in the brain of a fish of a corresponding nature. It is white and oblong and possessed of marvelous virtues, if we are to put faith in what is said, that it announces beforehand whether the sea will be tranquil or stormy. Ceritis is a stone like wax. Circos resembles the plumage of a hawk. Corasoidis is like white hair in appearance. Coralloacates is very similar to coral, marked with drops of gold, and Corallis, a native of India and Syene, resembles minium in appearance. Crateritis is in color a medium between chrysolithus and amber, and is remarkable for its hardness. Cocalis is a gem like the cherry in its tints. Saitis is a stone found in the vicinity of Coptos. It is white, and to all appearances has an embryo stone within, the rattling of which may be heard on shaking it. Chalcophonos is a black stone, but when struck it clinks like brass. Tragic actors are recommended to carry it about them. Of Chelidonia there are two varieties, both resembling the swallow in color. One of them is purple on one side, and the other is purple besprinkled with black spots. Chelonia is the eye of the Indian tortoise, and is the most marvelous of all the stones, if we believe the lying stories told by the magicians. For according to them, this stone, placed upon the tongue after rinsing the mouth with honey, will ensure power of divination, if this is done at full moon or new moon, for 1 whole day. If, however, this plan is adopted while the moon is on the increase, the power of divination will be acquired before sunrise only, and if upon other days, from the 1st hour to the 6th. Chelonitis, too, is a stone that resembles the tortoise in appearance, and many virtues of which are talked of for calming storms and tempests. As to the one that has all the appearance of being sprinkled with spots of gold, if thrown with a scarabaeus into boiling water, it will raise a tempest, they say. Chloritis is a stone of grass-green color. According to the magicians, it is found in the crop of the motacilla, being engendered with the bird. They recommend that it should be set in iron, for the purpose of working certain potentious marvels, which they promise as usual. Coaspitis is a stone so called from the river Coaspis, of a brilliant golden color mixed with green. Chrysolampis is a native of Ethiopia, and is pale by day, but of a fiery luster at night. Chrysoppis has all the appearance of gold. Seponides is found at Atarna, a borough and once a city of Aeolus. It is transparent, presents numerous tints, and has sometimes the appearance of glass, sometimes of crystal, sometimes of iaspis. Indeed, the stones of this kind that are tarnished even are possessed of such singular brilliancy as to reflect objects like a mirror. Chapter 57. Daphnia, Diadochus, Diphys, Dionysius, Draconitis. Daphnia is mentioned by Zoroaster as curative of epilepsy. Diadochus is a stone that resembles the beryl. Of Diphes, there are two kinds, the white and the black, male and female, with a line dividing the characteristics of either sex. Dionysius is hard and black and covered with red spots. Triturated in water, this stone imparts to it the flavor of wine, and it is generally thought to be a preservative against intoxication. Draconitis, or Dracontia, is a stone produced from the brain of the dragon, but unless the head of the animal is cut off while it is alive, the stone will not assume the form of a gem through spite on the part of the serpent when finding itself at the point of death. Hence it is that, for this purpose, the head is cut off when it is asleep. Sotakis, who tells us that he once saw a stone of this kind in the possession of a king, says that persons go in search of it in a chariot drawn by 2 horses, and that the moment they see the serpent, they strew narcotic drugs in its way, and then cut off its head when asleep. According to him, this stone is white and pellucid, and admits of no polishing or engraving. Chapter 58. Encardia, or Ariste, Anorchis, Exebinus, Erytalis, Erotylos, Amphicomos, or Hieromnemon, Eumechus, Eumithris, Eupetalos, Ureus, Eurotias, Eusebes, Epimelas. The stone Enardia is also called Ariste. There are 3 varieties of it, one of a black color, with a figure in relief upon it like a heart, a second of a green color, and like a heart in shape, and a third with a black heart upon it, the rest of the stone being white. Anorahis is a white stone, the fragments of which, when it is split asunder, resemble the testes in shape. Xebenis, Zoroaster tells us, is a white handsome stone employed by goldsmiths for polishing gold. Erythalis, though a white stone, assumes a red hue when viewed at an inclined angle. Erotylos, also known as Amphicomos and Hieromnemon, is highly praised by Democritus for its use in the art of divination. Eumes is a stone of Byatriana. Like silex in appearance, placed beneath the head, it produces visions in the night of an oracular description. Eumithris is called by the Assyrians gem of Belus, the most sacred of all their gods. It is of a leek green color and greatly in request for superstitious purposes. Epitalis is a stone that has 4 different tints, azure, fiery, vermilion, and apple color. Urios is similar to an olive stone in form, streaked like a shell and moderately white. Eurotius has all the appearance of concealing its black color beneath a coat of mold. Eusebes is the stone, it is said, of which the seat was made in the temple of Hercules at Tyrus, from which the pious only could raise themselves without difficulty. Epimelas is a white gem, with a black hue reflected from its surface. Chapter 59. Galaxias, Galactitis, Lugogia, Leucographites, or Synaphites, Galatia, Gassenade, Glossopetra, Gorgonia, Gonlia. Galaxias, by some is called Galactitis, is a stone that closely resembles those next mentioned, but it is interspersed with veins of blood red or white. Galactitis is of the uniform color of milk. Other names given to it are Luaguaia, Luographitis, and Synaphitis, and when pounded in water, both in taste and color, it marvelously resembles milk. This stone promotes the secretion of the milk in nursing women, it is said, in addition to which, attached to the neck of infants, it produces saliva, and it dissolves when put into the mouth. They say, too, that it deprives a person of their memory. It is in the river Nilus and Achelos that it is produced. Some persons give the name of Galactitis to a smaragdus surrounded with veins of white. Galea is a stone like Agierodamus, but of a somewhat more soiled appearance. These stones are found in 2s and 3s clustered together. The people of Medea send us glossinade, a stone like Oribus in color and sprinkled with flowers as it were. It is found at Arabella. This stone too, Aeonivis, it is said, a fact which it admits when shaken. The conception lasting for a period of 3 months. Glossopetra, which resembles a human tongue, is not engendered, it is said, in the earth, but falls from the heavens during the moon's eclipse. It is considered highly necessary for the purposes of Selenomani. To render all this, however, still more incredible, we have the evident untruthfulness of one assertion made about it, that it has the property of silencing the winds. Gorgonia is nothing but a coral, which has been thus named from the circumstance that, though soft in the sea, it afterwards assumes the hardness of stone. It has the property of counteracting fascinations, it is said. Gonea, it is asserted, and with the same degree of untruthfulness, ensures vengeance upon our enemies. Chapter 60. Heliotropium, Hephaestus, Hermelidion, Hexacontalithus, Hierocites, Hamitis, Hamonis cornu, Hormision, Hyenia, Hematitis. Heliotropium is found in Ethiopia, Africa, and Cyprus. It is of a leek green color, streaked with blood-red veins. It has been thus named from the circumstance that, if placed in a vessel of water and exposed to the full light of the sun, it changes to a reflected color like that of blood. This being the case with the stone of Ethiopia more particularly. Out of the water, too, it reflects the figure of the sun like a mirror, and it discovers eclipses of that luminary by showing the moon passing over its disk. In the use of this stone also, we have a most glaring illustration of the impudent effrontery of the adepts in magic, for they say that, if it is combined with the plant Heliotropium, and certain incantations are then repeated over it, it will render the person invisible who carries it about him. Hephaestus also, though a radiant stone, partakes of the properties of a mirror in reflecting objects. The mode of testing it is to put it into boiling water, which should immediately become cold. If exposed to the rays of the sun, it should instantly cause dry fuel to ignite. Coricus is the place where it is found. Hermelidion is so called from the resemblance to the male organs which it presents, on a ground that it is sometimes white, sometimes black, and sometimes of a pallid hue, with a circle surrounding it of a golden color. Hexacontalithus receives its name from the numerous variety of colors which, small as it is, it presents. It is found in Troglodyta. Hierocites is entirely covered with mottled streaks resembling a kite's feathers, alternately with black. Hemitis is similar in appearance to the spawn of fish. There is also one variety of it which has all the appearance of being composed of niter, except that it is remarkably hard. Hamonis cornu is reckoned among the most sacred gems of Ethiopia. It is of a golden color, like a ram's horn in shape, and ensures prophetic dreams, it is said. Hormision is one of the most pleasing stones to the sight. It is of a fiery color, and emits rays like gold, tipped at the extremity with a whitish light. Hyena is derived from the eyes of the hyena, it is said, the animal being hunted to obtain it. Placed beneath the tongue, if we believe the story, it will enable a person to prophesy the future. Hematitis, of the very finest quality, comes from Ethiopia, but it is found in Arabia and Africa as well. It is a stone of a blood-red color, and we must not omit to mention the assurance given by the magicians that the possession of it reveals treacherous designs on the part of the barbarians. Zachalias of Babylon, in the books which he dedicated to King Mithridates, attributing the destinies of man to certain properties innate in precious stones, is not content with vaunting the merits of this stone as curative of diseases of the eyes and liver, but recommends it also as ensuring success to petitions addressed to kings. He also makes it play its part in lawsuits and judgments. and even goes so far to say that it is highly beneficial to be rubbed with on the field of battle. There is another stone of the same class called menu by the people of India and xanthos by the Greeks. It is of a whitish tawny color. Chapter 61. Idae dactyli, Icterius, Jovis gemma, indica, ion. The stones called Idae dactyli and found in Crete are of an iron color and resemble the human thumb in shape. The color of the Icterius resembles that of livid skin, and hence it is that it has been thought so excellent a remedy for jaundice. There is also another stone of this name, of a still more livid color, while a third has all the appearance of a leaf. This last is broader than the others, almost imponderous and streaked with livid veins. A fourth kind again is of the same color, but blacker and marked all over with livid veins. Jovis gemma is a white stone, very light and soft. Another name given to it is drosolithos. Indica retains the name of the country that produces it. It is a stone of a reddish color and yields a purple liquid when rubbed. There is another stone also of this name, white, and of dusty appearance. Ion is an Indian stone of a violet tint. It is but rarely, however, that it is found of a deep, full color. Chapter 62. Lepidotus, Lesbius, Leucophthalmos, Leucopocylos, Libanochus, Limonitis, Laparia, Lysimachos, Leucochrysos. Lepidotus is a stone of various colors and resembles the scales of fish in appearance. Lesbius, so called from Lesbos, which produces it, is a stone found in India as well. Leucophthalmos, which in other respects is of a reddish hue, presents all the appearance of an eye, in white and black. Leucopocylos is white, variegated with drop of vermilion, of a golden hue. Libanochus strongly resembles frankincense and yields a liquid like honey. Limonitis would appear to be the same as Smaragdus, and all that we find said about Liparia is that employed in the form of a fumigation, it allures all kinds of wild beasts. Lysimachos resembles Rhodian marble with veins of gold. In polishing it, it is reduced very considerably in size in order to remove all defects. Leucochrysos is a kind of chrysothelos interspersed with white. End of section 38. Section 39 of the Natural History, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Christine Rucker, September 9th, 2021, Westford, Massachusetts. The Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley, Section 39, Book 37, Chapters 63 through 77. Chapter 63. Memnonia, Media, Mechanitis, Mithrax, Mothrochos, Mormorian or Promnian, Meritis, Myrmecius, Mercinitis, Mesoleucos, Mesomelas. What kind of stone Memnonia is, we do not find mentioned. Medea is a black stone, said to have been discovered by the Medea of fable. It has veins of a golden luster, and yields a liquid like saffron in color, and with a vinous flavor. Mechanitis strongly resembles poppies. Mithrax comes from Persia and the mountains of the Red Sea. It is of numerous colors and reflects various tints when exposed to the sun. Morochos is a stone of leek green color, from which milk exudes. Mormorian is a transparent stone from India of a deep black color and known also as Promnian. When it has a mixture of the color of the carbunculus, it is from Alexandria, and when it shares that of Sarda, it is a native of Cyprus. It is found also at Tyrus and in Galatia, and according to Xenocrates, it has been discovered at the foot of the Alps. These stones are well adapted for cutting in relief. Myrrhidis has just the color of myrrh and very little of the appearance of the gem. It has the odor also of unguent and smells like nard when rubbed. Myrmecius is black and has excrescences upon it like warts. Myrsinitis has a color like that of honey and the smell of myrtle. Mesolcucos is the name given to a stone when a white line runs through the middle, and when a black vein intersects any other color. It is called mesomelis. Chapter 64. Nasomanitis, nebritis, neparine. Nasomanitis is a blood-red stone marked with black veins. Nebritis, a stone sacred to Father Liber, and has received its name from its resemblance to a nebris. There is also another stone of this kind that is black. Neparine bears the name of a city and people of Persia and resembles the teeth of the hippopotamus. 65. Oika, Umbria, and Notia. Onocardia, Oritis, or Sideritis. Ostraceus, Ostritis, Ophicardolon, Obsidian stone. Oika is the barbarian name given to a stone which is pleasing for its colors, black, reddish, yellow, green, and white. Umbria, by some called Notia, falls with showers and lightning, much in the same manner as Saronia and Brontia, the properties of which it is said to possess. There is a statement also that if this stone is placed upon altars, it will prevent the offerings from being consumed. Anacardia is like Kermsberry in appearance, but nothing further is said about it. Oritis, by some called Sideritis, is a stone of globular form and proof against the action of fire. Ostraceus, or Ostracitis, is a testaceous stone, harder than Ceramentis, and similar in all respects to the Acates, except that the latter has an unctuous appearance when polished. Indeed, so remarkably hard is Ostracitis that with fragments of it other gems are engraved. Ostritis receives its name from its resemblance to an oyster shell. Ophicardolon is the barbarian name for a stone of a black color, terminated by a white line on either side. Of obsidian stone we have already spoken in the preceding book. There are gems, too, of the same name and color found not only in Ethiopia and in India, but in Somnium as well, and, in the opinion of some, upon the Spanish shores that lie towards the ocean. Chapter 66. Pancras, Panganus, Paneros, or Panarastus, Pontica, 4 varieties of it, Phyllogenos, or Chrysitis, Phonicitis, Phoenicitis, Physitis, Perilucos, Pianitis, or Janus. Pancras is a stone which displays nearly every color. Panganus is no longer than the finger. The only thing that prevents it from being taken for a crystal is its greater number of angles. What kind of stone Pancras is, Metrodorus does not inform us, but he gives us some lines, by no means without elegance, that were written upon this stone by Queen Tamaris and dedicated to Venus, from which we have reason to conclude that certain fecundating virtues were attributed to it. By some writers it is called Panarastus. Of the stone called Pontica, there are numerous varieties. One is stellated and presents either blood-red spots or drops like gold, being reckoned in the number of the sacred stones. Another, in place of stars, has streaks of the same color, and a fourth presents all the appearance of mountains and valleys. Phloginos, also called Chrysitis, strongly resembles Attic ochre, and is found in Egypt. Phoenicitis is a stone so called from its resemblance to a date. Physistis receives its name from its resemblance to seaweed. Perilucos is the name given to a gem in which a white color runs down from the margin of the stone to the base. Pianitis by some called Giannis, conceives, it is said, and is good for females at the time of parturition. This stone is found in Macedonia near the monument of Tiresias there, and has all the appearance of congealed water. Chapter 67. Solis Gemma, Sagda, Samothrasya, Sauritis, Sarsitis, Selenitis, Sideritis, Sideropelisos, Spongitis, Cynodontitis, Sartitis, Syringitis. Solis Gemma is white, and like the luminary from which it takes its name, emits brilliant rays in a circular form. Sagda is found by the people of Chaldea, adhering to ships, and is of a leek green color. The Isle of Samothrace gives its name to a stone, which it produces black and imponderous, and similar to wood in appearance. Sauritis is found, they say, in the belly of the green lizard, cut asunder with a reed. Sarsitis is a stone like beef in appearance. Selenitis is white and transparent, with a reflected color like that of honey. It has a figure within it like that of the moon, and reflects the face of that luminary, if what we are told is true, according to its phases. Day by day, whether on the wane or whether on the increase. This stone is a native of Arabia, it is thought. Sideritis is a stone like iron, the presence of which in lawsuits creates discord. Sideropeolos, which is a variety of the same stone, is a native of Ethiopia and is covered with variegated spots. Spongitis has its name from its resemblance to sponge. Cynodontitis is a stone found in the brain of the fish known as Cynodus. Syrtitis, it is a stone that used formerly to be found on the shores of Syrtis, though now it is found on the coast of Lucania as well. It is of a honey color, with a reflected tint of saffron, and contains stars like a feeble luster within. Syringitis is hollow throughout, like the space between the joints in a straw. Chapter 68. Tritras, Thelirizos, Thelicardios, or Mok. Thracia, 3 varieties of it. Tephrides, Techolithos. Trichorus comes from Africa. It is of a black color, but yields 3 different liquids, black at the lower part, blood red in its middle, and of an ochre color at the top. The Lyrizos is of an ashy or russet color, but white at the lower part. Thelicardios is like a heart in color, and is held in high esteem by the people of Persia, in which country it is found. The name given to it by them is mule. Of Thracia there are 3 varieties, a green stone, one of a more pallid color, and a third with spots like drops of blood. Tephritis is crescent-shaped, with horns like those of the new moon, but it is of an ashy color. Techolithos has all the appearance of an olive stone. It is held in no estimation as a gem, but a solution of it will break and expel urinary calculi. Chapter 69. Veneris crines, Bientana. Veneris crines is the name given to a stone that is remarkably black and shining, with an appearance like red hair within. Bientana is an Italian stone found at Vie. It is black, divided by a line of white. Chapter 70. Zathine Zmalampis Zorniskia. Zathine, according to Democritus, is a native of Media. It is like amber in color, and if beaten up with palm wine and saffron, it will become soft like wax, yielding a very fragrant smell. Zmalampis is found in the river Euphrates. It resembles marble of Proconnesus in appearance, and is of sea green color within. Zorniskia is found in the river Indus. It is a stone used by magicians, it is said, but I find no further particulars relative to it. Chapter 71. Precious stones which derive their names from various parts of the human body. Hepatitis, Diatitis, Adandanephros, Daduophthalmos, Adadudoxylos, Triophthalmus. There's another method of classifying stones according to the resemblance which they bear to various other objects. Thus, for example, the different parts of the body give the following names to stone. Hepatitis is so called from the liver, and steatitis from its resemblance to the fat of various animals. Adadonephros, Adaduophthalmos, and Adaduodactylos mean kidney of Adad, eye of Adad, and finger of Adad, a god of the Syrians so called. Triophthalmos is a stone found in conjunction with onyx, which resembles 3 human eyes at one. Chapter 72. Precious stones which derive their names from animals. Carcinius, Echitis, Scorpitis, Scaritis, Triglytis, Egophthalmus, Hyophthalmus, Geranitis, Hierocitis, Aetitis, Myrmecitis, Cantharius, Lycophthalmos, Taus, Timictonia. Other stones again derive their names from various animals. Carcinius is so called from the color of the sea crab, Echitis from the color of the viper, Scorpitis from either the color or the shape of the scorpion, Ceritis from the fish called Cirrus, Triglytis from the surmullet, Egophthalmus from the eye of the goat, Hypothalamus from the eye of the swine, Geranitis from the neck of the crane, Hierocitis from the neck of the hawk, and Aetitis from the color of the white-tailed eagle. Myrmecitis presents the appearance of an ant crawling within, and Canathrius of a scarabaeus. Lycophthalmus is a stone of 4 different colors. On the exterior it is ruddy and blood red, and within it is black surrounded with a line of white, closely resembling the eye of the wolf in every respect. Taus is a stone with colors like those of the peacock. Timictonia, I find, is the name of a stone like the asp in color. Chapter 73. Precious stones which derive their names from other objects. Hemochrysos, Syncritis, Dryatis, Cissitis, Narcissitis, Chiamias, Perrin, Phoenicitis, Chalasius, Peritis, Polyzonos, Astrapia, Phlogitis, Anthracite, Anhydros, Polythrix, Leontios, Pardalios, Droslithos, Melichris, Melichloris, Crosius, Pallius, Spartopallius, Roditis, Chalcitis, Sycitis, Bostricitis, Cernitis, Anansitis, Sinochitis, Dendritis. Hemochrysos resembles sand in appearance, but sand mixed with gold. Syncritis has all the appearance of grains of millet scattered here and there. Dryatis resembles the trunks of a tree and burns like wood. Cissitis, upon a white transparent surface, has leaves of ivy running all over it. Narcissitis is distinguished by veins on the surface and has a smell like that of narcissus. Siamias is a black stone, but when broken produces a bean to all appearance. Pyren is so called from its resemblance to an olive-colored stone. In some cases, it would appear to contain the backbone of a fish. Phoenicitis resembles a palm date in form. Chalasius resembles a hailstone, both in form and in color. It is as hard as adamant, so much so indeed that in the fire even it retains its coolness, it is said. Pyritis, though a black stone, burns the fingers when rubbed by them. Polyzonos is a black stone traversed by numerous zones of white. Astrapia has rays like flashes of lightning running across the middle on a ground of white or blue. In Phlogitis there is, to all appearance, a flame burning within, but not reaching the surface of the stone. In Anthracitus there are sometimes sparks, to all appearance flying to and fro. Anhygros is always perfectly round, smooth, and white, but when it is shaken a liquid is heard to move within, just like the yolk within an egg. Polythrix presents the appearance of hair upon a green surface, but it causes the hair to fall off, it is said. Leontios and Pardalios are names given to stones from their resemblance to the skin of the lion and panther. Drosolithos has received its name from its color. Melicris is a honey-colored stone, of which there are several varieties. Melichloros is a stone of two colors, partly honey-colored, partly yellow. Croceus is the name given to a stone which reflects a color like that of saffron, Polius to a stone resembling white hair in color, and Spartopolius to a stone more thinly sprinkled with white. Rhoditis is like the rose in color, Calcitis resembles copper, and Cissitis is in color like a fig. Bostrachitis is covered with branches of a white or blood-red color upon a ground of black, and Chernitis has, on a stony surface, a figure like that of two hands grasping each other. Anensitis is used in hydromancy, they say, for summoning the gods to make their appearance, and Sinochitis for detaining the shades from below when they have appeared. If white dendritis is buried beneath a tree that is being felled, the edge of the axe will never be blunted, it is asserted. There are many other stones also, of a still more outrageously marvelous nature, to which, admitted as it is that they are stones, barbarous names have been given. We have refuted, however, a quite sufficient number of these portentous lies already. Chapter 74. Precious Stones that Suddenly Make Their Appearance. Kochlied. New species of precious stones are repeatedly brought into existence, and fresh ones are found all at once, destitute of names. Thus, for example, there was a stone formerly discovered in the gold mines of Lampsacus, which, on account of its extraordinary beauty, was sent to King Alexander, as we learn from Theophrastus. Cochlidis, too, which are now so common, are rather artificial productions than natural, and in Arabia there have been found vast masses of them, which are boiled, it is said, in honey for 7 days and nights without intermission. By doing this, all earthly and faulty particles are removed, after which the mass, thus cleansed and purified, is adorned by the ingenuity of artists with variegated veins and spots, and cut into such shapes as may be most to the taste of purchasers. Indeed, these articles in former times were made of so large a size that they were employed in the East as frontals for the horses of kings and as pendants for their trappings. All precious stones in general are improved in brilliancy by being boiled in honey. Corsican honey more particularly, but acrid substances are in every respect injurious to them. As to the stones which are variegated, and to which new colors are imparted by the inventive ingenuity of man, as they have no name in common use, they are usually known by that of phthisis, a name which claims for them, as it were, that admiration which we are more ready to bestow upon the works of nature. But really these artificial stones have names without end, and I could never think of recounting the infinite series of them, coined as they have been by the frivolous tendencies of the Greeks. Having already described the more noble gems, and indeed those of inferior quality, which are found among the stones that are held in high esteem, I must content myself with knowing that I have pointed out those kinds which are the most deserving of mention. It will be as well, however, for the reader to bear in mind that according to the varying number of spots and inequalities on their surface, according to the numerous intersections of lines and their multiplied tints and shades, the names of precious stones are subject to repeated changes, the material itself, for the most part, remaining just the same. Chapter 75. The various forms of precious stones. We will now make some observations in reference to precious stones in general, following therein the opinions that have been expressed by various authors. Stones with a level surface are preferred to those which are concave or protuberant on the face. An oblong shape is the one that is most approved of, and next to that the lenticular form, as it is called. After this, the stone with a plain surface and circular is admired, those which are angular being held in the least esteem. There is considerable difficulty in distinguishing genuine stones from the false. The more so as there has been discovered a method of transforming genuine stones of one kind into false stones of another. Sardonyx, for example, is imitated by cementing together 3 other precious stones in such a way that no skill can detect the fraud. A black stone being used for the purpose, a white stone, and one of vermilion color, each of them in its own way a stone of high repute. Nay, even more than this, there are books in existence, the authors of which I forbear to name, which give instructions how to stain crystal in such a way as to imitate smaragdus and other transparent stones, how to make sardonyx of sarda, and other gems in a similar manner. Indeed, there is no kind of fraud practiced by which larger profits are made. Chapter 76. The Methods of Testing Precious Stones. On the contrary, we will make it our business to point out the methods of detecting these false stones, seeing that it is only proper to put luxury even on its guard against fraud. In addition to the particulars which we have already given, when treating of each individual kind of precious stone, it is generally agreed that transparent stones should be tested by a morning light, or even, if necessary, so late as the 4th hour, but never after that hour. The modes of testing stones are numerous, first by their weight, the genuine stone being the heavier of the two. Next, by their comparative coolness, the genuine stone being cooler than the other to the mouth. And next to that, by their substance, there being blisters perceptible in the body of the fictitious stone, as well as a certain roughness on the surface. Filaments, too, and unequal brilliancy, and a brightness that falls short before it reaches the eye. The best mode of testing is to strike off a fragment with an iron saw, but this is a thing not allowed by the dealers, who equally refuse to let their gems be tested by the file. Dust of obscene stone will not leave a mark upon the surface of a genuine stone, but where the gem is artificial, every mark that is made will leave a white scratch upon it. In addition to this, there is such a vast diversity in their degrees of hardness that some stones do not admit of being engraved with iron, and others can only be cut with a gravure blunted at the edge. In all cases, however, precious stones may be cut and polished by the aid of adamas, an operation which may be considerably expedited by heating the gravure. The rivers which produce precious stones are the Onyx and the Ganges, and of all countries, India is the most prolific of them. Chapter 77. A comparative view of nature as she appears in different countries. The comparative values of things. Having now treated all the works of nature, it will be as well to take a sort of comparative view of her several productions, as well as the countries which supply them. Throughout the whole earth, then, and wherever the vault of heaven extends, there is no country so beautiful, or which, for the productions of nature, merits so high a rank as Italy. That ruler and second parent of the world, recommended as she is by her men, her women, her generals, her soldiers, her slaves, her superiority in the arts, and the illustrious examples of genius which she has produced. Her situation, too, is equally in her favor. The salubrity and mildness of her climate, the easy access which she offers to all nations, her coast indented with so many harbors, the propitious breezes, too, that always prevail on her shores. Advantages, all of them, due to her situation lying as she does midway between the east and the west, and extended in the most favorable of all positions. Add to this the abundant supply of her waters, and the salubrity of her groves, the repeated intersections of her mountain ranges, the comparative innocuousness of her wild animals, the fertility of her soil, and the singular richness of her pastures. Whatever there is that the life of man ought not to feel in want of is nowhere to be found in greater perfection than here. The cereals, for example, wine, oil, wool, flax, tissues, and oxen. As to horses, there are none, I find, preferred to those of Italy for the course, while for mines of gold, silver, copper, and iron, so long as it was deemed lawful to work them, Italy was held inferior to no country whatsoever. At the present day, teeming as she is with these treasures, she contents herself with lavishing upon us, as the whole of her bounties, her various liquids, and the numerous flavors yielded by her cereals and her fruits. Next to Italy, if we except the fabulous regions of India, I would rank Spain, for my own part, those districts at least that lie in the vicinity of the sea. She is parched and sterile in one part, it is true, but where she is at all productive, she yields the cereals in abundance, oil, wine, horses, and metals of every kind. In all these respects, Gaul is her equal, no doubt. But Spain, on the other hand, outdoes the Gallic provinces in her spartum and her specular stone, the products of her desert tracts, in her pigments that minister to our luxuries, in the ardor displayed by her people in laborious employments, in the perfect training of her slaves, in the robustness of body of her men, and in their general resoluteness of character. As to the productions themselves, the greatest value of all among the products of the sea is attached to pearls. Of objects that lie upon the surface of the earth, it is crystals that are most highly esteemed, and of those derived from the interior, adamas, smaragdus, precious stones, and marine are the things upon which the highest value is placed. The most costly things that are matured by the earth are kermes berry and laser, that are gathered from trees, nard and ceric tissues that are derived from the trunks of trees, logs of citrus wood that are produced by shrubs, cinnamon, cassia, and amomum, that are yielded by the juices of trees, or of shrubs, amber, apobalsamum, myrrh, and frankincense, that are found in the roots of trees, the perfumes derived from costus. The most valuable products furnished by living animals on land are the teeth of elephants, by animals in the sea, tortoise shell, by coverings of animals, the skins which the Ceres dye, and the substance gathered from the hair of the she-goats of Arabia, which we have spoken of under the name of Lygdinus. By creatures that are common to both land and sea, the purple of the murex. With reference to the birds, beyond the plumes for warriors' helmets, and the grease that is derived from the goose of Commagene, I find no remarkable product mentioned. We must not omit, too, to observe that gold, for which there is such a mania with all mankind, hardly holds the 10th rank as an object of value, and silver, with which we purchase gold, hardly the 20th. Hail to thee, nature, thou parent of all things, and do thou deign to show thy favor unto me, who alone of all the citizens of Rome have, in thy every department, thus made known thy praise. Summary. Facts, narratives, and observations, 1,300. Roman authors quoted: M. Varro, the Register of the Triumphs, Maecenas, Iacchus, Cornelius Bacchus. Foreign authors quoted: King Juba, Xenocrates, the son of Zeno, Sudines, Aeschylus, Philoxenus, Euripides, Nicander, Satyrus, Theophrastus, Charis, Philemon, Demostratus, Xenothemis, Metrodorus, Sotakis, Pythias, Timaeus, the Sicilian, Nicias, Theocrestus, Asarubas, Nasius, Theomenes, Stisius, Mithridates, Sophocles, King Archelaus, Callistratus, Democritus, Ismenias, Olympicus, Alexander, Polyhistor, Appian, Horace, Zoroaster, Zacchaeus. End of section 39. End of the Natural History, Volume 7, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley.